This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Jack Armstrong, the all-American boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, breakfast of champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the all-American boy. Here's an imaginary incident which might take place almost any day at any of these airports. A small yellow training plane has just glided into a perfect three-point landing. It taxis up the runway, and as it stops in front of the hangars, Fred Hale, its pilot, steps out. Johnny Terry goes over to the plane to congratulate Fred on his first solo flight.
Congratulations, Fred. That was a swell landing.
Oh, thanks, Johnny. Boy, what a thrill.
How bad it was.
Hey, where's your parachute? I thought you were going to solo today, too.
I guess I won't.
Well, how come?
Oh, I just don't feel up to it. You know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. Same way you felt when we tried to get you to go out for football last year.
Oh, it isn't that. It's just...
Listen, Johnny, you're not fooling me at all. You're not in good condition.
Oh, I'm not sick or anything like that.
But you just haven't got what it takes. Look, you want a good piece of advice?
Sure.
Get yourself a good year-round training program and stick to it. One like Jack Armstrong's personal training rules.
So what are those all about?
Well, they're one of the best ways I know to help a guy get into good shape and stay there. I follow them right to the letter the year round, and I think they're tops.
Well, what are they?
Well, they're easy. Get plenty of fresh air, sleep, and exercise. Keep clean. And eat a breakfast of champions every morning.
Hey, that sounds pretty simple.
Sure, it is simple. And believe me, there's nothing like a big bowl of Wheaties with milk and fruit in the morning to help you get off to a swell start. Why, those Wheaties taste like a million.
Say, that breakfast of champions idea sounds all right to me.
All right, nothing. It's doggone near perfect. Say, why don't you start training Jack Armstrong's way?
Yes, no matter what you're doing, playing football, going to school, enjoying a vacation, or flying, you'll get more out of it if you're in shape. That's why I suggest you start training Jack Armstrong's way just as soon as you can. Stock up on the makings of a breakfast of champions by getting Wheaties, fruit, and milk right away. Then make a keen-tasting, nourishing breakfast of champions your regular breakfast treat. And now, Jack Armstrong, the all-American boy. Jack, Billy, Betty, and Uncle Jim have recovered the lost uranium-235 from Professor Loring's sunken yacht in the Sulu Sea and have sailed to Zamboanga in Mindanao to put the precious uranium in the safekeeping of the United States Army troops stationed at Pet Barracks. Their schooner Spindrift is tied up at the Army wharf, and while Michelle stays aboard the schooner to guard the uranium, Jack and the others are walking up the hill to Pet Barracks to see the commanding officer. Listen.
Oh, Uncle Jim, everything around here looks so civilized. Well, it's not at all like the part of Mindanao we were in before.
That's the U.S. Army for you, Betty. Look at those trim barracks and that neat parade ground ahead of us. Everything looks ready for inspection, and that's a sure sign that the troops are ready for anything.
But jumping crickets, Uncle Jim, you don't mean to say that the Mindanao tribes around here give any trouble?
You wouldn't think so to look at this orderly town, Billy. On the surface, everything's peaceful. But look at that range of hills beyond the parade ground. They're only a few miles away, and yet once you get on the other side of them, you're in a wild and savage country.
But there aren't many First Moro tribes up here, are there, Uncle Jim?
There are a few when you get into the interior, Jack. But many of the natives around here are the Visayans, and there are First Manobos also. When I served in the Philippines years ago, they gave all sorts of trouble. I came down here once to help put down an uprising.
There's the entrance for the post ahead of us, Billy. And look, there are 2 sentries at the sentry box. They're going to stop us.
Do they always have 2 sentries together, Uncle Jim?
No, they don't, Betty. Evidently, there's been some trouble around here.
Trust us to arrive when there's some trouble in the air. Never a dull moment. That's our motto.
Well, I guess there's always trouble in Mindanao, Billy. Especially when half of the Moros are banding together to fight the other half. Look, the sentries are coming down to Port Arms. One of them's going to challenge us.
Oh. I want to see the commanding officer of Pet Barracks, my lad. Is it all right to go on in?
Yes, all right, sir. If you'll give me your name, I'll telephone it ahead.
I'm James Fairfield, captain of the schooner Spindrift.
The Spindrift?
Begging your pardon, sir, but isn't that the schooner that was supposed to be lost in the typhoon?
Well, that's the one.
But say, how did you know we were supposed to be lost in the typhoon?
Oh, we got a radio report from Manila to question all incoming vessels about you.
Jack, I knew that steamers were on the lookout for us, but I didn't know that the Army was looking for us, too.
Colonel Brewster, he's the commanding officer, sir, will be glad to know that you're safe. His headquarters are in the first building to the right. I'll telephone him from the sentry box right away.
Thank you. But tell me, why are the sentries doubled up now?
Oh, there's a lot of unrest in the tribes up in the hills, sir. Somebody's been working among them lately and stirring them up.
But no tribe had come down and attacked the United States Army.
They better not try it. But some of them are trying to steal arms and ammunition. 2 or 3 of them will come on the post in the daytime, just as though they were on regular business, and they'll hide somewhere and break into a building at night.
Oh. Have they stolen any rifles yet?
Somebody stole a few rifles one night last week. And a few nights later, we caught a couple of the hillsmen trying to steal some more arms.
But who on earth would want to stir up trouble among the tribes?
Well, there's a lot of talk about that, too, miss, but no one knows for certain.
Well, come along. We'd better get on and see the commanding officer and get our cargo put away safely. You'll telephone him, will you?
I'll do it right away, sir.
Oh, that's
Thank you. That must be the headquarters building ahead of us, Uncle Jim. Look at the funny-looking iron cannon in front of it.
Here comes a soldier down the steps, Uncle Jim. Why, he's coming to meet us.
I bet the commanding officer sent him to meet us when the sentry telephoned, Jack. Here he comes.
Colonel Brewster asked you to come right into his office, sir. It's the first door to the left.
Oh, thank you. I guess he expects us, Jack. We'll go right up these steps and see him.
Well, I hope it's cool in the colonel's office. This hot sun's terrific.
Gosh, yes. Say, it looks pretty cool in there.
This must be the door here, Uncle Jim. I'll knock.
Come in. Well, so you escaped the typhoon, Captain Fairfield. Congratulations. We're all worried about you.
We didn't intend to cause everybody so much concern, Colonel Brewster. In fact, I didn't know that everyone was so worried.
Why, of course we were worried. Didn't you think we'd know who you are? Why, all the old-timers in the islands remember you when you served here years ago. And half of the young officers know all about the airplanes you make. And we've all heard of Jack Armstrong and Billy and Billy. Sit down. Come in. What can I do for you?
These chairs are certainly comfortable after being on a boat. There is something you can do for us, Colonel Brewster. And I know you won't mind if I ask you to keep it an absolute secret.
Of course I'll keep it a secret.
We have on board our schooner a box containing some uranium-235. We want
Just a minute. You mean uranium, don't you? Well, you couldn't possibly mean uranium-235.
I mean uranium-235, Colonel Brewster. I see that you understand how rare it is.
Rare? Why, it's rarer than radium. It's what those scientific Johnnies are using in their experiments with atomic power.
That's it exactly, Colonel Brewster. You may be surprised to know that somewhere right here in the interior of Mindanao, there are rich uranium deposits. So rich that they yield an amazingly large amount of uranium-235 by a simple method of extraction.
Why, I can't believe it. You know, I've heard that if a scientist can get enough of that uranium-235, he can probably unlock the secret of atomic power. Man alive, if that's ever done, every airplane engine, every steam engine in the world will become obsolete overnight.
You're absolutely right. So you can see how important it is that we don't permit it to fall into the hands of anyone except the United States government.
Important, huh? It's the most important thing in the world.
There are a group of unscrupulous adventurers who know that I have this uranium-235, however, and they'll never give up trying to get it from me. So I want you to keep it for the time being.
Well, why don't you take it right back to the United States?
I can't right now. The scientists who discovered this rich deposit of uranium and who extracted this uranium-235 that we have aboard is somewhere in the interior of Mindanao. He's held captive by some Moro tribe. He's Professor Loring, and I've got to find him and find those uranium deposits.
He's held captive by some Moro tribe, huh? Why, I'll send troops to find him. I'll send my whole regiment into the interior if necessary.
Well, I'm afraid that wouldn't do any good. The Moros would kill him as soon as they heard that troops were coming after him. So it's up to us to locate him and to rescue him before the Moros suspect what we're doing.
Perhaps you're right, Captain Fairfield. And if you want to leave the uranium-235 here, I'll lock it up in my secret vault. I'll keep it absolutely safe until you return from the interior.
Well, that's splendid. You having any trouble in the interior now?
Trouble? Nothing but trouble. It's like living on a powder keg. I'm expecting an officer any moment whom I've sent out to collect some information. He's coming up the porch now. Perhaps he'll have some news for us.
Didn't I tell you, Jack? Didn't I tell you there's never a dull moment? We don't live on a powder keg. We carry the darn thing around with us.
Come in. I thought it was you, Lieutenant. Captain Fairfield, this is Lieutenant Rawlings.
How do you do,
Captain?
What's the bad news today, Rawlings?
More unrest, sir. There's trouble fermenting somewhere near here.
But I haven't a clue yet as to who's causing it.
Yeah, but you found out something, Rawlings. I can see it in your face.
I think I've located the village where the trouble starts, Colonel. After I confirm some rumors I've heard, I'm going back to it.
Yeah, but what's the village? Where is it?
It's called Mulita. I had to leave my horse at the main trail and hike through a jungle path to get to it. Here. I can tell you exactly how far it is from the main trail.
Jack, look what he's taking off his belt. What kind of a watch is that?
It's not a watch, Billy. I don't know what it is.
But he's reading the dial.
My pedometer says exactly 4 3/4 miles, Colonel. That's the distance because I stopped it registering after I mounted my horse.
Yeah, we'll have to investigate this village of Melita more thoroughly, Rawlings. Show your pedometer to Jack Armstrong. I see he's interested in it.
There it is, Jack. Quite an instrument, isn't it?
Boy, I'll say it is. Does it tell you how far you walk?
Tells me exactly how far I walk, Jack. You can see that it has readings for 4 different lengths of stride. I put it on my belt and forget about it until I want to see how far I've gone.
Gee, Willikins, I'll bet you find that useful in the jungle.
Useful. You don't know the half of it. On those trails, I'd be lost a dozen times a week if I couldn't keep track of exactly how far I've walked.
It must be lots of fun to always know how far you've gone.
Now, this is something developed especially for hiking, Betty. It's called the pedometer.
Say, Uncle Jim, we ought to have something like that when we go into the interior. It'd certainly help us to know where we are.
It certainly would, Jack. But we'll look into that later. I want to get that uranium safely ashore. Let's see what time it is. It's now...
Say, where did you get that?
Get what? Oh, my wristwatch. Why, it was a present from a scientific society.
Why are you so interested in Captain Fairfield's wristwatch, Rawlings?
I can hardly believe it. It's an amazing coincidence.
Coincidence? What do you mean?
I mean, I saw one exactly like that just a few minutes ago.
You saw one just like... Wait a minute, Lieutenant. Are you sure?
I'm absolutely positive. There's no mistaking that peculiar shape. It had a stop second hand on it, too. I could swear it was the same watch.
Oh, but you must be mistaken, Rawlings.
Pardon me, Colonel Brewster. There's just one chance in a million that he's right. And if he is, it's of the utmost importance to me.
But could there be another watch in Mindanao just like yours, Captain Fairfield?
There could be, Colonel Brewster. A watch like this one was presented to the missing Professor Loring at the same time mine was presented to me.
Holy smoke, Uncle Jim. You mean...
I mean, Billy, that if Lieutenant Rawlings saw a watch like mine, that watch came from Professor Loring. And the man who owns it must know something about the whereabouts of Professor Loring.
Say, that is something. Where did you see this other watch, Lieutenant Rawlings?
At the town market, just a little ways from Pet Barracks. It was on the wrist of a native who sells spices.
Jack, Billy, I've got to get that uranium safely ashore. But I want you to go down to that market right away. Find that native and look at the watch. Look at the back of it to see if Professor Loring's initials are there. And if his initials are on it, try to find out where the native got it.
You bet we will, Uncle Jim.
Can I go too, Uncle Jim? Can I go with him?
All right, Betty, you go with him. This watch may be the first step in finding Professor Loring.
Say, if that watch really is Professor Loring's, it looks as though Jack and Uncle Jim have picked up a red-hot trail. But where will the trail lead? If it leads into the interior right away, well, you've heard of what's going on behind those distant hills. Unrest, threats of uprising, and arms and ammunition stolen from the government. You just know there's plenty of excitement, and you'll certainly want to be in on it. So listen in, all of you, at the same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Look, I'd like to have you do this for me right now. Hike out into the kitchen and take a look at the supply of Wheaties. If it looks to you like the supply is getting low, remind Mother tonight to get you a couple of packages of Wheaties the very next time she shops. Check up on those Wheaties right now, won't you?
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just 5 Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the piper, Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the piper, Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our TV champions known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Look, remember the story about a fellow named Diogenes who went around with a lamp looking for an honest man? Well, right now, I'm looking for a fellow or girl who wants to have some real fun, but I'm doing my looking with a microphone. Now, here's the idea. Printed on the back of each Wheaties package now on sale is a set of 3 large champ stamps. They carry pictures of some of the greatest champions of all time, big colored drawings of your favorite athletes. But that isn't all. No, sir. Right alongside every Wheaties champ stamp are printed a number of interesting and unusual facts about these great champions. Little-known facts that you'll be proud to know and tell your friends. For instance, did you know that Joe DiMaggio once had his mind made up to be a fisherman instead of a ball player? Did you know that Bernie Bierman, football coach of the great Minnesota Gophers, has coached his team into 5 Big Ten championships? And did you know that Jimmy Fox started his major league career as a catcher and is now a first baseman? Well, those are just a few of the interesting facts you'll find on your Wheaties champ stamps. Remember, there are 13 sets of these stamps. That makes 39 champ stamps in all. And believe me, when you get them all bound together, you'll have a mighty fine collection of stamps. So if you haven't started your Wheaties champ stamp album already, I suggest you get busy right away. Ask Mother to get you a couple of packages of those extra satisfying Wheaties the very next time she buys groceries. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. While Uncle Jim arranges for the safekeeping of the precious uranium with the Army authorities at Pet Barracks, Jack and Billy and Betty are on their way to the native market in the nearby town of Zamboanga in Mindanao. They're looking for a native who was seen wearing a wristwatch which they think may have belonged to the missing Professor Loring, who is held captive by some Moro tribe in the interior of Mindanao. They're walking toward the busy marketplace down a street lined with coconut palms, and the inhabitants of the town, Moros, Manobos, and Visayans, watch them with suspicious curiosity. Listen.
Say, Jack, do you think Lieutenant Rawlings was right? Do you think he really saw Professor Loring's wristwatch?
Well, that's what we've got to find out, Billy. Professor Loring's watch was just like Uncle Jim's. And Lieutenant Rawlings was certain that the watch he saw on the wrist of that native was identical with Uncle Jim's.
But how on earth could he have gotten it, Jack? We're so far away from the central part of Mindanao, and that's where we think Professor Loring is being held prisoner.
I can't imagine how he got that watch, Betty, if it really is Professor Loring's watch. But if we can discover where he got it, it'll certainly help in finding out just what tribe of Moros is holding Professor Loring.
But, Jack, how are we going to find out anything? We can't talk any of the native dialects, and I'll bet this native can't talk a word of English.
Well, we'll find out somehow, Billy. The first thing to do is to see if it's the same watch.
Oh, that'll be easy, Jack. If it is his watch, Uncle Jim said it would have his initials on the back of it.
Maybe it won't be so easy to find out, Betty. The native has it on his wrist. We've got to persuade him to take it off so that we can look at the back of it. And if he doesn't understand us, how are we going to get him to take it off?
I hadn't thought of that, Billy. If we aren't careful, he'll think we're trying to steal it from him.
Well, that'd be too funny. He'll call for the police, or whatever they use for police here, and Uncle Jim will have to come and bail us out of jail.
That'd be a good joke on us, Betty. Say, that must be the marketplace ahead. See that long, low shed with the thatched roof?
Oh, it sure looks like a marketplace, Jack. Look at all the natives gathered around it.
It's divided into stalls, too. We've got to find a stall where spices are sold. Lieutenant Rawlings said that the man would be in the spice store. Oh, I believe I can smell the spices from here.
I can smell almost everything from here, Betty, especially fish. I'll bet every other stall is a fish stall.
Do you see any policemen around, Billy?
I believe you're really afraid that we're going to end up in jail, Betty. I wouldn't know how a policeman is dressed here in Zamboanga. What would a policeman look like here, Jack?
Search me, Billy. The natives are dressed in so many ways it'd be hard to tell. There's some Moros with their pantaloons and colored turbans on their heads.
And some of the natives wear camisas just like they do around Manila.
I'll bet they are the Visayans. The Visayans are the most civilized of the lot, Betty.
And some of the men look as though they just come down from the hills, all ready to go to bed. They're a fierce-looking lot.
I guess we must look pretty funny to them. See how they watch us? And they're talking about us, too. They don't look as friendly as they did in Luzon.
I hope we don't have any trouble with this chap we're after. If we get into a fracas, we wouldn't have very many of the natives on our side. Well, Now, here's one end of the market. Let's walk through it.
Oh, look at all our stalls here. They must sell everything from soup to fish.
Jack, here's a stall that sells all sorts of silk cloth. Oh, they're marvelous. Can't we stop here just for a second?
Oh, jumping Jiminy, Betty. Here we are looking for an awfully important clue to help find Professor Loring, and you want to stop and look at silks instead.
Only for a minute, Billy. We can ask the man where to find the stall that sells spices.
Oh, and of course he'd be able to speak English, Betty. He'd know just what we're talking about.
We'll stop by at the stall later, Betty. I think the best thing to do is just walk around the market until we see the spice stall.
All right, Jack. Oh, my. Don't tell me what the next stall is. I can smell it. It's fish.
You can't miss that. A cat would have a grand time here.
Oh, look at this next stall, Jack. Why, it's full of boat models. Boy, oh, boy, they're models of the sailing Venus and the Moros. Say, we've just got to look at those.
Jumping Jiminy, Billy. Here we are looking for
All right, Betty. You've got me there. I guess none of us wants to stop at the next stall and buy coconuts. Hey, what's that I smell? Boy. Say, does that smell good?
That must be the spices, Billy. Yep, there it is. There's the spice stall right ahead of us. And nobody's in it except the man who runs it.
Then he must be the man, Jack. He must be the man with the wristwatch.
Well, it won't take long to find out. Yep, he's got a watch on his wrist. A gold one, too.
And it's the same shape as Uncle Jim's, Jack.
Let's see if it has a stop second hand on it, Billy. We'll have to go close to him and talk to him.
I hope he speaks English. I don't want him to misunderstand what we want.
Hello there. Do you speak English?
Spice very good. You buy, huh? Hurrah, he does speak
Oh,
English.
I'm so glad. Now Uncle Jim won't have to bail us out of jail.
Spice very good. You buy, huh?
Oh, your spices certainly smell good. But what I want to know is this.
very good. You buy, huh? Gee, Manetti, is that all he can say?
Can you talk English? Can you understand what I'm saying to you?
Spice very good. You buy, huh?
Jack, he doesn't speak English after all. He just knows that one thing, and he says it over and over again like a parrot.
Spice very good. You buy, huh? Well, I give up. What are we going to do next, Jack?
Well, we've got to do something, Billy. We've got to look at the back of that wristwatch and see if it has Professor Loring's initials on it.
Well, let me try, Jack. Maybe I can make him understand. Me see wristwatch, huh?
Oh, that won't help any, Billy. Here, I've got an idea. I'll take off my wristwatch and show him the back, and then I'll point to his watch. Maybe he'll get the idea. There, it's off. Now I'll try the sign language.
Oh, he's taking the watch away from him.
Hey, there, you'll give us back that watch. We're not making you a present of it.
Wait a minute, Billy. He's examining it. Maybe he'll offer us his watch to examine.
Jack, he's putting it in his pocket.
But, Jack, he's filling a bag full of spices.
Oh, he thinks I'm offering him the watch in exchange for some spices, Billy.
But how are you going to tell him, Jack? He's got your watch, and he's holding out that bag of spices for you.
Jack, we've got to get your watch back.
I bet he understands the word no. No. No.
Oh, look at him, Jack. He's putting more spices in the bag. He thinks you want more.
Well, I've had enough of this, Jack. I'm going to put my hand in his pocket and get your watch back. Here goes. Josh, let's go. Let go of me.
Billy. Oh,
Help me, Jack. Help me. Hold my arm. Come on.
I know he's calling for a policeman.
That's fine. I hope a policeman comes. Turn Billy's arm loose, you. Billy, I'll make him let you go. Turn my friend loose. I'll get this arm, Billy.
Hold it, Jack.
Say, can he kick?
There.
All right, I've got his other arm now, Billy. Take it away from it.
He's still calling for help, Jack. And look at the crowd coming. Everybody's running over here. Oh, look at him.
Yeah, I watch, Billy. Oh, gee, I didn't, but I will. Not on your life, Billy. Not now. We don't want to be attacked by this monster.
There's a soldier running this way.
See his belt and pistol?
There we are.
He's an MP, all right, Jack. And he can speak the dialect, too. Look at that crowd stopping their tracks. Say, that boy has some authority.
That's a break for us, Billy. This crowd doesn't like us.
All right, now then, buddy. What's all that trouble about?
Now, this man has my wristwatch, soldier. He won't give it back to me.
I wish I knew what he's saying, Jack. I bet he's telling an awful story.
Because you sold him the watch for some spices. Is that right?
Of course it's not right. I was showing it to him, and he suddenly took it from me and tried to give me some spices.
We don't want his whole spices.
And he wouldn't give it back, so Jack and Billy tried to take it back.
You're dealing with Captain Fairfield, aren't you? You came here in that white schooner, came through the typhoon.
That's right. And I wasn't selling my watch. He misunderstood me.
Why were you showing it to him, buddy?
I wanted to look at the back of his watch. He didn't understand, so I tried to make him understand with my watch.
Say, what's this all about anyway? Why did you want to see the back of his watch?
We think it was stolen from a friend of ours who was captured by the Moros. If it was stolen from him, it has the initials WL on the back of it. It may help us to find him.
Sounds mighty queer to me. But if you're with Captain Fairfield, you must be all right. I'll get your watch back first. Raleigh Marang Tom. Sarang. Raleigh Zanangpa. Sarang. Bongo so bongo ya. There. He's getting the watch out of his pocket. Yeah, is that it?
You bet that's it.
I take it. I'll tell him to take off his watch and show it to you. Talang, dagana talang. Era bolonga angapula.
No, bolonga.
Gee, Willikins, I wish we could understand what they're saying. You can tell by just looking at him, Billy. He doesn't want to show us the watch.
You're right, miss. He says it's his watch. He says he won't show it to white people.
But we've got to see it. It's terribly important. If it was stolen from Professor Loring, and if we can find out where he got it, it'll help us to find him.
I'll make him show it to you, buddy. If you think it's stolen property, we'll find right out, right here now. I move back a little. I'm going to take it off his wrist.
Yes, there he goes. He's running away. He's running out of the market.
Come on, Billy, after him. We've got to see that watch.
He's heading for the waterfront, Jack.
I'm right behind you. Don't let him get away. Hey, you get out of the way. You too. Keep on, Billy. Don't let these natives fly. Oh, they're all trying to slow us up. They're trying to let that fella get away. Now, this is better here outside the market. Where is he? There he is, still running for the waterfront. Come on, Billy. We're gaining on him. Look, there's another MP coming up over the waterfront. He's going to hit him off. What's that native, Billy? He turned into this alley here between these shacks. Here we are. Okay. Oh, there he is. It's a blind alley. He's trying to climb the fence, Jack. We've got to get him, Billy. Come on. One last sprint before he gets over. Hurry, Jack. I'll catch up with you. Grab him. Grab his leg before he gets over. I've got him, Billy. I'm pulling him down. Stay here. I've got another leg, Jack. Pull him down. He's down, Billy. Watch him. He's trying to get a knife out of his belt. I've got an arm. I've got the other arm. Here comes the MP, the same one. Now we've got him. Now you can let him go. I'll handle it if he gets tough. Yeah, there's something funny about that watch. He'll let you see it now. Oh, goodness, so long. There. He's taking it off. Here. Take a look at it. That's the one, Billy. See the initials? W.L. William Loring. But where did he get it? Ask him where he got it.
I'll find out. Agapula. Tagalanga. Agaray Batun.
Napagana Sabula. Batanga Mugamola. Angabetang Mulita.
He says he got it from an old Moro peddler at Melita.
A Moro peddler at Melita. Say, Billy, that's the same village where Lieutenant Rawlings went to. Well, jumping Jiminy, Jack, you're right. Rawlings thought that was the village where somebody was stirring up all this unrest among the tribes.
That's straight, buddy. Well, I'm going to take this man up to commanding officer for investigation. Maybe he knows something about this trouble up in the hills.
Come on, Billy. We've got to tell Uncle Jim. And I'll bet $1 million we're going up into the hills to Melita to find that old Moro peddler. He knows something about what happened to Professor Loring. Come on.
Things are beginning to happen in a big way. There's some mighty good reason why that native spice seller didn't want Jack to see the initials on that watch. When they find that old Moro peddler in Melita... But wait a minute. Don't forget that that's the village where Lieutenant Rawlings suspects. Maybe Jack and Billy and the others are going to get into more than they bargained for. You'll certainly want to get in on it, too, so listen in, all of you, at the same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Now, here's a swell piece of advice in just 53 words. Right now, before you do another thing, ask Mother to get you a couple of packages of Wheaties. Then remind her to serve you those extra good whole wheat flakes every morning with milk or cream and your favorite fruit. That's a real breakfast of champions.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land. Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Look, if I were to step up to you tomorrow morning at school or on the street and ask you just what you wanted in a breakfast dish, you might give me any number of good answers. But I'm willing to bet that one of the first things you'd say to me would be, Mr. McCormick, the most important thing about a breakfast dish is its flavor. You know what I'd say to that? Well, it would be something like this. Look, I'd say, I've got just the dish for you. It's a breakfast of champions. You see, this combination of Wheaties, milk, and fruit or fruit juice
gives you 2 extra good flavors. First, you get all of the keen, malty flavor of those crisp, crackling Wheaties. And, boy, it's the kind of flavor that really hits the spot every morning. But that isn't all. No, sir. Added to the extra good flavor of Wheaties, you get the fresh, satisfying flavor of the fruit you like best. Yes, a breakfast of champions really tops them all in the flavor department. Try it tomorrow morning and see if I'm not 100% right. Now, that's exactly what I tell you on the flavor question. But then, you might say you wanted a breakfast dish packed with a lot of good nourishment. Well, I'd sort of smile and hand you a package of Wheaties and say, well, you asked for champion nourishment, and there it is, all bundled up in that big orange and blue Wheaties package. Now, you may not know it, but Wheaties give you every bit of the well-known essential nourishment of choice whole wheat. And in addition to the good bodybuilding nourishment of Wheaties, a breakfast of champions gives you all of the important nourishment of milk and fruit. Yes, that's exactly what I tell you every time. If you ask me for a breakfast dish that furnishes you with plenty of keen, satisfying flavor and bodybuilding nourishment, make sure there's a good supply of Wheaties in the house. Then see to it that you have a big breakfast of champions waiting for you at the table every morning. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. An army truck is backing up to the schooner Spindrift, tied up at the dock at the town of Zamboanga in Mindanao. Uncle Jim and Michelle are on the Spindrift, preparing to load on the truck a heavy box containing some precious uranium-235, which they're going to leave for safekeeping with the Army troops stationed at nearby Pet Barracks. Jack and Billy and Betty have just turned in from the dock to the tall palm trees that line the waterfront. They've come back from the native marketplace at the Philippine town, and they have some important news for Uncle Jim. Listen.
Look, Billy, we're just in time to help Uncle Jim load the box of uranium on the truck. Oh, he and Michelle won't need any help, Jack. They've got the photo fag rigged up as a gin pole to swing the box over the side of the Spindrift.
But that's a heavy box, Billy. Don't forget that it's lined with lead to protect everybody from the uranium-235.
I'll bet he and Michelle will be glad to get some help. And Uncle Jim will be glad to get our news, too. It's the first real clue we've found concerning Professor Loring. But it doesn't prove that Professor Loring is still alive, Jack. Gosh, he may have been killed by the Moros who were holding him prisoner.
Yes, but it proves that he's actually been somewhere in Mindanao, Billy. And if we can find that old Moro peddler, we'll get some real news about him.
Uncle Jim sees us now. Say, look how he's perspiring. He and Michelle have really been working with that box of uranium.
Hello, Jack. You've come just in time. We certainly can use you and Billy.
We're coming right aboard, Uncle Jim. That's a whopping big truck the Colonel sent down for the uranium.
He sent down a couple of soldiers with rifles, too, Jack. See? They're just getting out of the truck.
Oh, I know who they are. They're an armed guard. Uncle Jim told Colonel Brewster how valuable that uranium was.
That's right, Betty, he did. He told him that Geppetto and his gang were after it, too. Well, Geppetto will have a merry time trying to get it after it's locked away in that big vault. Here we are, Uncle Jim.
Come on aboard, Jack. I need you and Billy to help hoist this box with the snatch block.
Watch this gangplank, Betty. It's pretty steep since the tide dropped.
I'll watch it, Jack. I don't want to fall overboard and let a hungry shark take a bite out of me.
Did you find out anything important at the marketplace, Jack?
You bet we did, Uncle Jim. But first, we had quite a time getting that native...
Well, let's get this box loaded first, Billy. Then I'll hear what luck you had. It's all made fast. Jack, you and Billy take hold of this line with Michelle and me.
Here you are, Billy. Grab hold here.
All set. Lay hold. Heave.
Gee whillikins, I'd forgotten how heavy this box is. It must be full of lead, Uncle Jim.
It's almost full, Billy. Remember all those lead plates we saw inside it, protecting that uranium?
Well, that gap is bending terribly, Uncle Jim. It looks as though it might break.
It won't break, Betty. It held before. We're almost high enough, Jack. Another foot more will do it. There we are. Now belay the line, and we'll swing the box right over the truck.
I'll belay the line, Billy. There it is. Now take this guy line and swing the box out. Oh, we didn't hoist it high enough to clear the truck. Yes, we did, Billy. See? Clearing by a good 3 inches. The soldiers have it now.
That's far enough. She's just over the truck. Release your line, Jack, and we'll lower it into the truck.
Hold on to it. There, she's free. Lower away.
Easy now. You don't want to knock the bottom out of the truck. There she is. All right, men. Throw the line off and take the box up to post headquarters. I'll be up there in a few minutes.
But those soldiers won't be able to unload that box by themselves, Uncle Jim.
I've arranged for a whole squad of soldiers to help put it in the vault, Betty.
Oh, boy, it certainly feels good to have that uranium in the care of the U.S. Army.
Yes, it takes a load off my shoulders, Jack. And now, tell me what you found out in the marketplace. Did you find the native who had the wristwatch?
We found him, all right. And what a time we had with him. He couldn't speak English,
And when
so
Jack
I
tried to say what he wanted by using his wristwatch, the native took it from him. He thought Jack wanted to swap it for some of his
And
spice.
then I tried to get Jack's watch back, but the man called for the police. Uncle
Wait
Jim.
a minute. This sounds like a riot act. You're telling me everything except what I want to know. Suppose I ask questions. In the first place, did you see the watch?
We saw it, Uncle Jim, and it's exactly like yours.
Good. Did you see the back of it?
We saw the back of it, too, after a chase and a fight. And it had Professor Loring's initials on it, W.L.
So it did have Professor Loring's initials on it. That means a great deal. Now for the most important question. Where did the native get the watch? Or couldn't you understand him?
There was a soldier, a military policeman who helped us, Uncle Jim. This MP could speak the native dialect. The man told the MP that he'd gotten the watch from an old Moro peddler who passed through the town recently.
An old Moro peddler. I wonder if he was telling the truth.
The MP thought he was, Uncle Jim. He said an old Moro peddler had been in town only a day or so ago.
Where's this peddler now? We've got to get hold of him and find out where he got the watch.
The man said that the Moro peddler had gone up to Melita, Uncle Jim.
Melita? That's the village up in the hills. The one that Lieutenant Rawlings thinks is stirring up all this unrest among the tribes.
That's the one, Uncle Jim. And there's another queer thing about this native and the watch. He didn't want us to look at the back of it. He tried to run away, and then he tried to fight.
And so the military policeman took him to the Army headquarters to investigate him, Uncle Jim.
So he tried to run away. It's interesting. Very interesting.
It's interesting, all right, but jumping Jiminy, it's so scrambled. Doesn't make any sense to me.
It could make sense in one way, Billy. But it sounds so fantastic.
Whatever do you mean, Jack?
Just stop and think, Betty. We know that the Moro Sultan, what's his name, Baloa, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We know that Sultan Baloa is trying to unite all the Moro tribes to fight against the government.
But, Jack, Sultan Baloa is way down south and in the interior of Mindanao.
I know, Billy. And that's where we think Professor Loring is held prisoner, too. But Professor Loring's watch appears here, brought by a Moro peddler. And the peddler is now up in the hills at Melita.
I follow you exactly, Jack. And on top of that, Lieutenant Rawlings thinks that someone in Melita is stirring up the present unrest among the tribes.
Sure, it all ties together. Don't you see, Billy?
Wow, my head is getting dizzy. But go on, Sherlock Holmes.
Well, what else do we know? Oh, yes, somebody's been trying to steal rifles and ammunition from the Army at Pet Barracks. That means that somebody in Zamboanga must have a hand in it. And here's this native with Professor Loring's watch who didn't want us to see the initials on the back of it.
Oh, but maybe that's just because he knew the watch was stolen, Jack.
Maybe, Betty. And maybe it's because he knew it came from that Sultan Baloa. If Baloa's back of all this, that watch would link the Moro peddler with it, too.
I see it now, Jack. It had proved that the peddler was the agent who was stirring up all this trouble.
Well, it wouldn't prove anything, Billy. Maybe I'm letting my imagination run away with me. But it's worth thinking about.
It certainly is worth thinking about, Jack. But we know one thing for sure.
What's that, Uncle Jim?
We know that this old Moro peddler probably knows something about Professor Loring. So we've got to follow him up to Melita and find out what we can from him.
Didn't I tell you, Billy? Didn't I tell you we'd be going up to Melita?
Jiminy crickets. Now we'll probably get all mixed up with those tribes.
Well, perhaps we can get some valuable information for the Army, Billy. Now, look sharp, everyone. I'm going up to Pet Barracks to see that the uranium gets safely put away. I'm also going to tell Colonel Brewster about this affair of the wristwatch. I want you to start packing our hiking equipment. You've got a list of what we need, Jack. Get the stuff out and check it over. We're going after that Moro peddler right away.
But, Uncle Jim, we can't carry all that stuff on our backs.
I'm going to borrow a pack horse from Colonel Brewster, Billy. The pack horse can carry the tent and the cooking equipment and the heavy stuff. We can carry the rest on our strap pack. Oh, hello. Look who's coming down to see us. Lieutenant Rawlings.
Maybe he's been questioning the man who had the wristwatch, Uncle Jim. Maybe he's got some dope for us.
Hello, Rawlings.
Hello there.
Come right on board.
Thanks, Captain Fairfield. I've done something you might find useful.
Watch that gangplank. It's slippery.
Yeah.
Say, Jack, what do you suppose he has for us?
Search me, Billy. Maybe it's just some information.
Nobody like our schooner, Rawlings.
She's a sweet ship, Captain Fairfield. But I wouldn't have the nerve to take her through a typhoon the way you did. Are you still determined to go into the interior to look for Professor Loring?
We certainly are, Rawlings. But first, we're going up to Melita to look for an old Moro peddler who's up there.
Yeah, I thought you might be doing that after I questioned the native who had Professor Loring's watch. Anyway, if you get very far into the interior of Mindanao, you stand a swell chance of getting lost. So I thought you might like to have a pedometer with you. Like this one I use on hikes.
A pedometer? You mean that instrument you use to tell how far you walk?
That's the one. You'll find it very useful. You'll always us know exactly how far you've walked at the end of an hour or a day.
Just imagine that, Betty. You just fasten it to your belt and then forget about it until you want to know how far you've walked.
Oh, that's just wonderful. Just like a speedometer on an automobile.
Not quite, Betty. It tells how far you've walked, not how fast.
And the distance we walk is the important thing anyway. We certainly can use that, Rawlings. May save us lots of grief.
Jack, how long is your step?
It's just about 30 inches, Lieutenant Rawlings.
That's fine. There are dial readings here for different lengths of step. Here's the little window for 30 inches. You set it at 0 at the beginning of a hike, and from that time on, it'll tell you just how far you've gone.
But how does it work? Oh, it just seems too marvelous. Do you have to wind it up?
No, I should say not. It ticks away by itself as you walk.
Well, we're certainly obliged to you, Lieutenant Rawlings. We're just beginning to pack up our hiking equipment for the trip now.
Well, put this on your belt where it'll be safe. Captain Fairfield, if you can come ashore for a few moments, we'd like to show you where we're putting the uranium.
I was just going ashore, Rawlings. I'll be back soon, Jack.
We'll be getting the equipment ready, Uncle Jim.
Jack, let's go ashore as soon as we get the hiking equipment back and try out the pedometer.
That's a great idea, Billy. But right now, we've got a lot to do. Say, look at that Vina over there.
Oh, which one, Jack? I see lots of Venus along the waterfront. Do you mean the one with the big red and blue square sail?
No, I mean the one that's sailing out from the Filipino schooner you see at anchor over there.
Oh, I see the Vina, Jack. The one with 2 men in her. She's coming this way.
But what's so odd about her, Jack? She looks like those other Venus to me. Long and narrow, bamboo outriggers, square sails, and probably as fast as lightning.
She's got a white sail on her. All the other Venas around here have colored sails.
Don't you remember? Oh, sure I remember, Jack. When we were down in Cotabango, the only Vina with a white sail belonged to that good-for-nothing Yates who tried to steal the Dragonfly ring.
Oh, but that was way south of here, Jack.
Yes, but he could have sailed up here in that Filipino schooner, Betty. I'll take a look. Hand me the binoculars, Billy. They're hanging up in the cabin just inside the companion.
I'll get them, Jack. Oh, wait, the strap is wrapped around the hook, Jack. Yeah, here they are.
I'll take a look at the Vina just on the chance.
What is it, Jack? What do you see?
Yates is in that Vina, and he's coming here. I wonder what that can mean.
Well, what can that mean? Yates certainly has his nerve coming over to the Spindrift after all he did down in Cotabango. Say, what's he doing up in this part of Mindanao anyway? You don't suppose he could have any connection with... Now, wait a minute. Now I'm letting my imagination run away with me. But you can be sure of one thing. Yates isn't visiting the Spindrift just for a cup of tea. So listen in, all of you, at the same time tomorrow to another thrilling episode in the Zamboanga adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand.
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions. Don't throw out the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Hear that? That's Old Man Winter doing his level best to make you wish you were down in the South Seas sitting under a palm tree and enjoying the warm sun. But you don't have to let Old Man Winter lick you. Not by a long shot. Wear plenty of good warm clothes and eat the kind of food that'll do a championship job of helping you keep warm even when the thermometer does a power dive. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to have a hot-cooked breakfast. Not at all. The temperature of the food you eat hasn't a thing to do with the important job of helping you keep warm. If that was all that mattered, a glass of hot water would make a good breakfast. Now, it's the amount of fuel energy units in the food that helps protect you from the cold. So if you prefer those extra satisfying Wheaties flakes for breakfast, there isn't a reason in the world why you shouldn't go right on enjoying them the whole year around. You see, Wheaties, milk, and fruit make a fuel energy breakfast, a dish that gives you an abundant supply of heat-producing units to help you keep warm. In addition to the fuel energy nature is packed into Wheaties, you also get every bit of the other well-known essential nourishment of choice whole wheat. So if you like a breakfast dish you can eat every morning the whole year round, one that combines a whale of a lot of good bodybuilding nourishment with a swell flavor, make that breakfast of champions a regular on your breakfast table. And say, why not start tomorrow morning? Just remind Mother to get you 2 or 3 packages of Wheaties and your favorite fruit. Add milk or cream to the list, and you've got the makings of a super special breakfast of champions. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. The schooner Spindrift is tied up to the waterfront of the Philippine town of Zamboanga in Mindanao. Uncle Jim has gone ashore to turn over his precious uranium-235 to the safekeeping of the Army troops at Pet Barracks. Jack and Billy and Betty and the Filipino Michelle are on the Spindrift packing their hiking equipment for a dangerous trip into the interior to obtain information on the missing Professor Loring. Right now, however, they are all on deck, watching a sailing beat approach. In this beat is the unprincipled trader Yates and a native Moro. Jack and the others are puzzled as to why Yates is seeking them out. Listen.
Gee, Willikins, Jack. Why in thunder do you imagine Yates is coming over toward us?
I don't know, Billy, but we'll certainly find out soon. Look how fast his beat is skimming over the water.
You wouldn't think he'd have nerve enough to look us in the face again after what he tried to do in Colabango.
Tried to do? Gee, Monetti, Betty, he just about did do everything he could. First, he betrayed the morals he was living with, and then he tried to wreck our ship in the breakers, and then he stole the Dragon's Eye ring.
You haven't said it all yet, Billy. Don't forget he trapped you in the quicksand, and he wanted to stick that hungry crocodile on us, too.
And after all that, here he is coming to see us.
We'll have to keep our eyes open when he's around, Jack. And I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw a hippopotamus.
He's coming to us from that Filipino schooner anchored over there, Billy. I wonder if that's his schooner. He's in the trading business, you know.
But he didn't have that schooner in Colabango, Jack. He must have picked it up since then.
Oh, I wish Uncle Jim were here. If Yates is up to some mean trick, Uncle Jim would soon find out about it.
Oh, of course, we wouldn't find out about it, too, Betty. We haven't got eyes, and we haven't got ears, and we're so dumb.
Well, anyway, we've got Michelle. He's our prize secret.
What do you mean, Jack?
Maybe I didn't tell you, but Michelle can speak the dialect around here.
Is that right, Michelle? Can you understand these Moros and Visayans and whatnot?
Me understand them, Senor Billy, but they not think so.
That's where the secret comes in, Billy. Everyone can see that Michelle comes from Manila, way up to the north. He's a Tagalog. And no one here would ever think a Tagalog could speak the local dialect. It's so different.
Say, we've got something there. Michelle, don't you ever let them know that you can understand them.
Me not, Senor Billy. Me be plenty dumb. Me say, huh? Huh? All the time.
Yates is getting close, Jack.
Now, look, he's letting down the sail. He is going to come aboard.
We'll let him come aboard, Billy. We'll let him talk all he wants to. Maybe we can find out just what he's doing in Zamboanga with that trading schooner.
Spindrift, ahoy!
Ahoy there, Yates. What do you want?
I just want to say hello. May I come aboard?
Do you get that, Betty? He says he just wants to say hello. Jumping Jiminy, but he must think we're dumb.
All right, Yates, you can come aboard. Wait, I'll throw you a line.
Here's the line, Jack. I'll heave it to him. Here's your line, Yates. Watch out. Hey, you're going to bump into the schooner.
Well, it won't hurt you, schooner. Come on, Riccardo. You come aboard with me.
Say, I don't like the looks of Riccardo. He's a Moro, isn't he, Jack?
He's a Moro, all right. You can't mistake those pantaloons and that turban. He's a mean-looking Moro, too.
Yeah, where's Captain Fairfield? Is he aboard?
No, Yates, he's ashore. Now, what's your business?
Wait a minute there, young fella. You don't have to look so grim and unpleasant. Can't we let bygones be bygones?
Jumping crickets. You want us to forget all the things you tried to do to us in Colabango?
Well, that's all over now. You got the best of me, I'll admit it. I don't hold any hard feelings. After all, we white men have to stick together in this wild country of Mindanao.
We don't want to stick with you, Yates.
I'll say we don't. Now, suppose you tell us just what you want on board the Spindrift.
Why, I don't want anything especially. Just want to pass the time of day. Who's this Filipino? What's he doing here?
This is Michelle. He's part of our crew, if you must know.
He comes from Manila, doesn't he? Some part close to Manila. Michelle, ne parang estagon mula, parang, kare la vida, arakangkanga. Huh?
What you say?
Kuri mula sage. Ang mula wa, tarakagara.
What you say, huh?
So your friend Michelle doesn't talk the dialect.
Too bad. You could use him as an interpreter if he did.
You still haven't told us your real reason for coming aboard, Yates.
Oh, you're too suspicious, young fella. Didn't I see an Army truck leave this dock just a few minutes ago?
Maybe you did, Yates. So what?
Sort of funny, isn't it, to unload your cargo on an Army truck? You haven't anything to do with the Army.
That's our business, Yates.
Well, no use acting uppity about it. I was just wondering. What did you unload on that truck?
You can just keep on wondering, Yates. You're pretty good at that.
Oh, it's something you want to keep secret, eh? Well, I'm not interested. It's no business of mine.
Suppose I ask a few questions, Yates.
I don't mind answering questions. I haven't anything to hide.
Is that your trading schooner anchored over there?
Why, sure, that's my trading schooner.
You didn't have that schooner when we saw you in Cotabango.
What's that to you, Billy Fairfield?
Oh, nothing. I was just wondering, too.
Well, if you want to know, I'm in a little different form of trading now. I collect stuff up and down the coast and sell it here in Zamboanga.
What kind of stuff do you collect, Yates?
What's that? What business is it of yours?
You said you were willing to answer questions, but that question seems to upset you.
Upset me? Why, of course it didn't upset me. I don't mind telling you. I haven't anything to hide. I collect and sell spices.
Spices?
Well, what's so funny about that? Why are you staring at me so? What's so strange about collecting spices?
Well, what do you know about that? Spices of all things.
Why, isn't that odd, Jack, after what happened in the marketplace to find...
Never mind about that, Betty. If Yates says he's trading in spices, then maybe he really is trading in spices.
Of course I'm trading in spices. What's that on your belt? Isn't that one of those pedometers some of the soldiers use around here when they go up in the hills?
Sure it is. Tells how far you walk.
Well, if you haven't anything to do with the Army, it's mighty queer that you have one of those pedometers on your belt. Those aren't for sale. Why do you want to see how far you walk?
We like to walk around and around the deck of the schooner, Yates, and see how many laps to a mile.
All right, don't tell me. I'm trying to be friends with you. If you don't want to be friends, well, that's your lookout. You mind if I take a look around deck?
Go right ahead, Yates. Look all you want. Maybe you can figure out what we loaded on that Army truck.
Come on, Ricano. I heard this ship went through a typhoon. Let's see how well it stood it.
I don't believe him one bit. He wants to find out something else.
Of course he does, Betty. We'll keep an eye on him and try to figure out what he's looking for.
Jack, he was certainly interested to know what we put in that Army truck. Do you suppose he knows anything about the uranium?
I don't believe he does, Billy. If he knew we'd recovered that uranium from the sunken ship, he could have guessed what was in that truck.
Jack, wasn't that a funny coincidence that he's trading in spices?
I'm wondering if it isn't more than just a coincidence, Betty. That's why I stopped you before you could tell him what happened at the market. I don't want him to know that we found Professor Loring's watch and the wrist of the native who sold spices in the market.
Jumping Jiminy, I hadn't thought of that angle of it. Do you suppose Yates really has something to do with that native?
Well, we know one thing, Billy. We know that he sells spices to that man, and we know that man had Professor Loring's watch.
But he said he got it from an old Moro peddler, Jack.
That may be true, Betty. But if there's anything funny about that man at the market, then it certainly looks as though Yates might have something to do with it, too. There's a whole lot that needs explaining.
Well, I'll say there is. For one thing, how did Yates get hold of that trading schooner? We know he didn't have it before.
And another thing, why is Yates so interested in finding out if we have anything to do with the Army? He's awfully worried about that.
And he keeps saying all the time that he hasn't anything to hide. So I just know that he's got a whole lot to hide.
Jack, look at Yates. He's trying to open the hatch to the main hold.
He's got his nerve. I just as soon he didn't know that we have an autogyro airplane stowed down below. Hey, Yates, I didn't say you could open that hatch. Lay off.
He's not laying off. He and that Moro are trying to force it open with a crowbar.
Come on, Billy. Come on, Michelle. We'll put a stop to that.
He's trying to get it open before we get there, Jack. He's almost got it open.
He won't get it open before we get there, Billy.
Bad man, Senor Jack, but we stop him plenty quick.
Now, what's the idea, Yates? I told you to lay off opening that hatch.
So you have got something to hide in this ship, eh? Well, I'm going to find out what it is. Open it up, Ricano. Say you make out Colita.
Lay off that, Ricano.
Well, he's still trying to open it, Jack. Shall we jump him?
Just a minute, Billy. Yates, I'll give you one last warning. Tell that Moro to leave that hatch alone, and both you and he get off this ship.
Tell him yourself, young fella. We'll see if he obeys you.
All right, then we're going to throw you off the ship.
You and who else?
Well, you don't think we can do it, do you? You don't think that Jack and Michelle and I can do it?
Stop talking, Billy. That Moro will have this hatch cover off in a second. Michelle, can you handle the Moro?
Me handle him very good, Senor Jack.
Good. Billy and I will take care of Yates.
Well, I'd blast your hides. I'll knock your heads together for this. I'll teach you to interfere with me.
Look out, Jack. Watch him.
Take this, you young...
There, boy. I'll give you a tackle. That's it.
Grab his leg, Billy. I'll get his arm.
I'll get him, boy.
Here, fire.
I get him down.
Now, we've got him, Billy. Where's Michelle? How's he getting on with that Moro, Betty?
He chased the Moro back into the bean Vina, Jack. He took the crowbar from the Morrow and chased him back into the Vina. See, he's standing on deck to keep the Morrow from coming back aboard.
That's great. Let Yates up, Billy. I guess he'll lead the ship now.
I'll get you for this, Jack Armstrong. I won't forget.
I don't care what you don't forget. Will you get back, or shall we throw you overboard?
Yeah, I'll get back. But you'd better keep out of my way hereafter, young fellow.
We ought to throw him overboard anyway, just for good measure. I would if it weren't for the sharks. All right, Yates, get back to your Vina. Quick, on the run. Come on, Jack. Let's see that he does shove off. There he goes over the side. You must think we'll change our minds and really throw him to the sharks.
No, tú le quieras salabut. No paga me. Diga.
What's he saying to the Morrow? I wish I knew. Look at him shove off. Here comes Michelle. Maybe he could understand them. How about it, Michelle? Do you know what they were saying?
Me no, Senor Jack. Yates say we come back later and see if rifles on schooner.
Rifles? Why does he think we have any rifles on board?
Billy, that gives me an idea. I think I know what Yates is up to. Come on, we're going to see Uncle Jim.
Say, Jack really thinks he knows what Yates is up to. And Jack must think it's pretty important, too, because he's going to see Uncle Jim right away. There's something mighty mysterious about Yates and that trading schooner of his. You'll certainly want to follow this through and see what it's all about. So listen in, all of you, at this same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Look, how would you like to have a standing date every morning with one of the best-tasting breakfast dishes you ever discovered? You would? Okay, then here's what to do. Ask Mother to get you 2 or 3 packages of those extra good Wheaties flakes the next time she gets the groceries. Then tell her you want a breakfast of champions, that year-round training breakfast of great athletes every morning. Why, say, once you've tried Wheaties with milk and your favorite fruit, I'm willing to bet you'll be one of our best Wheaties boosters. And I'll bet, too, that you'll agree with millions of other fellas and girls that Wheaties taste like a million. Try them tomorrow morning, won't you?
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand.
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Look, if someone would invent a gadget that would let the radio listener, that's you, talk back to the announcer, that's me, you'd probably hear something like this today. Fellows and girls, if you'd like to get in on one of the best-tasting breakfast dishes I know...
You better try Wheaties. Right, Mr. McCormick?
Who said that?
It's me, Larry. I'm sitting right here at home.
I'll be doggoned.
Okay, Mr. McCormick, go right ahead with your announcement.
Thanks, Larry. Well, as I was just about to say, that combination of Wheaties, milk, and fruit is a real champion for flavor.
That's for sure. Why, say, when you taste the key malty flavor of Wheaties and milk and the flavor of the fruit you like best, you've got a dish that tops them all in the taste department.
That's putting it mildly, Larry. A breakfast of champions, fellows and girls, gives you the kind of extra good flavor that ought to make second helpings just about a regular thing at your breakfast table. What's more...
I agree, Mr. McCormick. The time's a-wasting. And flavor is just one of the reasons why so many fellas and girls eat a breakfast of champions every morning.
That's right, Larry. There's another point that ought to make a big hit with every one of Jack Armstrong's friends. You see, a breakfast of champions gives you the kind of nourishment that helps make an athlete a real winner. And that means...
That means all the well-known essential nourishment of real whole wheat.
Right. In Wheaties, you get every bit of the well-known essential nourishment nature packs into the whole wheat berry. Well, Larry, that's about all I've got to say. Anything you want to add?
Just one thing, Mr. McCormick. I think it'd be a great idea if every one of Jack Armstrong's friends had a big breakfast of champions tomorrow morning.
Hey, that's an A number 1 suggestion, Larry. How about it, fellows and girls?
Join Larry and millions of Jack Armstrong's friends in a keen-tasting, nourishing breakfast of champions tomorrow morning for sure.
It's a date, Mr. McCormick.
And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Jack, Billy, Betty, and Uncle Jim are returning to the schooner Spindrift, which is tied up at the Army dock in the Philippine town of Zamboanga in Mindanao. Near the Spindrift, but anchored out from the waterfront, is a Philippine coasting schooner owned by the unprincipled trader Yates. Yates has recently visited Jack aboard the Spindrift and acted in such a suspicious manner that Jack and Billy and Betty went up to the Army post at Pet Barracks to get Uncle Jim. Now, as they approach the dock, Uncle Jim is trying to figure out what mischief Yates has in mind. Listen.
Let me get this straight now, Jack. When Yates and his Moro came aboard the Spindrift, he was very much interested in what we'd just unloaded on that Army truck.
That's right, Uncle Jim. Of course, he didn't know anything about the lost uranium which we recovered and which the Army's going to keep for us. But he was awfully curious about that Army truck, Uncle Jim.
Then he said that he was using his trading schooner to collect and sell spices.
That's just what he said, Uncle Jim. He tried awfully hard to make us believe him, too.
That's very important, especially since we know that the native spice dealer here in Zamboanga was wearing Professor Loring's wristwatch.
Uncle Jim, maybe that spice dealer was lying when he said he got that watch from an old Moro peddler. Maybe he got it from Yates. Maybe Yates knows whether Professor Loring is dead or alive.
No, Billy. The spice dealer did get the watch from an old Moro peddler. We found that to be true. But to get back to Yates, what did he do then?
He tried to open the hatch to the main hold of the schooner and see what was inside. We didn't let him. And Billy and Michelle and I made him and his Moro leave the schooner.
Was that when he told the Moro that they'd come back later?
That's it, Uncle Jim. Yates didn't know that Michelle understood the dialect. So he told the Moro in dialect that they'd come back later and see if we had any rifles aboard.
That's odd. That's very odd. Maybe you're right, Jack.
Jumping chimney, Uncle Jim. You think there's a chance that Yates may be using this spice trading as a blind? You think he may really be trying to get some guns into the hands of those tribes up in the hills?
There's a chance of it, Billy. We know that someone's stirring up these tribes. We know that the Moro Sultan below is trying to organize a rebellion against the government, and we think that the old Moro peddler came up here from the interior of Mindanao, where Sultan below or someone else is holding Professor Loring captive.
If we could only get on board Yates' schooner, we could soon find out if he was just trading in spices.
Jack, I don't see Michelle on board our ship, and we told him to wait for us.
Maybe he's below deck somewhere, Betty. Hi, Michelle. We're coming aboard. That'll bring him up. He doesn't answer, Jack. Maybe he couldn't hear us below, Billy. We'll go aboard and see where he is. Watch his gangplank. It's steep and slippery. You go first, Betty. Watch your step.
Oh, the gangplank is slippery. You hope nothing's happened to Michelle.
Oh, nothing's happened to him unless Yates and that Moro came back. Michelle would put up a good fight if they tried to come back aboard. Watch out, Billy. Let Uncle Jim get aboard.
I'm all right, Billy. Feels good to be on deck again. Michelle, are you on board?
Jack, I don't believe he is on board. But he must be, unless something's happened to him.
Jack, the main hatch cover's been pulled to one side. Did you do that?
Well, the hatch cover is off. It was on tightly when we left the ship, Uncle Jim.
Oh, Uncle Jim, that means that Yates and that Moro did come back. Oh, I just know something terrible's happened to Michelle.
Yates came back all right. He said he was going to come back and see what was in our main hold.
How long were you gone from the ship, Jack?
I didn't look at my watch, Uncle Jim. Wait a minute. I can tell you how far we walked with this speedometer Lieutenant Rawlings gave me. Here, it's on my belt. We've walked exactly 2.25 miles to Pet Barracks and back. That'd take about 50 minutes. And we were there about 10 minutes. We've been going just an hour, Uncle Jim.
That'd give Yates plenty of time to come back to the schooner and overpower Michelle.
But, gee, Whitaker, Jack, what did he do with Michelle? Maybe Michelle is bound and gagged in the main cabin, Billy. The companion hatch is open. Let's go below and look. Yates must have had that Moro with him. He couldn't handle Michelle alone. I'll bet Michelle put up a swell scrap at that. Boy, look at this, Billy. Look at this cabin. Jumping chimney. It looks as though a typhoon had romped around in it. This is where the fight took place, Billy. Yates got Michelle below on some pretext, so nobody on shore could see them. But there's no sign of Michelle. Come on, Billy. Let's go above and tell Uncle Jim. Maybe Michelle is tied up in the main hold, Jack. Or maybe Yates took him away, Billy.
Michelle in the main cabin, Jack?
No, he's not, Uncle Jim. But that's where he tried to fight them off. The whole cabin's turned inside out.
But where is he? I've just looked in the main hold. He's not there. Betty's looking in the forward cabin.
Here she comes. Is Michelle in your cabin, Betty?
No, he's not, Jack.
Then he must be aboard Yates' schooner, Uncle Jim. They tied him up, gagged him, and took him aboard in their Vita. Look, Jack. Look over there at Yates' schooner. They're hoisting anchor. And there are a couple of men on deck hoisting sail, too, Uncle Jim. Michelle must be aboard that schooner, and they're about to leave.
Oh, we can't let them run away with Michelle.
Look sharp, everyone. We're going to intercept them and get Michelle back. Betty, go to the jib and stand by to raise it. I'll get the forecastle out of stops and ready to raise. Jack, you and Billy get this mainsail ready. All right, get to it.
I'll start at this end and unfurl the mainsail. Billy, you work from the other end. I wish we had these sails all ready to go up. Look at Yates' schooner. He's got his mainsail and jib up, and he's underway. He'll have his forecastle up in just a second. He won't get away, Billy. The spindrift can sail rings around that Filipino tub of his. Yeah, I guess he didn't expect us back so soon. He thought that he'd be gone before he came back. But I wonder why he took Michelle back with him. Well, maybe he thought Michelle knew too much. There, my half of the sail's out of stop. So's mine, Jack. She's all ready to hoist. We're all ready to raise the mainsail, Uncle Jim.
The forecastle's all set, too, Jack. How about that jib, Betty?
She's all ready to raise, Uncle Jim.
Raise your jib, Betty. I'll cast off the bowline. Jack, you cast off the stern line. We'll let the jib swing our bow around, then we'll hoist all sail.
Come on, Billy. You haul in the gangplank while we cast off the line.
Jib's going up, Uncle Jim.
All right, Betty. Belay the halyard and give it an easy sheet.
This gangplank is heavy, but I'm getting it. The stern line's off, Uncle Jim.
All right, Jack. The bowline's off. When the bow swings, you and Billy hoist the mainsail.
Need any help, Billy? No. There. The gangplank's aboard, Jack. I'll come and lend a hand with the mainsail. I'll take the peak halyard, Billy. Okay. I'll get the throat halyard. Wait for me. Here, I've got both halyards free. Take the throat. Ready? Up we go. Yates' schooner's under full sail, Jack. They're heading out to sea. It won't take us long to overtake them, Billy. That schooner's half as broad as she is long. She pushes the whole ocean before her. Jiminy, Jack. I hope Michelle is safe. He'd better be. Maybe Michelle can learn something important. If they don't know that he can understand their dialect. I was thinking of that, Billy. He may be able to find out a whole lot about Yates. There. That's as high as I can get the throat. I'll make it fast. And the peak's all the way up. Look, Uncle Jim has the forecastle up. We're picking up speed.
Take the wheel, Jack. Billy, you stay with him to handle sheets.
Aye, aye, Uncle Jim. Trim in your main sheet some, Billy. I'm going to point a little ahead of Yates' schooner. In she comes, Jack. Stay weighing. A little more, Billy. Okay, just the way Uncle Jim has the forecastle trimmed. There, that's enough. Okay. We are going faster than Yates' old tub. Oh, we'll overhaul him in no time, Billy.
You're pointing just right, Jack. Hold that course.
Aye, Uncle Jim. Watch your step, Betty.
Did I trim the jib sheet all right, Jack?
It's trimmed just right, Betty. We'll overhaul that antique barge before you know it.
Oh, I hope they haven't hurt Michelle. I hope we get him back all right.
We'll get him back all right, Betty.
Look at the excitement on the deck of Yates' schooner, Jack. Some of the Moros are arguing with Yates. They know what we want. I bet they're trying to persuade Yates to let Michelle go. But, Uncle Jim, aren't you going to board the schooner and see what Yates is up to?
Not unless we have to save Michelle, Billy. That'd be piracy. We'll let the proper authorities handle Yates.
Look, Jack. Aren't they bringing Michelle up on deck? Isn't that he?
It certainly looks like him. What's going on aboard that schooner? Why, they're making Michelle jump overboard.
Oh, he's jumped. He's swimming. He's swimming toward us. Won't the sharks get him?
There's a chance of that, Betty, but Michelle's one man who's not afraid of a shark. Change your course a little, Jack. There, that's just right. We'll pick him up in a moment.
Trim the main sheet a little, Billy. I'm getting off the wind a trifle. Okay. There, that's enough. Betty, tie a bowline in that line, will you? We'll need it to haul Michelle aboard.
All right, Jack. Oh, I hope a shark doesn't get him.
Give me the wheel, Jack. I'll come up into the wind alongside of Michelle. You and Billy haul him aboard.
Here you are, Uncle Jim. We're getting pretty close to him.
We'll pick him up right here at the stern. Stand by. I'm roughing up. All right, Jack. We're swinging into Michelle. Look sharp.
That's perfect, Uncle Jim. You got him right alongside. There, Michelle. Here's a line. Slip your foot through the bight of the bowline and we'll haul you on board.
All right, Senor Jack. You hold on. You pull me up.
Come on, Billy. Lend a hand. Hey, hold. Okay. Heave. Watch it, Billy. Not too hard. Okay. There. Got hold of the rail. Give me your hand, Michelle. Up you come. Put your foot in the chart. There you are.
Oh, Michelle, I was afraid a shark might get you.
Me no afraid sharks. Me no afraid Yates either.
What happened to you, Michelle?
Yates and Moro come board. They want see what in ship. Me try no let them. They come board anyway. Me go into cabin get something for hit them with. They come in cabin, both them, and get me. They tie me up. They put cloth in mouth.
And they took you to their schooner. Tell us, Michelle. Could you find out anything while they held you prisoner?
Me find out plenty much. Me listen. They no think me understand, but me understand whole lot.
But Chilp and Giraffe, Michelle, tell us what you learned. Is Yates really in the spice business?
He got spice on board. He sells spice.
But is that all he has on board, Michelle?
That all he got on board now, Senor Jack. But me listen. Me know he bring other things to Zamboanga.
Other things? What other things, Michelle?
He bring rifle. He bring ammunition. Rifle go up in hill country.
Chump and crickets, you were right, Jack. You guessed it right.
What else did you learn, Michelle?
Yates no understand what you do here. He think maybe you bring rifle too. He think maybe you bring rifle for give other tribes that want help soldiers.
So that's why he was so interested in it. One thing more, Michelle. Did you learn anything about the old Moro peddler that brought Professor Loring's watch to Zamboanga?
Me no learn much about him, Senor Jack. But me think he bad man, too. Me think we find out something more about him.
That's just what we're going to do, Michelle. We're going up into the hill country and find this Moro peddler and see what he knows about Professor Loring. But first, we're going back to Pet Barracks to tell the Army what we know about Yates. Look sharp, everyone. Trim all sheets. We're going back to the dock, and then we're going to find this old Moro peddler.
Did you hear that? Jack and Uncle Jim and the others are going into the wild hill country to find that Moro peddler. Say, there's some strange connection between that peddler and Yates and the native spice seller who had Professor Loring's watch. It looks as if this search for a clue, the missing Professor Loring, will lead to a lot more excitement than Jack and Uncle Jim figured on. You'll want to be with them when they get into that dangerous hill country, so be on hand, all of you, at this same time next Monday for another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Now, here's a red-hot tip for some extra pleasure you can have tomorrow afternoon. Along about 3 or 4 o'clock, hike out into the kitchen and help yourself to a heaping big bowl of those keen-tasting Wheaties flakes. Those good whole wheat flakes pack a flavor wallop that just hits the spot in the afternoon. Try Wheaties tomorrow in the middle of the afternoon, won't you?
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye till Monday for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how.
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Okay, you table tennis shark. Let's see you get this one. Doggone it, I missed it again. Hey, listen, Charlie, where'd you learn to play this game? You're beating a hide off me.
Say, you didn't expect a win from me, did you? Why, heck, I've been practicing my strokes all winter. And I've been keeping in training, too.
You mean you've been training to play table tennis? Oh, that's the funniest one I've heard all week. Jeepers, I'll bet you'd want to get in training before you shovel the snow off the front steps. Oh, you're the trainingest guy I ever met.
Listen, I didn't get in training especially so I could play table tennis with you. I just naturally am in training, and, well, I think it helps me play a better game. You see, I've got a training program I follow all year round, and that way I'm always ready to play any game that comes along.
Yeah, but training is hard work.
Not the way I do it. Listen, Joe, did you ever hear of the 3 training rules of Jack Armstrong? They're a swell system to follow, and it's easy as anything.
You mean that training program they tell us about on the radio? Oh, those Jack Armstrong rules sound too doggone easy to me. They can't be much good.
Well, any training program that's okayed by athletes like Bob Feller and Gene Sargent is good enough for me.
Maybe a good training system would help me if I gave it a chance. Well, what do you have to do, Charlie?
Well, it's just like Franklin McCormick tells us on the Jack Armstrong broadcast.
I'm sure that every fellow and girl will get real benefit from following the 3 training rules of Jack Armstrong. That's why I'm advising you to, first, get plenty of fresh air, sleep, and exercise. Second, use lots of soap and water every day. And third, eat a genuine athlete's training breakfast in the morning. Lots of those crunchy, toasted whole wheat flakes called Wheaties with plenty of milk and your favorite kind of fruit. Yes, sir, that's a breakfast of champions you should be eating regularly. It's brimming with keen flavor, the extra special Wheaties kind that makes you want to come back for more and more Wheaties. It's packed with real get-up-and-go nourishment to help you get a champion start for the day. I'm telling you, the sooner you get in training and eat Wheaties for breakfast, the more fun you're going to get out of life. Be sure to ask for some Wheaties right away, will you? That's swell. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Jack Jack Armstrong is about to leave his horse escort and start on foot into the wild hill country, the Zamboanga Peninsula, in Mindanao in the Philippines. With him are Billy, Betty, Uncle Jim, and the Filipino Michelle. Jack and the others are in search of an old Moro peddler whom they think knows something of the missing Professor Loring. They followed the main trail on horses loaned by the Army troops stationed at Pet Barracks on the coast. But now they're leaving the main trail and starting off on foot along a rough, narrow trail that leads to the village of Molita. Right now, they're saying goodbye to Lieutenant Rawlings, who, with a squad of soldiers, will take the horses back to Pet Barracks. Listen.
Oh, listen to those horses neigh and whinny, Lieutenant Rawlings. I think they're glad they're not going any further into this wild country.
These horses always get restless up here in the hills, Jack. I think they smell the wild boars that roam around through the thick underbrush.
Jumping Jiminy, Lieutenant Rawlings. Don't tell me that there are wild boars in this country.
There certainly are, Billy. And they have long tusks. Don't ever dispute the right of way with one of them. They're mean customers.
I understand they attack horses sometimes, Rawlings.
That's right, Captain Fairfield. You have to keep an eye on that pack horse of yours.
You mean a wild boar will actually attack a horse?
He will if he gets the chance, Betty. Take that pack horse of yours. He's got a heavy pack strapped to each side of the saddle. He could keep one wild boar away with his heels. But if 2 or 3 of them attacked him, he couldn't fight them off. And he couldn't run away very fast.
We'd better let Michelle and the pack horse go in front of us, Uncle Jim. Then we can keep an eye on the horse.
We'll do that, Jack. And I'll keep my hunting rifle ready for action.
Are there any other wild animals that are dangerous, Lieutenant Rawlings?
There's just one other wild animal you'll have to be careful of. That's a tamaro.
Oh, I've heard of them. They're like rather small buffaloes.
Yes, but there's nothing small about their horns. They're wild and dangerous, and they'll charge you without warning.
Holy smoke. In the jungle swamps, it's crocodiles, and up here it's wild animals with horns. Not to speak of the natives.
You'll find the natives safe enough, Billy, if you don't antagonize them, and if they haven't started their uprising yet.
Well, Rawlings, we'll try not to antagonize them, but we're going to find that old Moro peddler.
And don't forget that you're going to keep an eye open for any sign of gun smuggling in the interior. They won't suspect you of being interested in that. All the hill tribes know me by this time.
You bet we will, Lieutenant Rawlings. It looks as though this Moro peddler's mixed up in that, too, as well as with the disappearance of Professor Loring.
Well, except for one thing, I guess you're all set to start off. You've got your equipment on the pack horse, and you've got that pedometer I gave you on your belt, haven't you, Jack?
I'll say I have. See it? I've set it at 0, and from this moment on, I'll know exactly how far I've walked.
You certainly will. If you use that pedometer with that map I gave your Uncle Jim, you won't get lost.
You said that we were all set to start off except for one thing, Rawlings. What is that one thing?
That's a little surprise I have for you from Colonel Brewster.
Clark, bring those walkie-talkies here.
Jumping Jupiter, what on earth is a walkie-talkie?
A walkie-talkie is the Army slang name for a little portable radio set we use. It only weighs a few pounds. You strap it on your back.
You mean you can actually talk to someone at a distance with a set as small as that?
You certainly can. You can talk from 10 to 15 miles, depending on atmospheric conditions. Here, Clark's bringing them now. See how light and portable they are?
That's mighty kind of you, Lieutenant. Those sets ought to prove mighty useful.
I hope they will. Clark, give one set to Jack and the other to Billy. Now, sling them over your back and buckle those straps in front. Here. That's the way you do it.
This is a mighty light radio set. I'd hardly know what's on me.
They look like toys, don't they? I just love the name, walkie-talkie.
The soldiers gave them that name. They walk with them, they talk with them, so there you are. They're run by batteries, of course. And there's no tuning dial since they broadcast on just one wavelength.
Oh, where's the microphone, Lieutenant Rawlings?
The mic's in that canvas pocket on the right side. Pull it out. That's the way. And that little steel telescopic rod extends upward as an antenna when you want to use it.
Let's try them out, Jack, just to make sure they're all right.
Okay, Billy. Pull the antenna rod out. Now, I'll speak into this little mic. Hello, Billy.
Oh, nothing happened.
Hey, you both forgot to turn on the switch.
Oh, gosh.
Reach back. It's at the bottom of the pack.
Here it is. Turn your switch on, Billy. Now we'll see how it works. Hello, Billy.
Jumping Jiminy, it scared the daylight out of me, Jack. The voice is coming from my undershirt. I'll try mine now. Can you get this, Jack?
I'll say I got it. Hey, this is marvelous. If we have to be separated and get into any trouble, we can yell to each other about it.
And here's an extra set of batteries. See, they're quite small.
I'll take those, Rawlings. It was very kind of Colonel Brewster to think of lending us these little radio sets.
Colonel Brewster thinks that you may bring back some very important information for him, Captain Fairfield. That's why I want you to have everything he can spare. If someone is really smuggling rifles to the hill tribes, you'll be able to get information better than any of us. They won't suspect you. They'll think you're just after some news of the missing Professor Loring.
Well, that's my real mission, Rawlings, but you can trust us to keep our eyes open. This little trail goes directly to the village of Molita, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, but there are several forks. Now, the first fork is 1.5 miles from here. Take the left-hand trail there. Now, keep to the left for 2 miles more. At that point, they're right.
You'll have to keep track of these distances with your pedometer, Jack.
I'll watch it closely, Uncle Jim.
And the natives of Molita won't be friendly to you, but I don't think they'll give you any real trouble. Well, now, I'll take my horses and men back to Pet Barracks. Goodbye, and good luck to you.
Goodbye, Lieutenant Raleigh.
Come on, men. Back we go. Steady there, Black Star. Well, up. There we are. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, here we are, alone on the Zamboanga Peninsula of Mindanao.
Hardly alone, Billy. There are many thousands of natives scattered through these hills. Moros, Visayans, Manobos.
And some of them are pretty fierce, too, Billy.
Oh, but they can't be as fierce as the Moros around Cotabango, Jack.
Some of them are, Betty. The tribes around Lake Lanao are the fiercest tribes in the islands. But let's get going. Michelle, you lead the pack horse in front of us. If any wild boars try to attack him, I'll take care of them with my hunting rifle.
Me lead back horse, Captain Fairfield. But if you shoot, you make sure you hit wild boar. You no hit me.
Oh, you don't have to worry about Uncle Jim's marksmanship, Michelle. He can drill a dime at 50 yards.
Me not worry. Me just careful, that all. Come on, horse. We go.
Look at the horse paw the ground. I don't believe he wants to go, Uncle Jim.
He's going just the same, Betty. We can't carry tents and cooking equipment and supplies on our back.
Oh, look at how mirror up. Those packs will slide off his back, Uncle Jim. Cinched up pretty tightly, Billy. Here, Michelle, I'll lend you a hand with it. Hey, steady there, Seabiscuit.
That's good, Senor Jack. You know how I handle horse. He gone now. Me lead him.
Good work, Jack. Now, let's get going. We've got quite a hike ahead of us.
This isn't much of a trail, Uncle Jim. Kind of hard to follow it along the trees of this hillside.
It's a lot better than no trail at all, Billy. We may find ourselves going across country with nothing to guide us but a compass and Jack's pedometer.
It's climbing uphill, isn't it, Uncle Jim?
That's right, Betty. According to this map I have, that's not much of a map, we climb this ridge ahead of us, and we drop down into a valley and cross a stream, then go up that distant ridge you see to the east.
And then we drop down to the village of Molita, Betty. Yeah, and then if the wild boars and tamaros don't get us, we find the old Moro peddler who sold Professor Loring's watch to that man in Zamboanga.
Uncle Jim, if that Moro peddler does have anything to do with stirring up these tribes against the government...
What do you mean, if he has anything to do with it, Betty? We know darn tootin' that he has got something to do with it.
No, we don't, Billy. We just think that he may be stirring the tribes up.
But, Uncle Jim, we know that Yates is smuggling in rifles to them, and Yates is tied up with that spice dealer in Zamboanga, and that spice dealer got the watch from the Moro peddler.
You'd never convict the Moro peddler on those grounds, Billy. Most of that's hearsay and guesswork.
But there's one thing we do know for sure. We know that the peddler must know something about Professor Loring.
Well, at least we know that he somehow got hold of Professor Loring's watch.
Well, look at the pack horse ahead, Uncle Jim. He stops. He won't go any further.
Oh, look at his ears go back, and look at him sniffing the air.
I'll bet he sees something or smells something in the bushes. Well, watch Michelle, Jack. He's looking at something in the bushes. He sees something. Maybe he sees a wild boar or a tamaro.
Stand to one side, Betty. I'll get this rifle ready, just in case we need it.
Look at the horse. He's rearing up again.
Look out. He's broken loose. He's galloping this way.
Oh, he's running away. He's running toward us.
Whoa there, boy. Watch him. Don't let him run over you.
I'll try to grab the rein, Uncle Jim. There, I got it.
Oh, he's dragging Jack along the trail.
Hold on, old Jack. Oh, Anna, boy, you're stopping him. He's slowing down.
Oh, look at him. He stopped. Jack stopped him.
I've got him. He won't get away. Oh, look how that horse quiets down when Jack speaks to him. It beats me how he does it. Why, he's actually coming back. Jack is leading him back.
He's quieted down, Uncle Jim. Hey there, Michelle. What started him off that way? You smell wild boar. Me saw wild boar in bushes.
A boar? A wild boar? Is he still there, Michelle?
No, he gone now. Me take order, Senor Jack. He all right now.
Okay, Michelle. But next time you hang on to that rein. I don't want to be dragged along like that again.
That was magnificent, Jack. If you hadn't stopped him, we'd have lost our packs.
Say, Jack, what are you looking at? Look, Uncle Jim. Look up on top of that ridge ahead. Just where I'm pointing. Don't you see something flashing in the sun?
Where, Jack? Wait a minute. There is something flashing there. It's gone now. No, it's back again.
Jumping Jiminy, you don't suppose...
Take a look through the binoculars. Let's see now. Just to the right of that distant tree. There, I'm on the spot. Yes, by Jove, there is something there.
But what is it, Uncle Jim? What is it?
It's a man, Betty. Maybe a Moro. He's signaling something to the valley beyond. He's signaling by waving his barong about. That's where the flashes of sunlight come from.
Well, what do you suppose it means, Uncle Jim?
It means that this trail is being watched, Billy. It means that when we arrive at the village, they'll be expecting us. But there's nothing we can do about it except be doubly on our guard. So, Let's get started.
That's mighty queer, that the natives should have a lookout posted to watch that trail. What do you suppose it means? But there's one thing certain. There's something very odd going on in that village, or they would never have a sentry posted. There's excitement of some sort ahead, you can bet on that. So be sure to listen in, all of you, at the same time tomorrow for another exciting episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Now, there's a world's champion breakfast waiting for you every morning this week if you'll get some Wheaties in a hurry. Eat those toasted Wheaties flakes with lots of milk and fruit, and you're having a genuine breakfast of champions. Be sure to get those Wheaties now.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how.
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Say, when the records show you that two different basketball teams both seem to have the same power and speed and playing ability, which team do you cheer for? Well, it's my guess that you'll be giving your support to the team you like best. And right there you have a perfect system for picking a real champion training breakfast for yourself this time of year. When you make up your mind to eat a training breakfast of whole wheat, the nourishing grain recommended in the winter diet of many great athletes, you'll want to know whether you should take that whole wheat breakfast in hot cooked form or in a tempting, crunchy, ready-to-eat form like those toasted flakes called Wheaties. Well, here's the answer for you, straight from headquarters. In the first place, we find that the heat of cooking doesn't count for a thing at helping to keep you warm in chilly weather. It's the number of fuel energy units a food gives you that's most important. And listen to this. Wheaties hand you the same number of these valuable fuel energy units to help keep you warm as you'd get from an equal amount of whole wheat served steaming hot from the kitchen stove. You see? That leaves the choice of your whole wheat training breakfast for winter strictly up to you. If you've been eating Wheaties for breakfast, if you prefer the champion flavor of those good whole wheat flakes, you can go right on enjoying your Wheaties all winter long without having to switch over even once to a hot-cooked breakfast. Now I'm asking you, isn't that the kind of a break a fellow or girl could want? You help yourself to a big bowl full of nourishing whole wheat, just the kind of food champion athletes need to help them keep on the go. And with that fine whole wheat nourishment, you're getting all the extra special goodness of those crunchy Wheaties flakes. All the keen flavor and real satisfaction you'd expect in a champion training breakfast these winter mornings. You'd better put in your bid for Wheaties right now. Eat them with lots of milk or cream and a glass of fruit juice. That's a real athlete's fuel energy breakfast, a genuine breakfast of champions. And it's yours to enjoy the minute you get those Wheaties. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Jack, Billy, Betty, and Uncle Jim are pushing ahead along a rough trail in the wild Zamboanga hill country of Mindanao. Michelle, their Filipino friend, is leading the way with a pack horse that carries their supplies and equipment. They're going to the village of Molita to find an old Moro peddler who knows something of the missing Professor Loring, and they suspect this peddler of having a hand in a threatened uprising among the tribes. Jack and Uncle Jim know that their progress has been observed by watchers stationed in the hills, and they're keeping a close eye on the trail ahead. Right now, they are approaching a questionable fork in the trail, and they are deciding which fork to take.
This fork in the trail looks like all the other forks we've passed, Jack. Which one do we take, the right or the left?
Wait a minute, Billy. I'll unhook the pedometer from my belt and see what it reads. Here, it says
says exactly 3.5 miles.
Then we better right here, Jack. Take the right fork, Michelle. You can persuade the pack horse to go that way.
All right, Captain Fairfield. We go right.
My guess that we'd be in a pickle if we didn't have that pedometer.
It certainly helps, Betty. Of course, if we didn't have it, we could figure out some way to know where we were.
But, Jack, we might figure wrong. We might have turned to the right on the wrong fork and be really lost. With the pedometer, we know exactly where we are.
That's right, and I'll bet the natives who are watching this trail know exactly where we are.
They ought to. We've seen 2 or 3 of them on the hilltop signaling down to the village.
But, Jack, why should they keep such a close watch on this trail?
I can make a pretty good guess, Betty. If the natives of Melita are stirring up all this unrest among the tribes, they'd want to be mighty careful as to who came to their village.
Oh, of course they would, Betty. And if any rifles and ammunition have been smuggled into this village, you can bet the natives of the village wouldn't want the soldiers to make a surprise raid on them.
And they'd watch this trail especially, since it's the trail that the soldiers from Pet Barracks would use.
I wish that old Moro peddler had stayed in Zamboanga. Then we wouldn't have had to come into this wild country to find out about Professor Loring.
But jumping Jiminy, Betty, the fact that this Moro peddler is in Melita shows that he may have something to do with all this trouble. And that shows that he may be an agent of Sultan Balloa. And if Balloa is holding Professor Loring prisoner, then this Moro peddler may know all about Professor Loring.
That's using your imagination, Billy. Anyway, we do know that this Moro peddler had Professor Loring's watch, so he must know something about Professor Loring.
I shouldn't wonder if he stole the watch from the professor, Uncle Jim.
It's more likely that it was given to him by the chief of the tribe that captured Professor Loring.
The trail takes a sharp turn ahead, Uncle Jim. I think I'll run ahead and take a look-see before the rest of you get there. We don't want to be taken by surprise.
That's a good idea, Jack. I'll go up ahead with you. Michelle, wait a minute. Billy, you wait here with Betty until Jack and I see what lies around the bend in the trail.
All right, Uncle Jim. And, Jack, be careful of that walkie-talkie radio set on your back. It may come off when you run.
Not this set, Billy. It's strapped on too well. Come on, Uncle Jim. We'll see if there's an ambush.
Move your pack horse to one side of the trail, Michelle. We're coming by.
Hey, pull over, horse. Pull over there. Where do you go, Senor Jock?
We're just going ahead to see around the bend in the trail, Michelle. You wait here till we give the all-clear signal.
I don't think there's any danger, Jack, but it's just as well to make sure. We seem to be getting involved in a lot more than we figured on at first.
Here, Uncle Jim. Here's a thick cluster of bushes just where the trail turns. We can look out from behind those bushes.
We'll do that, Jack. If I remember that map correctly, this trail should be dropping down to the creek pretty soon.
It does drop down to the creek, Uncle Jim. Why, we're almost there.
And that creek's pretty broad, too.
But look, Uncle Jim, there's a kind of suspension bridge across the creek. Imagine seeing a suspension bridge here.
It's a native suspension bridge, Jack. See, it's made up of heavy vines woven together. But you'd never get a horse on that bridge. We'll have to swim the pack horse across.
Boy, I hope he can swim.
All of the Army horses are taught to swim creeks, Jack.
Well, what about his packs? Won't our equipment get wet?
We can strap them on top of the pack carrier so they won't get wet when he swims across.
Look, Uncle Jim. Look up the trail on the far side of the creek. Isn't there someone about halfway up the hill watching us?
Where, Jack? Oh, I see him. Standing near that large tree. I don't think he sees us yet. He's just watching the trail.
I wonder what he'll do when he does see us.
Well, we might as well find out, Jack. He's got to see us eventually. Let's step out of the bushes and let him see us.
All right, Uncle Jim. We'll watch him and see what he does.
There, he sees us now. He's waiting to see how many of us there are.
Look, Uncle Jim, he turned around. He's signaling to somebody further up the hill.
The natives certainly have this trail under observation. But we aren't the people they're watching for, Jack. I believe they're on the lookout for the soldiers of Pet Barracks.
If the soldiers did come to search the village, Uncle Jim, I bet they wouldn't find a single suspicious thing. If there were any arms or ammunition there, they'd all be hidden somewhere else before the soldiers could arrive.
There's no doubt about that, Jack. You may as well signal Billy and the others to come along.
But wait, Uncle Jim. This is a dandy chance to try out that walkie-talkie radio set Colonel Brewster gave us. And wait till I get this mic out of the pocket of the set. There. Now pull out this rod antenna.
Billy sees what you're doing, Jack. He's getting his set ready to talk, too.
Of course, this is no real distance at all, but we'll see how it sounds. Hey, Billy, are you listening?
I'm listening, Jack. What can you see around the trail?
Gee, this is spooky, Uncle Jim. Billy's voice seems to be coming from the small of my back.
I heard that, too, Jack. Why, I bet I can even read your thoughts with this walkie-talkie, if you think out loud. Is anybody in sight around the trail?
The trail drops down to a creek, Billy. There's a native on the trail on the other side of the creek, halfway up the hill. He signaled to somebody else that he saw us.
Is it all right to come ahead, Jack?
Yeah, Uncle Jim says to come on ahead. And say, you'd better be prepared to get wet. We've got to swim the pack horse across the creek.
Swimmers feel mighty good now. I'm signing off, Jack. We'll be right along.
Okay, signing off. Uncle Jim, shall we go down to the creek? We can pick out a good place to swim the horse across.
We'll do that, Jack. I shouldn't wonder if we have some company before we get across that creek.
Company? You mean?
I mean, I saw that native wave his arm as if to signal someone to come on.
Then there must be a bunch of men on the other side of the creek, somewhere up the hillside.
I think there are, Jack. Remember, we're getting pretty close to the village now. If they're on the alert, they'll want to know who we are before we get across this creek.
I hope that old Moro peddler doesn't learn who we are before we get a chance to speak to him. He'll certainly take to his heels if he does.
I don't think he'll try to get away. If he's mixed up with this trouble, he'll be sure to stick around to see who we are. Well, there's the creek.
It looks pretty swift, Uncle Jim. Do you think the horse can make it all right?
He'll be carried downstream a little ways before he can get across. You and Billy and I'll have to see that he makes it somehow.
There comes Michelle and the pack horse now, Uncle Jim. And there's Billy and Betty.
Yes, and there's another native halfway up the hill on the other side of the creek, Jack. The tribe's beginning to assemble. Let's stop now.
Well, they're not really afraid of an attack yet, or they'd have cut this suspension bridge. Hey, this is some bridge. It's darn clever the way they've used the vines to hold it up.
They've made a very good suspension cable from those vines, Jack. See how they've twisted them together for the main cable?
We can let Betty go across on the bridge, Uncle Jim. No use her getting all wet, too. And she can take the walkie-talkie sets and my pedometer. We don't want those things getting wet.
Should say we don't. Come on, Michelle. They've got to swim that horse across.
We be there soon, Captain Fairfield.
Jumping Jiminy, Jack. Are we going to swim the horse across that creek? That's just what we're going to do, Billy. Too bad he isn't a trick horse. We could take him across that homemade suspension bridge. Well, that bridge was put there just for Betty.
Listen to the horse. He doesn't want to swim that creek, Jackie. He's telling you he doesn't want to.
And he's certainly making himself heard. But he'll swim it. Jumping Jiminy. Look across the creek, Betty. Over there where the trail goes up the hillside. There are two natives just standing there watching.
Oh, I see him, Billy. What are they going to do, Jack?
I hope they're not going to do anything, Betty. Uncle Jim thinks there'll soon be a bunch of natives here. Gee willikins, I hope they're friendly natives.
I don't know how friendly they'll be, Billy, but I don't think they'll try to harm us. The soldiers managed to keep these tribesmen in order in this part of the country.
Here, Betty, you take this pedometer and these portable radio packs, too. You'll have to carry them across the bridge to keep them dry.
All right, Jack. You and Billy take the walkie-talkies off your back. Here, I'll help you unstrap them.
Michelle and I'll rearrange these supply packs on the horse while you're doing that, Jack. Here, Michelle, lend me a hand with the surcingle. We've got to readjust the pack carrier. We don't want these packs to get wet when we swim across.
Me help, Captain Fairfield, but me no think horse will swim cross creek.
If he's been in the army long, he will, Michelle.
But this deep creek, Captain Fairfield, this very sweet creek. Me no think horse will like.
Well, we'll soon find out.
Are you all ready, Uncle Jim?
Just about, Jack. You'd better lead the horse into the water. You made friends with him with those lumps of sugar. Billy, you swim along on the downstream side of him. If he tries to turn around, head him off.
I'll try, Uncle Jim, but I'd rather try to swim the English Channel than to get this horse across that stream. Well, it may not be as hard as you think, Billy. Come on, old fella. Let's see if you'll follow me into the creek. Well, there's your answer, Jack. Look at those ears go back. Yeah, but he's coming, Billy. He's coming slowly. Watch how he tests the creek bottom before he puts each foot down.
You're doing fine, Jack. You get him in, you and Billy stay on that side of him. Michelle and I'll stay on this side.
He's actually going into the creek. But look, Jack, there's another native on the other side of the creek. That makes three of them. Never mind the natives, Billy. We've got to get this horse across. There, look at him. He's swimming. Stick with him, Billy. Put one hand on the pack carrier as you swim along. Hey, he is swimming, but this current is taking us downstream pretty fast.
Watch it, Jack. He's trying to turn around.
Hey, whoa there. You're going the wrong way. We're going across this creek. Now, get that head around and point right. Oh, yes. There. Yeah, that's more like it.
He's heading right now. We'll soon be across. Watch that pack on your side, Billy. It's slipping a little.
I'll try to hold it up, Uncle Jim, but it's going to get a little wet. There, I guess it won't slide anymore. Billy, this creek must come from way up in the hill. Did you ever feel anything so nice and cool? Yeah, and those natives on the other side of the creek must come from way up in the hills, too. And they may look cool, but they don't look nice. They've got barongs and all sorts of hardware with them, too. Well, that may not mean a thing. When you get up in these hills, everyone has some sort of knife on them. Hooray, it's getting shallow. Look, the horse is walking now. Yeah, we're just about across, Billy. I know it, Jack, and I wish we were back on the other side. Look up the trail. There's a whole flock of natives now, and they're coming down here toward us.
Well, they got the pack horse across the stream all right. But what next? There's a flock of tribesmen from the village coming down to meet them. And there's more than an even chance that they're not especially glad to see Jack and Uncle Jim and the others. But you can bet that Jack and Uncle Jim aren't going to turn around and go back until they find that old Moro peddler. Be sure to listen in at the same time tomorrow to another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Now, have you got the Wheaties all lined up for your breakfast of champions tomorrow morning? A big bowl full of those extra good whole wheat flakes, lots of milk or cream, and a glass of fruit juice. That's your all-year-round breakfast of champions.
the right breakfast for you every morning.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how.
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. You know, fellas and girls, it's fun to be a champion. A lot of famous athletes can tell you what a real kick they get out of delivering top-notch performance at their favorite sports. Yes, sir, and another thing. It's fun to eat like a champion. To start your day like a winner with a real champion breakfast that helps to set you up right for your morning's action. When you treat yourself to a heaping big bowl of Wheaties at breakfast time, lots of those toasted Wheaties flakes with milk or cream and fruit, you're enjoying the very same kind of breakfast that hundreds, yes, literally hundreds of champion athletes call for morning after morning. It's that well-known Breakfast of Champions. Talk about good. Say, Wheaties hand you a flavor so keen and tempting and downright satisfying, I know you can't resist it. It's the champion flavor that makes a big hit with athletes like Bucky Walters, the great baseball pitcher, the Cincinnati Reds, and Patty Berg, the famous golfing star. These champions go for Wheaties because they know those crunchy whole wheat flakes always taste good for breakfast. They're always fun to eat. But listen, don't think a breakfast dish can earn a champion rating on flavor alone. What you want in a real athlete's training breakfast is lots of bodybuilding nourishment, too. Well, this Breakfast of Champions has it, and plenty. It's an actual fact that Wheaties give you more complete, honest-to-goodness nourishment than you'd get from many other whole wheat cereals I can think of. Wheaties are extra nourishing. Get that? Wheaties are extra nourishing because they give you all the well-known important vitamins and minerals of the natural whole wheat grain. You see? Wheaties take the honors on every single count. Keen flavor, genuine satisfaction, and an athlete's supply of get-up-and-go nourishment. No, sir. You don't need to spend a lot of time wondering what's the right kind of breakfast for you these mornings. Just reach for that famous orange and blue package and help yourself to a big bowl full of Wheaties with plenty of milk and some kind of fruit. That's your Breakfast of Champions, and I mean champions. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Jack, Billy, Uncle Jim, and the Filipino Michelle have managed to swim their pack horse loaded with supplies across a swift creek in the wild hill country of Mindanao. They're on their way to the village of Molita to find an old Moro peddler who knows something of the missing Professor Loring. They also suspect this Moro peddler of being involved in a threatened uprising among the hill tribes. While they're swinging the pack horse across the stream, Betty has been crossing by means of a crude native suspension bridge. Now, as they wade through shallow water to the further bank of the creek, they see several natives coming down the trail to meet them. Listen.
Jiminy cricket, Jack. Look at those natives come down the trail. And they've got bows and barongs and other mean-looking weapons with them.
Yeah, but they've got their knives in their belts, Billy. They're not going to start a fight now. Let's get this pack horse up to high ground. He's acting restless.
Okay.
I think he'd like to turn around and swim back to the other side again.
Where's Betty? Is she across the bridge yet? Oh, yes, there she comes. She's loaded down with those walkie-talkie radio sets.
Oh, they're light sets, Uncle Jim. I hope she hasn't let anything happen to that pedometer of ours. That's the most useful thing we've got with us.
Yeah, if we have to chase that Moro peddler into the middle of Mindanao, we'll need that pedometer to keep track of how far we go. Look, Jack, those natives will be down at the creek in just about a minute.
And we'll be up on high ground to meet them in just about a second. Boy, are my clothes wringing wet. but it feels good in this hot climate.
Bring the horse back to the trail, Michelle. We'll stop there and see what these natives are up to.
Me no like these men, Captain Fairfield. They not come here to say hello. They come here to take one big look-see.
Well, we'll take one big look-see at them, too, Michelle. We've got to make friends with them. They come from the village, and we've got to get to that village and see the peddler.
You can speak their dialect, can't you, Michelle?
Maybe, Senor Jack. Me try. Me see.
Here comes Betty, Jack. Let's take those radio sets from her and sling them on our backs.
Okay, Billy. But what I want most is that pedometer. Hi, Betty. You didn't drop that pedometer into the creek, did you?
Of course I didn't, Jack. Here it is. Put it back on your belt.
Oh, you bet I'll put it back on my belt, Betty. I feel much safer about it when I can hear it ticking away as I walk.
Oh, I'll take my radio pack now, Betty. Here, Jack. Help me sling it on my back, will you?
Okay, Billy. Here. Slip your arms through the straps.
There.
That's the way.
You'd better put yours on, too, Jack. We don't know what's going to happen when these natives get down here. And if we get separated, well, we want to be able to talk with each other.
I'm putting it on now, Billy. There, slide it to the center of my back, will you? Just to...
There.
That's right. Check your switch and see that it's not turned on. We don't want to run down those batteries.
Oh, my switch is off. Jumping Jupiter, those natives are almost here. We'll soon see why they came to meet us.
Well, some of them speak English, Billy, but I doubt it.
I don't like their looks one bit, Uncle Jim.
I'm not concerned about their looks, Betty. It's their actions we've got to watch.
Yeah, if they knew that we suspected their village of bringing in rifles to use against the soldiers, well, they'd be mean customers.
They may be pretty mean anyway, Billy. If they're planning an uprising, they'll be suspicious of any white men coming into this country.
Oh, they look awfully fierce, Jack, with those long knives stuck in those red sashes.
Well, we'll soon know the worst. Here they are. That big fella's going to talk to Uncle Jim.
Welcome, white man. Me say to you, hello.
He does speak English, Billy.
And I say to you, hello.
My name, Karang. Me, Baganyo Molita.
What does he mean, Michelle? What's a Bagani?
Bagani mean head of village.
My name is Fairfield. We're going to your village.
You go Molita? Why you go Molita?
Jack, look how Garang is scowling.
Gee, Willikins, he can sure look fierce when he wants to.
Shh, Billy, he may understand you.
Why white man go Molita?
We're going there to see an old Moro peddler. We heard he was there.
Jumping crickets. Look at the expression on Garang's face now.
Why you go see Moro?
Oh, then the Moro peddler is in Molita, is he?
Maybe. Why you go see him?
I've got something important to ask him.
Maybe he not want see you.
Maybe not, but I want to see him, and I intend to see him.
Why you want see him, huh?
I have a friend. He's lost. He's lost in the middle of Mindanao. The Moro peddler knows something about him. That's why I want to see him.
Does white man speak truth?
Of course I speak the truth. What are you worried about?
That's the way to talk to these fellas, Billy. Put them on the defensive. Garang looks sort of doubtful, Jack.
He's going to speak to his men.
Try
hard to understand it.
What did he say, Michelle? Did you get it?
We understand little. He tell his men, give us big look-see.
What does he mean, Jack? Is he going to look us over?
I guess he's curious about what we've got in those packs on the horse, Billy.
Uncle Jim, they're coming toward us. What are they going to do?
Keep your nerve up, Betty. They're probably just going to look at our equipment. If worst comes to worst, I've got my hunting rifle, but I don't think we'll need it.
Hey! Hey there! Keep away from that pack horse. We don't want you messing up our packs.
Easy there, Billy. We've got to convince these chaps that we're not a menace to them. Now, look our stuff over. There's nothing in there but supplies and camping equipment.
We're making such a mess of our packs, Jack. We had everything packed so neatly.
We can fix those packs up later, Betty. But we want to keep an eye on them so that they don't steal anything.
Jack, Garang has his eye fixed on you. Look, he's coming over.
I don't like the way he's looking at you, Jack. I don't like it at all.
He's not looking at me, Betty. He's looking at something on my clothes. I know what it is. He spotted that pedometer. He sees it on my belt.
Gee, look, and Jack, he's coming right for it.
What's this, huh?
It's a pedometer, Garang. Here, I'll take it off my belt and show it to you. See it?
What for, huh?
It tells me how far I walk.
Me like. Me walk very much. Me like see how far me walk. You give me, huh?
Not on your life, Garang. I'll give you something else, but not this. I need this too much.
Me like. Me want you give me.
Sorry, nothing doing. That's worth its weight in gold to me. Here, I'll take it back if you don't mind.
Jack, I never thought he'd give it back to you without a fight. He certainly wants it. Where's he going now?
He's going back to the pack horse where his men are. He's telling them something.
What's he saying, Michelle? They come here, Senor Jack. They're coming here to take that pedometer away from me. They ain't no fight, Senor Jack. Me not know why they come here, but you be careful.
Don't start a fight, Jack. I don't want to have to use this hunting rifle unless I have to. You be careful, too, Billy.
Oh, jumping Jimmy, Uncle Jim, I don't want to start a fight with that bunch, but we can't just stay here and see them steal our stuff.
I don't intend to let them steal anything, Billy. You've got to be firm with them, and yet we mustn't incur their hostilities. We can help it.
Here they come, Jack. They're coming right for you.
Oh, they're talking like a house afire. I wonder what they're going to do. Now, they haven't drawn a knife or anything, Billy. Maybe they're going to try and talk me into giving that pedometer to Coran. Me think that what they do, Senor Jack. But you don't give it. I'll say I won't give it. That pedometer stays with me.
What are they talking about? What are they going to do?
Hey, they're getting away from Jack. Look, Uncle Jim, they're surrounding Jack.
They're just talking to him, Billy. But they're getting pretty excited. I think they've gone far enough. Coran, leave my friend alone. Tell your men to get away from him.
Oh, there, Betty. They're leaving, Jack, at last. They're getting away from him. Jumping Jupiter, Jack. What were they trying to do to you? Search me, Billy. They were crowding close to me and all talking at once. And, of course, I couldn't understand what they were saying.
Oh, Jack, I was so frightened. And Uncle Jim was all ready to use his hunting rifle if anything happened to you.
I wish I could figure out what the idea was. They didn't crowd me just... Hey, Jack, where's your pedometer? I teared my belt. Wait a minute. No, it's gone. The pedometer's gone.
Holy Jack, smoke. The pedometer's gone.
It certainly is, Uncle Jim.
So that was what they were after. When they crowded around you, one of them must have slipped it off your belt.
Yes, and Coran told them to do it too, Uncle Jim. He asked Jack for it just a moment ago, and Jack wouldn't give it to him. I want to get that pedometer back, Uncle Jim. I don't want Coran to get away with anything like that.
Neither do I, Jack. If he gets away with stealing that, he'll steal something else. The first thing we know, we won't have a thing left. Where is Coran? Well, there he is, pretending to inspect our pack horse. Coran!
What white man want, huh?
Come here a moment. One of your men took that pedometer from my friend. I want it back right away.
He no got pedometer.
Maybe you haven't got it, but one of your men has it. I want you to get it and give it back.
Me go see. Me ask men. Me no think they got it.
Uncle Jim, you don't think that Coran is really going to get it and give it back?
I'm going to make him give it back one way or another, Billy. This is our first encounter with these tribesmen. If we let them put something like this over on us, we might as well turn around and go back.
But what will you do, Uncle Jim, if he says that none of his men have it?
I don't know, Betty. But we're not going on to the village to find that Moro peddler until we get that pedometer back.
Uncle Jim, we know that Coran isn't going to give that pedometer back if he can help it. And we don't want to have to fight them. So I've got an idea.
Good idea is just what we need right now, Jack.
Let's play a little magic on them. Let's scare the daylights out of them.
But we're not magicians, Jack.
Oh, yes, we are, Betty. And we've got just the magician set we need here. We've got these 2 portable radio sets. But how in thunder... Here comes Coran. I'll tell you quickly. You pretend to straighten out those packs on the horse's back. As you straighten them out, slip your radio set into the pack and turn the switch up. Michelle and I will ease off to one side of the trail and pretend to look for my pedometer. I'll transmit my voice to the radio set in the horse pack. These natives have never heard of radio. They'll think the horse is talking to them. Boy, if that doesn't scare them, nothing will.
Jumping giraffe. I'm talking horse, Jack.
Oh, it's swell. It's a honey. Boy, oh, boy, we'll have that pedometer back in no time. And anything else we want, too.
Say, that was a brainstorm Jack had, wasn't it? Suppose you were a native in the wilds of Mindanao and heard a horse talking to you. Boy, would that scare you. Well, when that horse begins talking tomorrow, you'll certainly want to be in on the fun and excitement. So listen in, all of you, at the same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Now, you've got a swell breakfast coming to you when you put in your bid for Wheaties. Those crunchy Wheaties flakes deliver a flavor so keen and tempting and downright delicious, I know it's going to be your morning favorite. Wheaties are good. You just try them and see. Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the bran. This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand.
Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong!
our team be champion, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Hi, Pinky. You all set to go? The snow looks great for skiing this morning.
Yeah, I'll be with you in a minute. Gotta finish my breakfast first. Want to come in and wait?
Sure, I'll wait, but hurry it up. Gee, it's a swell day out. Nice and cold. You're going to need a couple of sweaters on your coat to keep you warm. Hey, what's that you're eating for breakfast?
What do you think? It's Wheaties, of course.
Wheaties? On a cold day like this? Say, you're going to freeze if you don't have something hot for breakfast. Wheaties are swell for warm weather, but lots of people say that...
Yeah, I know what they say. Something about you needing a hot breakfast in the wintertime.
Well, isn't that right?
Listen, Don. If you want to get the straight dope on the kind of breakfast you need in cold weather, what you want to do is listen to Jack Armstrong's radio program. It's all as simple as ABC. Wheaties are whole wheat, you know. And whole wheat's the kind of food that helps keep you warm. Now, from what I learned, it doesn't make a bit of difference whether you eat that whole wheat hot or in a ready-to-eat breakfast dish like Wheaties.
Yeah, that sounds all right. But you can feel the heat in a dish of hot cooked whole wheat.
Sure, I'll admit that. But the kind of heat you can feel doesn't last very long. Only for a few minutes, maybe, and then it's gone. Wheaties don't need that kind of heat to make them good in cold weather.
Boy, you've got the answers down pat. I'm going to listen to that Jack Armstrong radio show and get the dope on Wheaties for myself.
And believe me, that's a mighty wise thing to do. Fellas and girls all over the country are learning the exciting news about Wheaties. It's a fact. No matter how cold the weather gets, you can always count on a big bowl full of those crunchy, toasted Wheaties flakes to help keep you warm. Wheaties are brimming with fuel energy units, the special kind of heat-producing nourishment we need in winter. And Wheaties give you just as many of these fuel energy units as you'd get from an equal amount of hot whole wheat. So if you prefer Wheaties, if you want to enjoy a flavor that's tops, plus a lot of bodybuilding whole wheat nourishment, here's the Champion Winter Training Breakfast for you. A good big helping of Wheaties with lots of milk and fruit. That's a fuel energy breakfast of champions. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Listen to those tribesmen of the wild Zamboanga Peninsula in Mindanao. They're blocking the trail that leads to the village of Molita, where Jack and Uncle Jim hope to find an old Moro peddler who knows something about the missing Professor Loring. Also, these tribesmen have just stolen Jack's pedometer, and their chief, Karang, pretends that he knows nothing about the theft. But Jack Armstrong has devised a plan to frighten these tribesmen into good behavior and to recover his pedometer. He and Billy each have a little shortwave radio pack. Right now, while Uncle Jim is talking to the tribesmen, Billy and Betty are strapping their radio pack to the back of the pack horse. And Jack and the Filipino Michelle, with their radio back strapped to Jack's back, are strolling away from the trail, pretending to look for the lost pedometer. Listen.
Still, Willie. What a horse he is, Billy. Look at him paw the ground.
Oh, forgive him anything, Betty, if only this plan works.
I'll bet the horse will be surprised.
Stop giggling, Betty. We don't want these natives to think we're doing a thing except adjusting these packs. There. I got the radio on the pack carrier. Now I'll fix the straps. Say, how are Jack and Michelle coming along?
I can still see them, Billy. They're walking through the bushes near the creek, pretending to look for the pedometer.
Keep your eyes down in these bushes, Michelle. If those natives watch us, we've got to make them think we're looking for the pedometer.
Me look for pedometer, Senor Jack. You be careful. These bushes thick.
Yeah, we've got to get a little further away from the natives. I don't want them to suspect that this talking horse of ours is a trick. They've got to believe he's a magical horse who can talk and read their minds.
If horse talk, they believe he magic horse. All right, all right.
I'll bet they will. But I've got to scare them into returning that pedometer. We'll soon be lost in this wild country if we haven't got that pedometer to show us how far we've gone.
Me think that pedometer have magic do, huh?
It certainly works like magic, doesn't it?
Karang want pedometer very bad. He wants to see how far he walk when he go in hills for start fight.
Well, he's not going to use my pedometer to keep track of his mileage. I think we've gone just about far enough now. We'll wait here until Billy and Uncle Jim are ready to put on their part of the show.
What they do, huh?
Uncle Jim is going to tell Karang that the pack horse is a magical horse who can talk.
That make Karang give one big laugh.
I guess it will.
I guess Karang will almost die laughing when Uncle Jim tells him the horse can talk. And that's where you and I come in. I speak into this little mic here, and the horse begins to talk. And since Karang has never heard of radio, he's going to have the daylight scared out of it.
What me do, huh?
You don't know it, Michelle, but this is a very smart horse we've got. He can talk English and the native dialect.
Ah, me see. You want me to talk dialect. We fool him, huh?
I hope we fool him, Michelle. If we make them believe we've got a magical horse, we can go anywhere in this hell country without being bothered. Look, Uncle Jim's walking over to Billy and Betty. It won't be long now.
Here comes Uncle Jim, Billy.
Good. I've just about got this radio pack strapped on tightly. Hello, Uncle Jim.
Is the radio all strapped on, Billy?
Oh, everything is ready, Uncle Jim. Just as soon as Jack gets a signal from us, you'll hear this horse begin to talk.
I wonder if Jack and Michelle are ready. Oh, yes, I see them over there in the bushes, pretending to look for that pedometer. He's ready. He just gave me the signal.
But what do we do now, Uncle Jim?
I'm going to take the pack horse over to Karang. Here, Billy, give me the rein. Come along, you magical horse. This is going to be a red-letter day for you.
Look, Betty. Karang thinks we're going to try and get by him. He's got his men bunched on the trail.
Oh, Uncle Jim, do you suppose when they hear the horse talk that they might try to kill him? Was that wrong?
No, I don't think there's any chance of that, Betty. They wouldn't dare do anything to a horse they believed was magical horse. They'd be too afraid of what might happen.
Have you told him yet, Uncle Jim? Have you told him that the horse can talk?
Not yet, Billy. I wanted to see just how stubborn it'd be. And Karang was very stubborn. He kept on saying it was too dangerous for us to go to Molita.
Well, that proves that there's trouble going on in that village, Uncle Jim. It proves that he's collecting rifles and ammunition for the uprising.
No, it doesn't, Billy. It just proves that he doesn't want us in Molita. Perhaps he doesn't want us to meet the old moral peddler.
Here comes Karang. He's going to stop us.
Gee, his men are sure ready to stop us, Betty. Look, they've got their hands on their barongs.
Where you go, white man?
I told you where we're going, Karang. We're going to Molita. But first, I want you to tell whoever has that pedometer to give it back.
You no go, Molita. My men no got pedometer. You go back now. You go back to Zamboanga.
Karang, I know that one of your men has that pedometer.
How you know, huh?
I know because my horse told me so.
Huh? What say, huh?
I said, my horse told me that one of your men has the pedometer.
You white man plenty crazy. You say your horse talk? Wait, I tell my men. Caliente! Si no vengo a se mure, se solete pulata!
Be careful, Karang. This horse doesn't like being laughed at.
White man plenty crazy. Maybe horse crazy, too.
Uncle Jim is scratching his ear. That's the signal for Jack to start to work.
Billy, I hope it works. I hope you'll recognize Jack's voice.
You'll disguise it.
Me laugh plenty, white man. You say your horse talk, huh? Why not say something now?
Who dares to laugh at me?
There, Karang. The horse speaks.
Look, Betty, look at Karang. Why, he's actually turned pale.
Look at the other natives. They're like frozen statues.
White man trick, huh? White man talks through his mouth.
So you think that was I who was doing the talking to you, Karang? All right. We'll step to one side. Come on, Billy. You and Betty come over here with me. We'll let the horse stand by himself. He'd rather be by himself anyway when he talks.
Look, Betty, watch how Karang is looking at the horse. He doesn't know what's going to happen next.
I'm looking at Jack, Billy. He's watching Uncle Jim for the signal.
Yeah, this is far enough away. Have you anything to say to the horse, Karang?
Me think horse no talk now, white man.
I speak to you, Karang. Do you listen?
She. No, mighty horse.
I'll say he'll listen. He's too paralyzed to move.
There is evil in your tongue, Karang. There is evil in your heart. Is that not so?
It is so, mighty horse.
How is it that you dare stand in the way of these mighty white men? I tell you, Karang, that evil befalls all men who dare oppose my masters. Do you listen, Karang?
Me listen, oh mighty horse. Me listen. My heart stands still.
There is evil in your heart. There is evil in the hearts of your men. I see that one of them has stolen the magical pedometer.
There you are, Karang. That's just what the horse told me. I want you to get that pedometer back at once.
Me ask my men. Me see. Me ask my men now.
Now for
Uncle Jim, he fell for it like a ton of bricks.
I do wish his men could understand English. I wish they could understand the horse.
I think the horse will speak the dialect in just a minute, Betty. I see Jack getting Michelle close to the mic.
Here, Michelle, come close to the mic. I've turned the switch on, but stoop down in the bushes so they can't see what you're doing.
Well, they know, see. They know Luke anyway. Their heads go round and round.
Their heads are going to run around faster yet when they hear the horse speaking their language. Here, hold this little mic close to your mouth when you talk.
What me say?
Huh? I think Karang is trying to find out which one of his men took the pedometer. You've got to make the horse say that he knows who has it. Say he'll bite the man's hand off if he doesn't give it back. Something like that. Lay it on thick.
All right. When me talk, huh?
You talk when I nod my head. Karang is turning around to Uncle Jim now. Quiet now. I'm going to turn on the switch. Karang is turning around again, Betty. He doesn't look any too happy. I don't believe his men would tell him who has the pedometer.
I guess the horse didn't scare them as much as he scared Karang.
That's because they didn't understand English, Betty. Jack and Michelle are on their toes. We're going to see something now.
Here, me talk, my man. They say they know got pedometer.
Lying, Karang. What do you say, oh magic horse?
Ansulat no lila sage tuao. Isang katasito. Maputi sarang.
Look at those natives now, Betty. Oh, look at them gape.
What do you say to that, Karang? My horse knows all.
Me ask my men again. Perhaps they lie.
Wait a minute, Karang. Horse, tell them they lie.
Mate bomire. Sakali kun bagu pitamator salimat. Sarang.
Look, Uncle Jim. One of the men is pulling something out of his sash.
It's the pedometer, Betty. Look. Oh, boy, he's bringing it to Karang.
Yes, and he's taking care that he doesn't get too close to the horse either.
See that look he gave the horse? He just can't believe it. Why, he's 2 shades paler.
Well, Karang, you see that the horse was right. He's always right.
See, very wonderful horse, white man. He know everything. What else he do, huh?
He does whatever I want him to do, Karang. That's why I go wherever I want to. If anybody tries to harm us, the magic horse will... Well, you can just guess what he'll do.
Oh, see, wonderful horse. Here your pedometer. Me sorry my men took.
Look, Billy, Jack's going to make the horse talk again.
Listen, Karang of the evil heart. Do my masters go in peace to your village?
Oh, yes, oh, mighty horse. They go in peace. My men not hurt them. Me take them see Moro peddler.
Jack, Michelle, come on. We found your pedometer. We're going on to the village to see the Moro peddler.
Well, sir, old Dobbin certainly knows his languages. Jack has his pedometer back, and they're all heading for the village of Melita and the old Moro peddler. Say, I wonder why Karang was so anxious not to let Uncle Jim and the others talk to the peddler. There's something mighty mysterious about that Moro peddler, and you can bet that Jack and Uncle Jim will try to find out what it is. So listen in, all of you, at this same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. You know, the fellas and girls who eat Wheaties for breakfast are getting lots of fun you should be having, too. Those toasted Wheaties flakes are made to taste so good, so downright extra special good, that I know you can't resist them. You'd better get yourself some Wheaties right away quick.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand.
Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Say, when you talk about football or big league baseball, you're talking about a man's game. But when you think of a sport champion like figure skating, well, you've got to pay your respects to a lot of girl athletes, too. Now, take Adele Inge, for example. Adele is only 15 years old, and yet she's one of the most famous young figure skaters in America. Everywhere Adele Inge goes, she's recognized as one of the greatest star performers on the ice. Now, doesn't that go to prove what I've been telling you all along? Pick a sport you're naturally good at, then work and practice all you can, and maybe it won't be very long until you're ready to step in the champion class yourself. But I'll tell you one thing, and I know Adele Inge and many other athletes will agree with me on this. You've got to keep in training if you're going to make the most of your natural ability. You've got to pick a good, sound training program and stick to it all year round. That's why you'll find so many young athletes all over the country, fellas and girls just like you, who follow the 3 training rules of Jack Armstrong. You know all about that famous training system, I'm sure. Get plenty of fresh air, sleep and exercise, use lots of soap and water, and eat a breakfast of champions every morning. A big bowl full of Wheaties with milk or cream and fruit. That's a real athlete's training breakfast and a mighty important part of Adele Inge's own personal training schedule. This great young figure skater says, almost ever since I started ice skating, I've tried to keep in training. I've always liked whole wheat, so of course those toasted Wheaties flakes are a favorite for my breakfast. Mother says they're good for me all year round, so I eat Wheaties both in winter and summer. They taste better than any cereal I know of. Now, there you have a red-hot training tip from a champion athlete not much older than you are. Adele Inge enjoys Wheaties for breakfast every morning, and so will you, I know, once you get into the swing of championship training. I'm telling you, those Wheaties flakes pack a super delicious flavor that always hits the spot. And think of all the fine bodybuilding nourishment you get in Wheaties. All the well-known important food values of the natural whole wheat grain. Looks as if you'd better send out a call right away for that big orange and blue package with the 2 famous trademarks, Wheaties and Breakfast of Champions. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. A strange procession is approaching the native village of Mulita in the wild hill country of the Zamboanga Peninsula in Mindanao. Karang, the chief of the village, is leading the column with a handful of his native tribesmen. But occasionally, he and his tribesmen cast back fearful glances at the pack horse which the Filipino Michelle is leading. They think the horse is a magic horse that can talk, because Jack and Billy have made clever use of a portable radio set strapped on the horse's back. Walking behind Michelle and the pack horse are Jack Armstrong, Billy, Betty, and Uncle Jim. They're going to Mulita to interview an old Moro peddler who knows something of the missing Professor Loring. And Jack and the others also believe that Karang, and perhaps the Moro peddler, are trying to incite the tribes to an uprising against the army troops stationed on the coast. Now, as they enter the little village, they sense an air of hostility as the natives come out to observe them. Listen. Listen now, Billy. We've got to keep on our toes in this village. The natives don't trust us. I'll say they don't, Jack. Look at them scowl.
It won't be hard to make the horse keep on talking, Jack. That little radio set's all strapped to his back, and you've got your set strapped to your back. All you have to do is talk into your mic, and the horse will talk.
It may not be as simple as that, Betty. This Moro peddler has traveled around quite a bit. He's probably seen radio sets on the coast.
And now if that Karang sent a runner ahead to warn the old Moro peddler, Uncle Jim, maybe that peddler's mixed up with this gun-running business. Karang is probably afraid the magic horse will find out and tell us about it.
Just like the horse found out who stole Jack's pedometer and told us about it.
Speaking of the pedometer, Jack, how far have we come since we left the main trail?
I'll slip the pedometer off my belt and see, Uncle Jim. Here we are. We've come exactly 4 3/4 miles.
Watch Karang, Jack. He's looking back at you. He's still bound and determined he's going to get that pedometer from you if he can.
I don't blame him for wanting it, Billy. But he's not going to get it while I have anything to say about it.
Yes, we've got to hang on to that pedometer, Jack. Next to a horse that can talk in 2 languages, it's just about the most important piece of equipment we've got.
Oh, I just know Karang will try to steal it again, Jack. He'll probably try it at night, when you and the horse are both asleep.
I'll keep my eye on him.
Look at Karang. He stopped. He's signaling for us to catch up with him.
Oh, I guess this is the center of the village, Billy. Why, it's a kind of marketplace. Maybe the moral peddler is somewhere around here.
We'll have Karang send for the peddler right away, Jack.
I don't see any place around here where they could hide any large number of rifles, Jack.
Shh, Billy, not so loud. Remember that Karang can speak English.
Yeah, I'd forgotten. Look at him scowl at us.
But he's not scowling at Michelle and the horse, Billy. He certainly isn't going to take any chance of offending that horse.
You'll play safe as long as he thinks the horse can talk, Betty. Well, here we are. Let's see what Karang has to say.
Me send for Moro. You wait here.
We'll wait, Karang. We've come a long ways to talk to him.
You make horse talk for him, huh?
I can't make the horse talk, Karang. He talks only when he wants to.
Horse talk plenty much. Horse know plenty much. You take horse away, huh?
We'll take him back with us, Karang, after we've talked to the Moro peddler.
Yeah. Me get him for you. You wait.
I see what Karang is afraid of, Billy. He's afraid the horse will find out something if we hang around the village.
Yeah, didn't I tell you Karang is up to some mischief? That's why he wants us to leave before we find out what it is.
Look, Jack. Look at that bent old man coming this way.
Why, that must be the Moro peddler, Betty. See? He's wearing pantaloons and he's got a turban on his head.
But, Jack, he looks too old and decrepit to have a hand in this gun smuggling.
But he's not too old and decrepit to have had Professor Loring's watch, Billy.
Oh, I don't like his face at all.
It's hard to see his face, Betty. He's got it all daubed up with some sort of paint.
Look, Karang is showing him our horse. He's telling him how the horse can talk English and dialect.
I'll bet I know what he's doing, Jack. I'll bet he's warning the Moro peddler to be careful while he's around the horse.
Oh, I hope the peddler doesn't examine that pack on the horse too closely, Jack.
Say, I hope he doesn't. He may have seen a radio set before.
Holy smoke, Jack, he is examining the pack. Look at him. He's got his hand on the little pack with the radio set.
Oh, I know he'll find out. He'll find out and tell Karang.
Keep your chin up, Betty. He hasn't found out anything yet. At least if he has, he's keeping it to himself. He's not telling Karang about it yet.
Here they come, Uncle Jim. I hope that Moro can speak English.
Well, most of the peddlers that go through the islands can speak English, Jack. Well, Karang, is this the Moro peddler?
Yeah, it's Moro peddler. He say, what you want with him?
I'll talk to him myself, Karang. What's your name? Do you speak English?
My name's Solata. Me speak English little bit. What you want?
You sold a gold watch to a man in Zamboanga not long ago. I want to know where you got that watch.
Why you want to know, huh?
That watch came from a friend of mine who has disappeared somewhere in the interior of Mindanao. I'm looking for him. I want to know where he is.
Why you not ask magic horse, huh?
Listen to that, Jack. He knows the talking horse is all a bluff.
Billy, not so loud.
My horse knows many things, Solata, but he doesn't know where my friend is.
Me no like you. Me no like white people.
I don't care whether you like us or not, Solata. I want some information from you, and I'm willing to pay you for it. I'll give you 10 pesos if you'll tell me where you got that watch.
No. Me no like white people.
Look, Jack. Karang is pointing at the pedometer on your belt.
So that's what he's talking about. He wants the peddler to sell us the information in exchange for the pedometer.
What you got on belt, huh?
That's a pedometer, Solata. It tells how far I walk.
You give me. Me tell you where me got watch.
Don't give it to him, Jack. We'll get the information from him some other way.
You give me.
Jack, right into Jack's face. He looks as though he wanted to bite Jack's nose off.
Oh, if I were Jack, I'd punch him one. Wouldn't let him put that painted old mug next to my face.
You give me, huh?
Well, I'll be Jack. You aren't going to give him the pedometer.
Yes, I think I will.
Put it back on your belt, Jack. He's not going to frighten us into giving it away.
Please, Uncle Jim. Will you trust me?
Trust you? Of course I'll trust you, Jack. If you have some good reason for giving him the pedometer, go right ahead.
Thanks, Uncle Jim. All right, Solata. Here's the pedometer.
Why do you suppose he's giving it to the Moro, Billy?
Search me, Betty. He must have some reason. How about it, Jack? What's up?
I'll tell you later, Billy. All right, Solata. You've got my pedometer. Now suppose you tell us where you got Professor Loring's watch.
Me no like white man. Me no tell you. Ha! You ask mighty horse.
Why, you low-down double... Why, give us back that pedometer.
Take it easy, Billy. We told Jack we'd trust him. He must know what he's doing.
Well, all right, Uncle Jim. But there's something mighty funny about this somewheres.
We'd better get our horse.
Wait.
Don't let your men touch that horse, Caron. You know he's a magic horse. He'll do something terrible to your men if they touch him.
Well, Jack, someone already has him. They've got him by the reins.
You see? My men got horse. He not hurt them. Maybe horse lose his magic, huh?
You bet he hasn't lost his magic, Caron.
Yeah, we'll see. He keep horse over there. We see if he talk now.
Oh, can you make him talk, Jack? Can you make him talk without anybody seeing you?
Not now, Billy. The switch is turned off on the horse's radio.
Oh, what'll we do? We've got to make him talk.
Hey,
Oh,
look. Some of his men have grabbed Michelle. We've got to do something, Jack. Look, he's having his men surround us. Yeah, and they've grabbed Michelle now.
Look at the moral peddler. He's yelling in 18 different dialects.
All right, never mind the peddler. It's these other natives we've got to watch.
Yeah, wait. Well, white man, what you say now, eh? Me think too bad for you.
Look at Uncle Jim, Jack. He's cocking his hunting rifle.
Just 1 minute, Caron. You see this hunting rifle? It's loaded and cocked. The first man that lays a hand on one of us gets a bullet through him.
You talk foolish, white man. You shoot once, at all. Maybe you shoot one man. At all you shoot. We get you then.
Uncle Jim, don't shoot. I know what I'm talking about.
Sorry, Jack. If I can shoot only one man, it'll be Caron.
You must trust me, Uncle Jim. I know something.
You know? Very well, Jack.
Yeah. Young man got plenty sense. You go in here.
Oh, Jack, he's going to put us into the shack over here, the one that's sitting on the ground.
All right, Betty, we'll go there.
Jumping Jiminy, Jack, you don't seem very worried about it.
Maybe I'm not, Billy.
Well, Caron, where do you want us to go?
You go here, white man. You go in this house. We look at your horse. We see what you bring here. Maybe you government man. Maybe too bad for you.
Come on, all of you. We'll go into this thatched hut while he inspects our packs.
Get inside this shack, Billy. You too, Betty.
All right, Jack. We're all inside. No one's listening. Now, what's your secret?
Listen, that Moro peddler. Do you know who he is?
Why, he's just an old, ugly-looking Moro.
No, he's not. He's not old and he's not ugly when he takes his paint off. Remember when he pretended to be so mad at me? When he put his face so close to mine? He was just showing me who he was.
But who is he, Jack?
He's our faithful Moro friend from Cotabango. He's Malua. What do you think of that? He's Malua.
Well,
What do you know about
changes
that?
everything.
Well, so Malua's going around the country disguised as an old Moro peddler. Say, he can't be mixed up in his gun running. But there must be some very important reason for his being up there in the Zamboanga Peninsula. And there's some very special reason why he wanted to get that pedometer from Jack, too. There's a lot more to this than meets the eye, and you'll certainly want to be in on it. So listen in, all of you, at this same time next Monday for another exciting episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Now, while you're thinking about it, be sure to ask Mother to get you some Wheaties this weekend. Boy, those Wheaties will taste mighty good for breakfast tomorrow and Sunday. You're all set to start the weekend in champion style if you'll ask for Wheaties now.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye till Monday for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Look, do you ever wonder just what goes on in the pilot's cockpit of a transport plane while it's in flight? Well, if you'd been sitting in the co-pilot seat of Northwest Airlines Flight 6 this morning, you would have heard something like this.
Northwest Airlines Flight 6 to Chicago.
Chicago.
Wind check, please.
Okay, 6. Wind north by northwest, 18 miles an hour. Gusting. High scattered clouds. Visibility, 10 miles.
Okay. We're contacted 5,000, descending to 3,000. Estimate Chicago at 11:35, ramp at 11:38.
Standing right beside me here in the studio is the pilot who brought Flight 6 into Chicago this morning. He's Captain Bill Richmond of Northwest Airlines. Now, Captain, I know Jack Armstrong's friends are anxious to hear what you've got to tell them about flying. Now, first, we'd like to know just what your biggest thrill in flying was.
Well, there isn't much doubt about that. My biggest and best thrill was my first solo flight.
Well, did you spend much time in private flying?
Not much. I went after my commercial license and then spent 3 pretty hectic years barnstorming.
Were you in the Army Air Corps?
Yes. I was at Kelly and Randolph Fields in Texas for a year. And then I joined the 17th Pursuit Group at Marchfield on the coast. It was mighty valuable experience.
And how long have you been flying for Northwest Airlines?
About 5 years.
Now, Captain Richmond, with your 6,000 hours in the air, I know you've got some good advice for Jack Armstrong's friends who are interested in aviation.
Well, I'll say one of the most important things for you fellows who are interested in flying is a good educational background. You know there's a lot more to flying than just hanging onto a stick and kicking a rudder around. Next, I'd say that every fellow ought to keep himself in top-notch physical condition all the time.
And that's for sure, Captain Richmond.
I'd urge every fellow who wants to fly to start following a regular training program right now. I know about Jack Armstrong's training rules, and I'm for them 100%. I've always been interested in athletics, and consequently, I'm no stranger to training programs.
And you still put your okay on Jack Armstrong's training rules?
You can be sure of that. You know I like good things to eat, and I've found plenty of other flyers who do, too. And I've found that Wheaties, milk, and fruit make a swell breakfast.
Well, thanks a lot, Captain Richmond. And I know there'll be plenty of fellows and girls all over the country who will join you in a breakfast of champions tomorrow morning.
And I hope they'll train Jack Armstrong's way right through the year.
And now, Jack Armstrong, the all-American boy. Jack Armstrong, Billy, Betty, and Uncle Jim are held prisoners in a little thatched hut in the village of Mulita in Mindanao. Their pack horse, with their supplies and a little portable radio set strapped to his back, is being held by the natives a little distance from the hut. Karang, the chief of the village, suspects that Jack and the others have come to the village to spy on him, and he and the old moral peddler are about to inspect the supplies loaded on the pack horse. But Jack has discovered that the moral peddler is their old friend Malua from Calabongo in disguise. In the hut, Billy is talking. Listen.
I can see what Karang is doing, Uncle Jim. Look, you can all see.
Why, he isn't doing anything. He's just standing by our pack horse. He's talking to Michelle. Oh, they got Michelle's hand tied.
It looks to me as though Michelle is talking to Karang. I'll bet Michelle is trying to scare him into staying away from our supplies on the pack horse. Gosh, Michelle will have a hard time now persuading Karang that the horse is a magic horse. If we could only get that horse to talk now. Well, we could, Billy, if we could turn on the switch to that little radio set on the horse's back. Maybe we'll get a chance to do that later on.
Wait. I hear someone coming right outside the doorway. Why, it's the old moral peddler. I still can't believe it's you, Malua.
You know me, huh? You know me, Uncle Jim? You know me, Jack?
You bet we know you, Malua.
But you certainly had us all fooled, Malua.
I should say you did.
Well, Jack told us it was you, Malua, but it was so hard to believe. You seemed so angry at us out there. You seemed to hate us so.
That just to fool Karang. Me glad you came. Me thought maybe you'd come.
How's that, Malua? You thought we'd come?
But jumping Jupiter, Malua, you didn't even know we were in Zamboanga. And you certainly didn't know we'd come up in the hill country to this village.
Me thought you'd come. You say you come back to Mindanao. Me think you stop at Zamboanga.
But holy smoke, Malua, how'd you know we'd come up here to Mulita?
Me not know. But me leave Tick-Tick Watch in Zamboanga. Me think maybe you hear of Tick-Tick Watch. Then you come to see old Moro Peddler.
You mean you left Professor Loring's watch there on purpose as a clue for us?
That's right, Jack. Me leave Tick-Tick Watch with bad man. He help get gun to bad village. He think me help too. Me know soldier catch him sometime. Then they find Tick-Tick Watch. Maybe they tell you when you come.
But why did you want us to come here, Manuel?
Me know you look for white man.
Me find out something about white man. Me want let you know.
Jumping Jiminy, you found out something about Professor Loring?
Me find out something. Me tell you later. Right now, we got plenty trouble, huh?
I'll say we've got plenty of trouble. We've got to get away from Karang somehow. And say, Malua, have you still got my pedometer?
Yeah, me got pedometer. Me give you later.
But why did you take it from Jack, Malua?
Karang want pedometer very bad. Me know he take, so me take first. Me think maybe you need pedometer very soon.
We always need that pedometer in this country, Malua.
That's right, Uncle Jim. But maybe we need him very bad after we get away from Karang.
But why will we need it so badly then, Malua?
Maybe we find a place where Karang hide rifle, Betty. But me tell you later.
Didn't I tell you, Jack? Karang has smuggled some rifles into the hills.
That's right, Billy. That's why me here. Sultan Natang send me here find out.
Sultan Natang? You mean the White Sultan of Mindanao?
Me tell you more later, Jack. Now, we think hard, huh? We think how we get away.
Oh, if we could only make that horse talk again. That'd scare Karang into letting us go.
Karang, tell me horse talk, Jack. How come?
There's a little portable radio set on the horse's pack, Malua. It's like this set that's strapped to my back. I talk into this set, and the words come out on the horse's radio.
That's very good, Jack. But why he no talk now, huh?
The switch on the horse's radio set is turned off, Malua. If you could turn it on... Say, you can turn it on. The switch is on the bottom of that little radio pack strapped on top of the big pack. Like this one here, see?
Yeah, me see.
Malua, if you can only turn it on, we're all fixed.
That's very good, Jack. Me turn it on.
Oh, Jack, look, Karang is leading the horse here. He is bringing it to this hut.
Let me see, Betty. Say, that's right. What's he up to, Malua?
He think horse lost magic, Jack. He bring horse here to make plenty fun of you. Also, he still a little bit afraid of horse. He bring here to make sure horse lost magic. Then he take everything you got.
Jumping Jiminy, Jack, this is our chance. If Malua can turn that switch on without being seen, we can scare the daylights out of Karang.
You make horse ask him who pay him money. You make horse ask why he steal young man coconut. You make horse ask him who kill old chief.
You bet I'll ask him those things.
He let you go quick then. But you no ask him about rifle. You no let him think horse know anything about rifle.
The horse won't mention a thing about the rifles, Malua.
That good. If you get away, you start back. Me join you later. Then we go find rifle, huh? We use pedometer. We find where he hide them. We tell white soldier. That right, Uncle Jim?
That's a bargain, Malua. If we get away from here, you'll tell us about Professor Loring, and we'll find where those rifles are hidden.
Oh, shh. Karang is almost here with the horse, and half the village is here with him.
Me go now. But first, me be very angry with you. Me call you bad name. You don't mind, cause you know sabe.
Oh, go ahead, Malua. Call us anything you want to.
Look, Malua's old and stooped again. Why, he's a different person.
He'll have a different voice, too, Betty. Put your hands over your ears. He's going to call us names.
Stop around catfish. I sure hate to know what that means in English.
He's leaving the door open, Jack. Look, here comes Karang and our horse.
He's still not sure of that horse. Look how carefully he leads it.
Is your radio set all ready to broadcast, Jack?
Just as soon as I turn on the switch and pull out the mic, Uncle Jim. I won't have to use the rod antenna for this short distance.
Then you'd better go back into a dark corner where they can't see you. That's the idea. Keep over there where you can watch Kong and where he can't see you. The show has got to be good.
Look at Malua, Billy. He's pretending to examine the packs on the horse.
He'll have that switch on in just a second, Betty. There, I think he's got it on now. Be careful, Jack. The horse is all ready to do a bit of talking.
I'll watch it, Billy. I haven't gotten out the mic yet.
Look at Karang. He's getting ready to make a speech to us.
White man Fairfield, you listen. Me talk.
I listen, Karang, but you may not be talking very long.
What white man say, huh?
I say you may not be talking very long. You're making my horse very angry. If I give the word, he'll pull some of his magic on you. The whole village couldn't save you then.
White man talk big. Me says he's the white man. Me Karang have magic too. Magic of Karang is stronger than magic of horse. Me tell my young men that horse cannot talk when me hold rein.
Drop my rein. There, Karang. The horse has spoken. Why have you dropped his reins? Why are your young men frozen in their tracks? So, you have nothing to say. Then I'll have the horse tell you a few things.
I have many things to tell you, Karang of the Evil Mouth. But first, tell your young men to unbind my Filipino master, Michelle.
Oh, yeah. It shall be done, almighty horse. Me tell them now. singo alipita na kaya. Arakabita malaya, sarang. They are unbinding your Filipino master, almighty horse.
Good. Now, listen well, Caroline. From whose hands do you receive money?
No. It is not so, almighty horse. Me be paid by no one.
You lie, Caroline. And listen once more. Who has stolen the coconuts gathered by the young men of your village?
Okay. Me shall return them, almighty horse. Me shall return them for next noon.
That is well. But I see other things in your heart, Caroline. I see things that you hide from the light of day. I see the old chief of your village, the old Bagani. I see him struggling before he dies.
Enough, almighty horse. What you wish.
Listen to my command. You shall let my masters go.
Yeah, it shall be done. It shall be done at once.
But that is not all. My masters do not like this old moral peddler. He speaks evil of my masters. You shall tie his hands well. You shall tie his hands to this strap on my back. My masters shall take him away.
Listen to that, Betty. That's a bully idea of Jack's. We can take Malua with us.
Me hear your words, almighty horse. It shall be done. A Moro peddler shall be tied. Your master shall take him with them. Me tie up old Moro peddler and give him to you. Go, and never return.
Well, it's no wonder Karang wants to see that remarkable horse leave his village. But don't think for a moment that Jack and the others are going right back to the coast. Malua is hot on the trail of that supply of smuggled rifles. You can bet that Jack and Uncle Jim and the others will want to find out where they are. And say, Malua seems to think they're going to need that pedometer. There's something mighty mysterious about that. And there's lots of excitement ahead, too, for you can be sure that the hiding place of those smuggled rifles is well guarded. So listen in, all of you, at this same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Wheaties, milk or cream, and your favorite fruit. There's a breakfast combination that's really breaking records for super special flavor. Remind Mother to get you Wheaties and your favorite fruit today or tomorrow. Then ask her to serve your year-round training breakfast, a breakfast of champions, every morning from here on in.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with other brand.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys.
Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Look, today I want to talk to a certain group of you fellas and girls, and I hope it's a mighty small group, too. Yes, I want to talk to you fellas and girls who did not have a Breakfast of Champions this morning. How come? Maybe you thought you ought to have a hot-cooked cereal just because it's winter. Well, if that was the case, you missed out on a whale of a lot of real eating pleasure, and all for no good reason at all. You see, the temperature of the food you eat hasn't a thing to do with the job of helping you keep warm. It's the number of fuel energy units in the food that helps protect you from the cold, not its temperature at the time you're eating it. So if you prefer those keen-tasting Wheaties, you can eat them every morning no matter how low the thermometer dives. Wheaties are packed with lots and lots of valuable fuel energy,
In fact, they give you all the fuel energy of 100% whole wheat, and that's a big supply. Now, maybe you didn't eat a breakfast of champions this morning simply because you didn't know how doggone good it is. Well, if that was the case, I'd advise you to see that there's a heaping big bowl of Wheaties, milk, and fruit waiting for you at the table tomorrow morning. Once you've tasted the extra special flavor of those crisp whole wheat flakes, once you've discovered how a breakfast of champions really hits the spot, it's my bet you'll want to make mighty certain you get that championship combination every morning. How's about it? Make up your mind right now that you're not going to miss out on any more of the good eating a breakfast of champions is handing out. Remind Mother to put Wheaties right at the top of her shopping list tonight, and then ask her to put Wheaties right in front of you every morning from now on. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Jack Armstrong, Billy, Betty, and Uncle Jim have left the Philippine village of Molita in the wild Zamboanga country of Mindanao. They have with them their pack horse, which Michelle is leading, and their old Moro friend, Malua, who has been disguised as an old in the village. Malua is walking alongside the pack horse, his hands tied to the pack carrier. Apparently, he is their prisoner, but this is only to deceive any of the village natives who may be following them. For Malua is leading them to the hiding place of a quantity of arms and ammunition which the hill villagers have been smuggling in to use in a revolt against the American soldiers. Right now, the party is descending a steep mountain trail that leads to a swift stream in the narrow valley. As they thread their way along the rocky trail, they cast back anxious eyes to see if they're being followed. Listen.
I don't see a sign of any natives following us. Do you, Uncle Jim?
No, I don't, Jack. The trail curves a little ways behind us. We can't see back very far.
But Jack Armstrong agreed he wouldn't send any of his natives to spy on us.
That's what he said, Betty. He was scared enough to promise anything when he thought our horse was actually talking to him. But now that we've taken the horse away, I wouldn't trust him one bit.
Neither would I, Jack. And if Armstrong ever suspects that the Moro peddler's a friend of ours, why, he'll send the whole tribe after us.
For all we know, they may be after us now. Say, that's a mighty swift stream ahead of us.
It's probably the same stream we crossed when we came up the other trail on the way to the village, Jack.
The trail goes uphill across the stream. If we have to cross it, we'll have to swim the horse across. Michelle has stopped the horse at the stream, Uncle Jim. Can't we untie Malua now? We're far enough away from the village.
We'll see what Malua has to say, Jack. He'll know when it's safe.
I don't believe anything will be safe again until we get back to Zamboanga.
We've got to find where those smuggled rifles are hidden first, Billy. Now, Malua, shall we untie you now?
All right, Jack. You untie me now.
We'll have you untied in half a jiffy, Malua. This is a pretty swift stream. Look at the horse drink. There, you're untied. Now we don't have to pretend anymore that you're our prisoner.
I suppose we have to cross the stream, don't we, Malua?
No, Uncle Jim. We no cross stream. We go downstream. We go many miles. Then we turn right. We go up mountain. Then maybe we find cave.
You mean the cave where the rifles are hidden, Malua?
That's right, Billy. Me know where cave is. You got map, Uncle Jim?
I've got a very crude map, Malua.
That's good. We use Jack pedometer. We find out how many miles this way, how many miles that way. Then we put on map. You see, huh? When we get back Zamboanga, we show soldier where cave is.
I've got you, Malua. Now I see why you didn't want Karang to get that pedometer from me.
That's right, Jack. We put cave on map. Then soldier come get rifle. Then bad Moro tribe be hate self.
Gee willikins, Malua, you still haven't explained why you're so interested in putting a stop to this uprising.
Me tell you soon, Billy. What you pedometer say, Jack?
Well, let's see. Wait till I slip it off my belt. I set the pedometer at 0 at the village. Right now it says exactly 2 1/4 miles.
I'll make a note of that on this map, Jack. Why, this map's all wrong. It shows the stream in a different place.
My, but isn't it lucky we've got that pedometer with us, Uncle Jim?
It certainly is, Betty. By using my compass and Jack's pedometer, we can make an accurate map now.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get started down the stream.
You too much hurry, Billy. We stay here a little while. We see if Karang's men follow us. Then we go.
Okay, Malua. But how about telling us why you're mixed up in all this business?
Not good you know too much, Billy. But me tell you this. There one good sultan in Mindanao. He Sultan Natang.
That's the one we think is the white sultan, Billy.
There one bad sultan, too. That's Sultan Buloa.
Suffering catfish,
Quiet,
that's the
Billy.
one.
Listen carefully to Manuel. This is pretty important.
Natang good Sultan. He no let his tribe steal, kill. Buloa very bad Sultan. His tribe steal and kill, fight against government. Buloa want rule all tribe, all Mindanao. He want white soldier to lead. Then he fight Natang. You understand, Uncle Jim?
I certainly do understand, Malua. Natang wants to unite all the tribes in one good government. Buloa wants to unite all the tribes in one piratical government. But first, he's got to get rid of our soldiers at Zamboanga.
That's right.
Then, Manuel, you're working for Sultan Natang.
Sultan Natang, my friend, Jack. Me work for him. Me fight for him. He sent me here to find out what Sultan Buloa do. Me find out plenty.
But Malua, is Sultan Natang really a young white man?
Why you say that, Betty?
Why, I just heard. I just heard he was a white man. I heard that maybe he was an army officer's son who was kidnapped when he was a baby.
You got big ear, Betty. Maybe ear too big. Maybe you hear too much.
Say, I'm getting nervous just waiting here to see if we're being followed. Why can't we move along?
You always too much hurry, Billy. Better we find out first. Me think maybe Karang send young men see what we do.
Manuel's right, Billy. If we're going to turn down this stream, we've got to make sure that Karang doesn't know where we're going.
Oh, all right, Uncle Jim, but I can't help feeling nervous. If Karang discovers how we fooled him, he's going to be a mean customer to handle.
Say, Manuel, you haven't told us yet what you know about Professor Loring.
You did find out something about him, didn't you, Malua?
Me find out something.
Is Professor Loring still alive, Manuel?
Yes, he alive, Uncle Jim.
But Malua, where is he? Who has him?
He very far away, Billy. Me tell you all about him later. Now, me think we go.
There's no use trying to rush Manuel, Billy. He'll tell us everything when the time comes.
Oh, I know, Jack, but gosh, all hemlock, we really came into this hill country to find out about Professor Loring.
We'll find out later, Billy. Are we going to follow the bank of the stream now, Manuel?
No, we keep off bank, Uncle Jim. We take horse in water. We get in water. We walk downstream in water. Then Karang men not know which way we go.
That's a smart thing to do, Manuel. The stream has such a rocky bottom that they'll never be able to follow our tracks.
Oh, I'm so glad we're going to wade in the stream. Those banks are so covered with thick vines and bushes and briars that, we'd never get anywhere.
We go downstream, then we make camp for night, huh? We make camp where no one see us.
Well, let's get going. I've a hunch it won't be long before some of Karang's men show up looking for us.
That's right, Billy. Me want you and Jack stay here a little while. You watch. You see if Karang men come. When you see them, you come downstream, tell me.
Okay, Manuel. We'll stay here for a while and keep a lookout.
I don't know about that, Jack. I don't like to think of you and Billy staying here by yourselves.
Me like Jack and Billy stay here a little while, Uncle Jim. They hide in big bush. It's not good we not know what Karang men do.
And besides, Uncle Jim, we can give you one of the radio packs. We'll take the other with us, and then we can always talk back and forth. If we get in any danger, we'll let you know at once.
Well, all right, Jack. We'll do as Manuel wishes. If we're going to locate that cave with the smuggled rifles, we should certainly know if we're being followed.
Here, Uncle Jim. I'll take this little radio set off the back of the horse. Lend me a hand, will you, Michelle? I'll unbuckle these straps, and you get the straps on the other side.
Jack, don't forget to keep that pedometer on your belt. I want you to make careful note of how far you walk down this stream. I'll keep note of the compass bearings as I go along. We'll have a good map of this country before we're through.
I'll keep track of all distances, Uncle Jim. If we can locate that cave exactly on your map, the soldiers won't have much trouble finding it.
Here's the radio pack, Uncle Jim. Here, I'll help you sling it on your back.
Thanks, Billy.
There.
This is a light pack, isn't it? Let's see, the microphone's in this little pocket.
That's right, and here the rod antenna. You slide it out when you want to broadcast, Uncle Jim. Don't forget to turn on the switch.
I won't. There, it's all fast now. All right, my dear, we're all set. Leave the horse in the water, Michelle. That's the word.
The creek turns just 100 yards down, Manuel. How far down will you make camp?
We go maybe 3-4 miles, Jack. Then we make camp. You'll find us.
We'll find you, all right. And if anything happens, we'll tell you over the radio, Uncle Jim.
I'll depend on that, Jack. Keep your eyes out for those wild tamaros, too.
Oh, Uncle Jim, do you think a tamaro might attack Jack and Billy?
I don't think so, Betty, but there's a chance. The tamaro's been known to stalk a man for miles, just the way a man usually stalks a deer. Then they attack, and they're pretty dangerous with their sharp horns.
Supper and catfish, what do we do if we see one stalking us, Uncle Jim?
You'd better climb a tree and radio me for help, Billy. I'll come back with my hunting rifle.
We'll keep an eye out, Uncle Jim, both for Karang's men and for the wild tamaros.
Come, we go now.
Goodbye, Jack. Goodbye, Billy.
Goodbye, Betty.
Don't let anything happen to that pedometer, Jack. Goodbye.
I won't, Uncle Jim. We'll join you when you make camp later.
Goodbye. Golly, Jack, I can't help feeling a little nervous now that Uncle Jim and Malu and Betty and Michelle are leaving us.
Don't forget the horse, Billy. He's leaving us, too.
Do you really suppose that Carl Rye has sent some of his men to follow us?
I shouldn't wonder. If he thinks that we're trying to find the cave where those rifles are hidden, he'll certainly put someone on our track.
How are we going to keep them from knowing that our party is going downstream?
I know how we can fool them, Billy. We can go upstream, away from Uncle Jim and Manuel. Then if Karang's men come, we can make a noise, and they'll think we've all gone that way.
But they'll follow our tracks, Jack. They'll soon see that they've been fooled.
No, they won't, Billy. We'll wade upstream along the rocky bottom. Then if Karang's men come, we'll make a noise. They'll go upstream after us. We can hide somewhere, and they'll keep on going. They won't see any tracks, but they'll be sure that we're all going upstream.
Say, maybe that will fool them.
We'd better get over on the upstream side of the ford now, Billy. Once they come around this bend in the trail, they'll see us if we try to cross then. Come on. Here, wade in the water. We don't want to leave any tracks.
I don't see any sign of Carline's men yet, Jack.
We won't see any sign of them until they come in sight around the bend of the trail, Billy. And that's just 100 yards up the hill.
Here, we're on the upstream side of the trail now. Oh, look, Uncle Jim and the others are out of sight already.
They're hidden by the turn of the stream. Billy, look through the trees, up on the hill on the trail.
Holy smoke, there are two of Carline's men just coming around the bend.
They'll be here in a minute. We've got to get upstream and out of sight before they get here. Come on, run, and keep in the creek bottom. We mustn't let them see us.
Say, Jack and Billy managed to get out of sight just in time, didn't they? They'll have to hurry to get hidden from Kerrang's men before they get down to the stream. And when those two tribesmen do get down to the stream, well, you can imagine there's going to be something doing. So listen in, all of you, at the same time tomorrow to another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Listen, there's a couple of big orange and blue Wheaties packages waiting for you at the grocery store. And I'm urging you right now, before the clock has ticked off another minute, to ask Mother to get those Wheaties for you next time she buys food. A good supply of Wheaties on hand will put you in line for a lot of mighty satisfying eating. Remind Mother to look for the famous General Mills trademarks, Wheaties and Breakfast of Champions, when she gets the groceries tomorrow.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand.
Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Listen, fellas and girls, I've told you a lot about sideliners. Those fellows who just aren't good enough to be headliners in their favorite sports. Day after day, they just sit on the sidelines and watch their friends enjoying themselves. Well, sir, today I've got a real surprise for you. Standing right beside me here in the studio is a real sideliner. Fellows and girls, meet Elmer, a genuine sideliner.
Hello.
Well, Elmer, they tell me you're really a whiz on the sidelines.
Sure am, Mr. McCormick. Never got into a game yet.
How come, Elmer?
I don't know. Just never felt much like it. Guess I just don't like sports nohow.
That's strange.
Huh?
I said, that's strange.
Oh, yeah, I guess maybe it is all right.
You look pretty husky and probably have some natural ability at sports.
Never felt like taking the trouble to get in them.
Ever think of training for sports?
Huh? Oh, yeah, training. Yeah, I thought about it. Too much work, though.
Ever hear of Jack Armstrong's personal training program?
Jack Armstrong's... Oh, yeah, I heard about it.
Well, listen, Elmer. If I gave you a training program that was mighty easy, so easy you'd hardly know you were training, would you be interested?
Yeah, I guess maybe I would.
Okay, listen to this. If you want a training program that's as easy to follow as falling off a log, a training program that's packed with plenty of real pleasure, start training Jack Armstrong's way. Why, say, if you've got natural ability in sports and if you've got your heart set on getting somewhere in sports, Jack Armstrong's training rules are just made for you. Now, here they are, all three of them, so listen carefully. 1, get plenty of fresh air, sleep, and exercise. 2, use a lot of soap and water because cleanliness is mighty important to an athlete's condition. 3, eat a breakfast of champions every morning.
Say, Mr. McCormick, that breakfast of champions sounds like a swell dish.
You bet it's a swell dish, Elmer. Man, you just can't beat the super special flavor of those crisp, crackling Wheaties. And they're especially good when you eat them with your favorite fruit. That combination of flavors is so doggone good it just can't be described. What's more, hundreds of great athletes and coaches in just about every line of sport name Wheaties, milk and fruit, as their favorite training breakfast a year round. Start your Jack Armstrong training program tomorrow morning for sure with a big helping of Wheaties, milk and fruit, a real breakfast of champions. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Jack and Billy are wading along the shallow bottom of a swift-flowing stream in the wild hill country of the Zamboanga Peninsula in Mindanao. 100 yards downstream from them, a rough mountain trail crosses the creek. 2 wild tribesmen are on their trail and have nearly reached the crossing. These 2 natives are following Uncle Jim, Betty, Mary, and Michelle to see if Uncle Jim is searching for a mountain cave where the tribesmen have hidden a supply of outlaw rifles. But Uncle Jim and the others have left the trail and are out of sight down in the valley of the creek. But Jack and Billy have followed the creek in the opposite direction to throw the approaching natives off the track. Right now, they have reached a bend in the stream and are closing into the bank to hide themselves in the thick bushes. Listen.
I'm soaking wet up to my waist from splashing, Jack.
I've had to be careful. I've got that pedometer on my belt. I don't want anything to happen to that.
Would it stop telling how far you walked if it got full of water, Jack?
I don't know, Billy. It looks strong enough to stand almost anything. There's no use taking a chance with it. We're going to need that pedometer to locate that cave on Uncle Jim's map. Here's the bush. We can crouch down behind it and see what goes on downstream when those tribesmen get there.
Move over a little, Jack. I'm not completely hidden yet. There, okay, that's enough. Say, this is sure a dandy place to watch from.
Oh, it's just made to order. The stream takes a turn here, so if we have to go further upstream, we'll be out of sight of the natives for a while.
You didn't get any water on that portable radio set on your back, did you, Jack?
No, sirree. She's as dry as toast.
Hadn't we better try to contact Uncle Jim with it? We could tell him that we saw the 2 tribesmen coming down the trail.
We'd better wait, Billy. We'll wait until we can give him some useful information. We'll wait and see what happens after Karang's men reach the creek.
Look, Jack, there they are. Both of them. They've just reached the stream.
I see them, Billy. Don't move now. They can't see us as long as we stay still behind this bush.
Look, they're talking things over.
They're wondering if we swam across the river and kept on up the trail.
They'll go across the creek and look in just a second, Jack.
But they won't see a thing that'll help them. That trail there is all rock. Uncle Jim and the others wouldn't have left a track even if they had gone across.
I kind of wish I knew what they were saying, Jack. They're having an argument of some kind.
Oh, but I know what they're arguing over, Billy. They're arguing over who's going to swim the creek and find out if we crossed it. The creek is pretty deep right there.
I'll say it is, and it's pretty swift, too. Look at them talk. Why, they use their hands as much as their tongues.
I think they're getting angry with each other, Billy. Look, one of them's pulling his barong out of his sash.
That's one way to settle an argument. He won the argument, too. The other fellow's going across.
Look at him wade in. I'll bet it's the first time he's been in a stream for a year.
Holy smoke, he'd better be able to swim, Jack. He's going to be in deep water soon.
He's in deep water now. There, he's swimming.
You might call it swimming. I call it dog paddling. He'll be lucky if he makes the other side.
It's a good thing for him the creek isn't very wide there. If he were up here with us now, he would have a wide stretch to cover.
Look, he's sinking. No, he's up again. But he's going down again, Jack. He can't make it.
He is in a bad way. Wait a minute, he's up again. He can touch bottom now. He's safe. See? He's half standing, half paddling. He'll be able to wade in a minute. There, he's walking now, fighting the current. He'll be on dry ground in a second.
Boy, he had a close shave. I bet he just loves the other chap who made him try it.
He's on high ground now. He's looking around for tracks, but he isn't finding any.
I'll bet he's saying things under his breath. Oh, look, Jack. They're starting downstream now, one on one bank and one on the other.
Yeah, Billy. They've started after Uncle Jim and Betty and the others. We've got to head them off. We've got to make them think that all of us are going upstream. I'm going to shout something. Then we'll run upstream as fast as we can and try to find a place to hide. All ready?
You bet I'm ready, Jack.
Here goes.
Hey, Uncle Jim, wait for us.
They heard you, Jack. Look, they stopped. They turned around.
They're talking to each other across the creek, Billy.
They think the rest of our party is upstream, Jack. See, they're running toward us. One on this side of the creek and one on the other.
It's time for us to be moving, Billy. The creek curves here so they can't see us. Keep in the water so they can't see your tracks. Come on.
Okay. We've got to find a place to hide, though, before they reach the turn in the creek, Jack.
I'll say we will. Keep an eye peeled on this bank. As soon as we see a good place, we'll duck in.
If we find a real good place, they'll go right on past us. Then we can slip back and join Uncle Jim.
That's what we'll try to do, Billy. But I don't see a good place to hide yet.
There are plenty of bushes, Jack.
I want a better place than that, Billy. They're coming up on high ground. If we go into a bush, they'll see our tracks.
We'd better find someplace soon.
We've got a little more time, Billy. They can't run very fast. The bushes are too thick on the shore. We can run as fast as they can.
Look ahead, Jack. The bushes aren't so thick. The hill comes almost down to the creek like a stone wall. There won't be any place to hide there.
Yes, there will, Billy. See? There are all sorts of little caves in the hillside. I'll bet some of them go in way under the hill.
I hope so.
There's a good one right ahead, Billy. And look, the shore's all rocky. We can go ashore now, and they won't be able to see our tracks. Come on.
I'm coming. Golly sakes, I hope we get there before they can see us.
Here, Billy. We'll go ashore right here. Watch your step on these rocks.
Boy, it's good to be out of that water. But I don't see that cave, Jack. Oh. Jack, what happened? Did you stumble? Did you hurt yourself?
I'll say I stumbled. Wait till I stand up and see about the old bones. There. Everything's all right.
Oh, that's great. Hurry, Jack. They'll be around that bend in another second.
Duck into the cave, Billy. There. I'm right behind you.
Oh, they can't see us now, Jack, until one of them comes right past.
They can't see us even then if we don't want them to, Billy. Look, the cave goes way back.
Jump on Jupiter. Who'd have thought that there'd be such a big cave here with such a small entrance?
And there are all sorts of crevices to hide in, Billy, if that chap does stick his nose in here. But I don't think he'll come in. He doesn't know that we've seen them. He'll think that we and Uncle Jim and all the rest are around the next bend of the stream.
Look, Jack. Look across the stream. There's the fellow who swam across. He's walking along the bank trying to pick up our tracks on that side.
Stand back a little, Billy. That's all right. Now he can't see us.
No, he can't hurt us anyway. He'd never try to swim the stream here. It's twice as wide as it was down below.
No, but if he sees us, he'll tell the other fellow. Look out, Billy. The chap on this side of the creek is turning the bend now. See him? He'll be by here in a few seconds. We've got to get farther back where he can't see us if he looks in.
Okay, Jack. Then, after they go around the bend upstream, we can backtrack and join Uncle Jim. Jack, what's that?
Where, Billy? What do you see?
Look on the ground out there where you fell down. Isn't that something shining there?
It certainly is. Wait a minute. Is my pedometer still on my belt? No, it's gone. My pedometer slipped off my belt when I stumbled, Billy.
Holy smoke, we can never get it now without him seeing us. Why, he's almost here.
Maybe he won't see it, Billy. Maybe he'll be looking upstream.
I hope so. We don't want to lose that pedometer.
We're not going to lose it, Billy. We need it to locate that cave on the map.
But suppose he sees it when he comes by. Suppose he picks it up.
If he picks it up, Billy, we've got to get it away from him. The two of us can handle him if we take him by surprise.
Oh, sure we can. But, say, Jack, what about that fellow on the other side of the creek?
He'll stay on the other side, Billy. He's not going to try to swim across here.
But he can run back to the place where he swam across before.
Yeah, but that'll take time, Billy. We can have this fellow tied up before he gets here. And besides, he doesn't like this other fellow. Maybe he won't be in any big hurry to help him. Easy now. Here comes the chap on this side. Get farther back.
I'm back far enough, Jack. He's keeping his eye on the ground for tracks. He's bound to see the pedometer.
Yeah, he'll see it all right. He'll pick it up, and then he'll keep on walking. And as he goes past here, then's when we jump it. Okay?
It's okay with me, Jack. I'll give him the old tackle to take care of the rest of them. But you'd better unsling that radio set from your bag.
Yeah, I'm doing that now. Listen, Billy. We'll get him down on the first rush. I'll get his barong from his sash and throw it in the creek. Then it's up to us to tie him up.
Look, Jack, he sees it. He stopped. He's picking it up now.
He recognizes it all right. He knows it's the same pedometer that Caron tried to steal from him.
He's going to tell his friend across the creek.
His friend hears him. Listen to him.
He's coming ahead, Jack. He's coming ahead, and he's got the pedometer in his hand. He's coming on with it.
Move over here, Billy. Right next to the side of the cave. Just as soon as he reaches us, we'll jump in.
Okay, Jack, but suffering catfish. Make sure you get that burling or bull or whatever it is and throw it right in the creek.
I will. Watch it now. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Got it! There! Those lights, Billy. Got it. Hang on to it.
scared to death. He's not struggling anymore.
What's the fellow on the other side doing, Jack? Oh, there he is. What? He's trying to swim over to us.
That's just a bluff, Billy. He knows he can't make it. He's turning back already. He's not going to help his friend.
Did you get the pedometer, Jack?
You bet I got it. But look sharp, Billy. We've got to tie this chap up and get away.
I'll say. But what do we use for rope?
Take the straps that are wrapped around the radio pack, Billy. Quick. Now hold this fella down. He's not so big, and he's afraid to do anything now since he lost his knife. We'll strap him up, and then we'll figure out what to do next. Well, my Zamboanga friend, we'll fix you up in just 1 minute.
Pues Sagabolongo ang lapino remolitorio una pocolito.
Say, what will Jack and Billy do next? They're tying up that wild hill fellow on this side of the creek, and it looks as if they're safe for the moment from the native on the other side. But somehow, they've got to get back to Uncle Jim and Betty and Malua without these tribesmen suspecting that Uncle Jim is downstream. You can just bet there's plenty of excitement ahead before Jack and Uncle Jim find the cave where the smuggled rifles are hidden. So listen in, all of you, at this same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Look, if you want to get in on a lot of mighty fine eating, here's what to do. Ask Mother to get you 2 or 3 packages of those keen-flavored Wheaties right away. Then ask her to serve you a breakfast of champions, Wheaties, milk and fruit, every morning. Man, there's a breakfast dish that tops them all for flavor.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American.
Oh, just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand.
Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Hey, Larry, what in the name of time is that complicated machine?
That's it, Mr. McCormick. It's a timescope. Just a mythical invention of my own. Pretty clever gadget, too, I calls it. Like to see it work?
Sure. What's the idea?
Well, by setting all of these dials of my timescope, you can tell exactly what you were doing at any time in the past or future. Maybe.
Say, that's really something.
You bet it is. Now, can you remember just exactly what you were doing at, let us say at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Wednesday, October 18th, 1939?
5:30, October 18th, 1939. Oh, gosh, Larry, I'm afraid...
I'll let you hear for yourself. First, I set these small dials for the time. That's 5:30. And then this one for the date. Let's see, October 18th, 1939. Now, I turn on the volume, and she's ready to go. Here it comes. Listen.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Now, if you were to step up and ask almost any athlete just when you should train, chances are he'd make it pretty plain that training's a year-round proposition. And I don't know of a better or easier year-round training program than Jack Armstrong's. It's been okayed by many of the greatest coaches and athletes in the country. Now, I'll give you Jack Armstrong's training rules point by point. 1, get plenty of fresh air, sleep, and exercise.
Well, how does that strike you, Mr. McCormick?
Say, it's great.
Bet you can't carry right on from where you left off.
It's a bet. Listen. Rule number 2. Use a lot of soap and water because cleanliness is mighty important to an athlete's condition. And 3...
eat a breakfast of champions every morning. Boy, that's an A number 1 way of putting a whale of a lot of fun into training.
I say, that combination of Wheaties, milk, and fruit is so doggone super delicious, I wouldn't miss having it every morning for all the tea in China. Talk about flavor. Say, there isn't another breakfast dish can come anywhere near a breakfast of champions.
You hit the nail right smack on the head there, Larry. But getting back to your timoscope, I'll bet I've got a problem that'll stump it.
Let's have it.
You show me on the timoscope what will be happening to Jack Armstrong and his friends, let's say a week from today. And that'll be next Thursday.
Okay. I'll set this small dial for the time. And now the date. Let's see. Thursday. There we are. Now listen.
I don't think Mikhail likes us one bit, Jack. Neither do I. We better not let him catch us. I'm breaking all records for hill climbing, Jack. Look out for this rock. That rock almost got me. Look, it's bouncing right down on Mikhail. Look at him jump to one side. Oh, he stumbled. He's rolling down the gully himself. Hurry, Billy. Let's get to the top of this cliff.
And if you don't think my timoscope works like a charm, just listen and see what happens to Jack and Billy a week from today. That's next Thursday.
And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Jack and Billy are high up on a ridge overlooking a stream in the wild hill country of the Zamboanga Peninsula in Mindanao. They're on their way back to the overnight camp, which Uncle Jim, Betty, and Malua are preparing somewhere down in the stream valley. Jack and Uncle Jim and the others are searching for a mountain cave where local tribesmen have hidden a supply of smuggled rifles preparatory to a general uprising. They have been followed by two of the tribesmen, but Jack and Billy, by leading them in the wrong direction, have thrown them off the scent and are now trying to find Uncle Jim and the others. Right now, Jack and Billy are plowing through some thick underbrush to get a glimpse of the valley below, and Jack is consulting his pedometer to check the distance he has come. Listen.
The pedometer says we've come 3.5 miles since we left the trail, Billy. We should be inside of Uncle Jim's camp soon.
I know, Jack. I hope we haven't passed the place.
Not a chance, Billy. We've been keeping the stream in sight below us all the way. If Uncle Jim and Betty and Malua have made camp, we'd have seen them.
Holy smoke, there they are, Jack, down in the valley. Right under our very noses.
Oh, but a long way under our noses, too, Billy. And they're on the other side of the stream, too. There's the tent, and there's Michelle and the pack horse. Look, there's Betty coming out of the tent now.
But where are Uncle Jim and Malua? I don't see either of them.
There they are, Billy, over near the thicket to the right of the campsite. Malua is... Just what is he doing? Looks as though he's working on a long pole.
See if you can get Uncle Jim on the radio now, Jack.
I'll try, Billy. We haven't had any luck so far. I think the battery to Uncle Jim's little set must have run down.
But he would have put in new batteries when he made camp, Jack.
Stretch up that rod antenna, will you, Billy? Yeah, that's the idea. Now I'll get the mic out of the pocket, and we'll see if Uncle Jim's set is working. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot the switch. There.
Calling Jack Armstrong. Calling Jack Armstrong.
There's Uncle Jim. We were right, Jack. He's trying to get you now.
Jack Armstrong speaking. Hello, Uncle Jim.
Hello, Jack. Thank heaven I got you. I just put some fresh batteries in this set. Are you and Billy all right?
We're all right, Uncle Jim. But a lot has happened since we left you.
It looks as though a lot will happen after you join us, too. Where are you now?
We're up on this ridge right across the creek from you. We can see you, but I don't believe you can see us.
I'll try. No, I can't see a sign of you. Why are you up there? Why didn't you come down the creek as we did? Did Carang's men follow us?
You bet they did, Uncle Jim. Two of the tribesmen came down the trail soon after you left. Billy and I thought we'd fool them and make them think you were going upstream from the trail. So we went upstream a ways and made a noise, and they followed us. One on one side of the creek and one on the other side.
Well, that was pretty risky, Jack. What happened?
Well, it wouldn't have been risky, Uncle Jim, except that I dropped my pedometer and one of the tribesmen picked it up. So Billy and I had a little fight with him and got it back.
I'm glad you recovered the pedometer, Jack. Are the tribesmen following you now?
I don't think so, Uncle Jim. We backtracked up the hillside along the stone ledge so they couldn't pick up our tracks.
That's fine. Have you kept a record of your distances with the pedometer?
You bet I have, Uncle Jim.
Good. This is the place where we leave the creek and strike into the hills to find the cave. You and Billy had better come right down and join us.
We'll do that, Uncle Jim. Say, what's Malua making?
He's making himself a regular Moro spear.
A spear? Why is he doing that? Does he expect to be attacked?
I'll tell you about that when you come down here. Now listen, Jack. It's possible that you're still being followed, so I leave my radio set turned on. Let me know at once if you see any signs of those tribesmen.
I'll do that, Uncle Jim. If that's all, I'll sign off. We'll take a look around, and if everything's clear, we'll come right down.
All right, Jack. I'm signing off.
Did you get that, Billy? Uncle Jim and Malua must be worried about something.
Manny was making himself a spear, and Uncle Jim seemed a little bit concerned.
Supper and catfish. I wonder what's up now.
Yeah, we'll find out when we get down there. Let's take a good look back and see if there's any sign of those tribesmen coming after us.
I've been looking back, Jack. Looks all clear to me.
It's hard to see very much. Anyway, I feel pretty sure that those tribesmen think we all went upstream. But hey, Billy, look behind us. Just to the right of that bald spot. Do you see anything in those bushes?
Where, Jack? I can see that bald spot and I can see the bushes. Did you see anything in those bushes?
I thought I did, Billy. I couldn't be sure. I don't see it now.
But, Jack, what do you think you saw? One of the tribesmen?
No, it wasn't a man.
Holy smoke, don't tell me it was a tamaro.
That's what I thought I saw just for an instant, Billy. But the sun's getting so low, and I was looking right into the western sky. Well, I don't see it now. I guess if it was a tamaro, it'd still be there.
I see him now, Jack. He's standing in those bushes just looking at us. I bet he's waiting for us to start moving before he comes after us.
You're right, Billy. I'd feel a lot happier if Uncle Jim were here with that hunting rifle of his. Wait, I'll tell him. He said he'd leave his radio set on.
Here's the mic, Jack. I hope he's listening in.
Calling Uncle Jim. Calling Uncle Jim.
Uncle Jim speaking. What's the trouble, Jack?
We're being stalked by a tamaro, Uncle Jim. If you don't mind...
Tamaro, Jack. I'll come right away with my rifle. Don't take any chances now. If he gets close to you before I get there, take to a tree.
You bet we'll take to a tree, Uncle Jim.
Uncle Jim is going to the tent for his rifle now, Jack. I can see him.
But look at Malua, Billy. He's not waiting for Uncle Jim. He's got that spear in his hand. He's already started. He's going down to the creek now.
Well, Malua may be an expert with a spear, Jack, but just the same, I prefer Uncle Jim with his rifle. Look at that tamaro. He's still watching us. I can see his horns sticking above the bushes.
We'd better begin picking out a good tree, Billy, in case he starts after us. Wait a minute. There's not a tree we can climb around here. They're all either too big for us to shinny up or too small to hold us.
Jumpin' Jupiter, we better start down the hillside. I see some trees down there that we may be able to shinny up.
I guess we had. But we'll have to keep one eye on that tamaro as we walk along.
One eye? Boy, I'm going to keep 4 eyes on it. 2 in front and 2 in back. Come on.
Gee, this is steep, Billy. But I wish it was steeper. I wish it was so steep that the tamaro couldn't follow it.
He is following us, Jack. He's moving out of the bushes now.
I don't like that one bit. He's not moving out very fast.
He's still stalking us. I hope he keeps on stalking us and doesn't charge until Uncle Jim arrives.
I have a hunch that Malua will get here first, Billy. Look, he's already across the stream. He started up the hillside. He's disappeared into the trees now.
And there's Uncle Jim, swimming the stream and holding the rifle high and dry. Boy, it takes a real swimmer to be able to do that.
Don't forget to keep an eye on that tamaro, Billy. Look at him. He's like a small carabao, and he's built like a bull.
I'll bet he can manage those horns like a bull, too. Look how he walks after us. Why, I can almost see those small beady eyes of his.
There's some trees halfway down the hill, Billy, just the right side. If we can get there, we'll be all right.
Jack, he's gaining on us. He's walking faster than we are. Hadn't we better start running?
Not yet, Billy. If we started to run, you can bet your boots he'd charge after us. And he can run a lot faster than we can.
I guess you're right, Jack, but boy, oh boy, how my legs do want to run.
Uncle Jim's across the stream now, Billy. I don't see anything of Malua.
I hope Malua's making tracks up this hill, Jack. Even a spear would be better than nothing.
I have a hunch that Malua can really throw a spear if he had to, Billy. He's a real moral warrior, and they practice with a spear all their lives.
Jumping crickets, Jack. Do you hear that? That tamaro is getting restless.
I'm keeping an eye on it, Billy. Look out. Here's some thick bushes to go through.
I wish they were thicker. I wish they were thick enough to stop that tamaro.
Hey, I don't like that sound at all, Billy.
We're getting pretty close to those trees, Jack, and we better try and make a break for it.
He'd never make it, Billy, if he started after us.
Look out, Jack. He started to run. He's charging us.
There's a little tree over there, Billy. Quick, get to it.
But it's too small, Jack. It'll never hold us.
It's got to hold us, Billy. It's all we have. Here. Now, here you go.
Okay. I'm getting up, Jack. Now, hurry. There. Come on. No, come on.
I'm right behind you, Billy. Get up to the next branch.
I will. Hurry, Jack. That tamaro is almost here.
I'm climbing up, Billy. This radio set doesn't help any. There, he can't get me now.
But the tree is bending so, Jack, it'll break in a minute.
If it does break, Billy, you run that way and I'll run this way. He can't get us both.
Look out. He's going to try to knock the tree down.
Hold on tight, Billy. He hasn't knocked it down yet.
Oh, he's backing off, Jack. He's going to try again. Look at him charge.
This tree can't stand much more of this, Billy. Better get ready to run when it falls.
Look, Jack. There's Malua over there to one side. He's got a steer with him.
Malua's shouting at the tamaro. Look, the tamaro sees it.
Wait, he's going to chase Malua, Jack. The tamaro is going to chase Malua.
There he goes. He's charging after Malua.
Jack, I'm almost afraid to look. Why, Malua isn't running. He's waiting, Jack. He's waiting for the tamaro.
Look how calmly he stands there, Billy. He's got his spear poised.
He's throwing it. Look at it fly through the air.
He got him. He hit the tamaro squarely in the neck.
But the tamaro is still charging. Oh, no, he isn't, Jack. He's stumbling. He's reeling. Look. Oh, baby, he's falling down. Oh, boy, am I weak.
Oh, me too, Billy. I feel as though I'd been run through a ringer. Look, here comes Uncle Jim running with his rifle.
It's all right, Uncle Jim. Manuel got him. Manuel got the tamaro with his spear. See him over there?
Thank heaven for that, Jack. I was afraid it might be too late. Well, if you've had enough excitement for one day, climb down out of that tree. I've got a lot to tell you. There's work ahead of us.
Boy, I feel as though that tamaro had chased me up that tree. But say, what does Uncle Jim mean? Have he and Manuel discovered something about that cave where Kerrang has hidden the smuggled rifles? You can be sure of one thing, that cave is not being left unguarded. But if Jack can place it on the map with the help of his pedometer, then they can get help from the soldiers at Pet Barracks. But if the tribesmen who guard the cave discover them, then things will start to happen. So listen in, all of you, at the same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. There's a great treat in store for millions of fellows and girls tomorrow morning. Yes, they're the lucky ones who are going to have a big breakfast of champions all ready for them when they sit down at the breakfast table. How's about it? Join Jack Armstrong's friends in a keen-tasting, extra-nourishing breakfast of Wheaties, milk, and fruit tomorrow morning.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys.
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. You know, if you're anything like a lot of fellas and girls I've met, you've got to have a mighty good reason for doing something. And I don't blame you a bit. That's why I know I'll get a lot of pleasure out of what I'm going to tell you in the next few seconds. You see, I'll not only give you one reason for making Wheaties a regular on your breakfast table, but two of the best reasons you've ever heard. Number one, in a good many parts of the country right now, the thermometer's down pretty low. In plain everyday language, there are a lot of folks, and you may be one of them, who are having a chilly time of it these days. That's why I hope there's a good big supply of Wheaties handy. You see, Wheaties are packed with valuable fuel energy, the food fuel that helps you keep warm when the weather gets chilly. Now, if you think you have to eat a hot-cooked breakfast to keep warm, just listen to this. The temperature of the food you eat hasn't a single thing to do with helping you keep warm. Why, if it did, you could have a couple of glasses of steaming hot water for breakfast every morning. But you know that warmth wouldn't last long. No, it's not the temperature of the food that helps keep you warm. It's the number of fuel energy units the food itself contains that helps protect you from the cold. And take it from me, Wheaties are packed with those important fuel energy units. Now, I said I had two reasons why you should have a bowl of those crisp, crackling whole wheat flakes every morning. But if you've ever tried Wheaties, I think you've probably guessed reason number two. Yes, it's that special flavor of Wheaties that makes them a must on your breakfast lineup. It's the kind of flavor that hits the spot every morning right through the year. So climb on the bandwagon and remind Mother to get you Wheaties from a grocer tomorrow for sure. Then see to it that the big orange and blue Wheaties package is parked right next to your plate, ready for second helpings every morning from here on in. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. The dark tropical night is falling fast over the wild hill country of the Zamboanga Peninsula in Mindanao. Jack Armstrong and his friends, searching for a cave where rebellious tribesmen have hidden a supply of outlaw rifles, are in hostile country. They are camped on a level clearing near a mountain stream where they intend to spend the night before making their final effort to locate the guarded cave. Right now, as darkness settles, Betty is putting out the campfire so it will not betray them to any hostile natives in the vicinity. Michelle is grooming down a pack horse, and Nellie was making a long bow from a branch of a tough nara tree. And Jack and Uncle Jim and Billy are in a little tent, making a map of the country they've gone through and discussing the ominous footsteps they discovered near the clearing. Listen.
But, Uncle Jim, I still can't figure out the meaning of those footprints you showed us. I mean the prints made by somebody wearing hobnail shoes.
I think one thing's clear enough, Billy. They were made by a man who was on his way to that cave we're trying to locate.
And one thing more is clear, Billy. They were certainly made by a white man. But what in the world would another white man be doing in this wild country? Well, just think a minute, Billy. We know there's been a white man around here, and we know that he must have something to do with those smuggled rifles. At least he knows where the cave is. Now, what white man do we know of who's mixed up with this business? Why, suffering catfish, it's Yates, of course.
Of course, Billy. We know that Yates has been using his trading schooner to smuggle in rifles. He must be working hand in glove with Karang and Sultan Buloa. But let's forget about Yates for a moment. Jack, let me see those notes you made from your pedometer. I want to bring this map of ours up to date so we can spot that cave on it exactly after we find it.
Here they are, Uncle Jim. Flash your light over here, Billy, so Uncle Jim can fix his map up. Here you are, Jack. I still don't see how that pedometer can record exactly how far you've walked, uphill and downhill. It never misses, Billy. Can you read these notes, Uncle Jim? These distances start where the trail hit the stream. Each distance is from one curve of the stream to the next curve.
That's just what I need, Jack. I've got the compass bearing of each stretch of the stream. Now we can put this stream on the map in its exact position.
I'll say. And tomorrow, when we cut into the hills, we can plot our exact route until we hit that cave. When we give this map to the army troops at Zamboanga, they'll know just where the cave is. I hope we manage to get back to Zamboanga to give somebody the map. If that cave is guarded by the tribesmen...
We'll get back somehow, Betty. Who's that outside the tent? Oh, it's you, Betty. Don't come in. There's not enough room for me to work as it is.
Oh, I won't come in, Uncle Jim. I just wanted to tell you that, well, I think Malio is worried about something.
What's happening now?
Just what's he worried about, Betty?
I don't know, Uncle Jim, but I know he's worried. He whittles on his bow for a while, and then he stops and listens and looks up into the hills. Then he whittles some more, and then stops and listens again.
Well, maybe he thinks that Karang and his men are following us.
But he doesn't look across the stream, Billy. He looks up into the hills in the direction of the cave.
All right, Betty. Jack, suppose you and Billy go out and see what Miley was worried about. That'll give me enough elbow room in this tent to work on the map.
All right, Uncle Jim. Come on, Billy.
Close the tent flap behind you. I don't want any light to seep out of this tent.
Okay, Uncle Jim. Hey, it is dark out here. Manuel may be listening, but I'll bet he's not looking. Not unless he has the eyes of an owl. I don't see how he could hear much either, Jack, with those monkeys chattering and the parrots screeching at each other.
Well, there was hardly any jungle noise at all until it got dark, Billy. But now it sounds as if all the monkeys in the jungle have come out to talk to us.
Where is Manuel? Oh, here he is. What's happening, Manuel? Betty thinks you're worried about something.
Me no worry, Jack. Me just careful, that's all.
Manuel, are the tribesmen laying for us in those hills?
Me no think so, Jack. But me see light.
Oh, light?
Me see light 1 time, 2 time.
What kind of a light, Manuel? Look, Jack, there's a light now. A couple of 100 yards in from the creek.
And it's moving, too. Oh, what can it be?
It's going now. I know what it is. Somebody's coming toward the creek with a flashlight. Oh, jumping crickets. Who'd have a flashlight in this neck of the woods?
Him, white man.
A white man? But that's not possible, Manuel.
Yes, it is possible, Betty. It may be the same white man who made those footprints we saw. Holy mackerel, you don't mean Yates.
Maybe Jack right. Maybe him Yates.
But when we last saw Yates, he was sailing away in his schooner.
Maybe he was just sailing up the coast to get to the trail that leads to the cave, Betty.
Me no like this, Jack. Me no like Yates see you, or Uncle Jim, or anybody except me.
But gosh, Manuel, you don't want him to see you, do you?
He no see me. He see old Moro peddler.
Oh, that's right, Manuel. I'd forgotten that you're still disguised as a Moro peddler.
Me old peddler, Betty. Me not Malua now. Me Sulata. See? Me bend over. Paint on face make me look old.
And me talk old, too. You're certainly disguised, Manuel, but can you fool Yates?
Already me fool him many times. Me talk with him. Me know what Yates doing. He thinks Sulata is friend.
Look, there's that light again. He's getting closer. He's picking his way right down to the creek. We've got to decide what to do quickly, Manuel.
Me go meet him. Me go talk with him. Find out why he here.
Oh, he'll want to know why you're here, Manuel.
Moro peddler go all places.
Well, he'll walk right into camp. He'll see the tent and he'll see the pack horse. He'll want to know there's something funny going on.
Maybe he knows see Billy. He follow Pot. Pot come down over there.
But if he shines his light this way, he'll see everything.
Maybe me break light first, Betty. Then he no see.
We'll certainly have to keep him from seeing us if we can. If he finds out we're here, he'll go to the village and tell Karan. We'll have the whole tribe at our backs in no time.
Me go now. Me go meet him. All Moro peddler Sulata go meet Yates.
Gee willikins, Jack. I hope Yates doesn't discover that we're here. I'm afraid he's going to be pretty suspicious when he meets Malua. And if he's suspicious, he may see through Malua's disguise. Hadn't we ought to tell Uncle Jim? Yeah. Betty, go inside the tent and tell Uncle Jim what's up. He'll probably want to bust his light.
All right, Jack. But then I'm coming to join you.
Okay, Betty. But be careful. Don't get where Yates can see you if he starts looking around with that flashlight. Come on, Billy.
I'm coming, Jack. Where's Malua? I can't see him in the dark.
There he is, just ahead of us. He's walking toward the edge of this clearing. That's the way Yates is coming.
Maybe it isn't Yates after all, Jack. Maybe it's somebody else.
Must be Yates, Billy. None of the natives have flashlights, so this fellow must be a white man.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Jack. Golly sakes, I hope he doesn't flash that light over to the tent. He'd spot it for sure.
I think Malua has stopped on the trail. He's going to wait for Yates to come by. Here's a clump of bushes, Billy, just over here to the right. Let's duck in there. Then Yates can't see us even if he does flash his light in our direction.
Okay, Jack. Oh, golly, they're pretty thick bushes.
Look out, Billy. Watch out for the crooked vine. That vine has thorns like barbed wire.
Human crickets, are you telling me? I'm all caught now, Jack. Why, it's worse than a briar patch.
Who's that coming? Oh, it's Betty. Careful, Betty. You'll tear your clothes in this thicket. Did you tell Uncle Jim?
I told him, Jack.
Is he coming here, Betty?
No, he's not, Jack. He went to warn Michelle, and he's going to stay with the pack horse to keep it from whinnying.
We'd forgotten all about that pack horse. Why, sure as shooting, he'd May and whinny at the wrong time.
Easy now. We've gone far enough into this thicket. We're well hidden.
But where's Malua, Jack?
There he is, waiting in the middle of the trail just a few feet from us.
Yates will see him in just a second. He's almost here.
Shh. We don't want Yates to hear us.
He's flashing his light on Malua now. And look at Malua. He's all stooped over. Why, he looks 100 years old.
Hey, who's there? Who are you?
This Solata, Senor Yates. You know me, huh?
So it's you, Salada. How did you know it was me?
Me know, Senor Yates. Me know you, white man. Me know white man must be, Senor Yates. Who else would come from cave?
I'm coming from the cave, all right, but what are you doing here?
Me spend night here, Senor Yates. Tomorrow me go to cave.
You're going to the cave? Why are you going there?
Caron send me. He sent me find out if soldiers know of cave yet.
That's funny. I was just going to the village to warn Korang myself.
Why you warn him, huh?
I got lots to warn him out. There's a schooner.
Who that come behind you, huh?
Oh, he's just one of my crew. He's a Moro from your part of the country who's helping me run these rifles in. He's going with me to the village. Wait there, Makayo.
Where's Makayo, Jack? I don't see him.
He's standing just behind Yates, Billy.
Why you want Karang, Senor Yates?
I want him to be careful. There's a man called Captain Jim Fairfield with his nephew Billy and a strapping young feller called Jack Armstrong. They've just come to Zamboanga, and they've been sticking their noses into my business.
Just listen to that, Jack.
Shh, Billy, not so loud.
Why you tell Karang about Captain Fairfield, huh?
Captain Fairfield and Jack Armstrong have learned that I've been using my trading schooner to run those rifles up the coast. They probably told the soldiers at Zamboanga about it. And that means the soldiers are soon going to be looking for the hiding place of those rifles.
They look, Senor Yates, but they're not fine, huh?
I don't know about that. I know that Captain Fairfield and Jack Armstrong and the others have come into this country. And Jack has a pedometer with him to keep track of distances. Shouldn't wonder if they're up there somewhere trying to find that cave right now.
Did you get that, Jack? Yates has it all doped out.
Who's that in there?
Shh, Billy, I think he heard you.
Who's in those bushes, Salada?
Maybe monkey, Senor Yates.
That's our cue, Billy. You and Betty see if you can chatter like a monkey. I'll try too.
Place, Senor Yates.
Yeah, they don't sound like monkeys to me, Salada. I'm going in those bushes and find out who's in there. Come on, Makayo. There's something funny going on around here, and I'm going to find out what it is.
Well, we can't hand Jack and Billy and Betty much on their imitation of monkeys. At least it didn't fool Yates. But say, Yates had better look out. He may have a real surprise coming to him. But if he does discover Jack and gets away to warn Kerrang, then Jack and the others will really have their hands full. It looks as though things were shaping up for a barrel full of excitement around that cave of the smuggled rifles, and you won't want to miss it. So listen in, all of you, at this same time next Monday for another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. You know, there's a lot of extra pleasure packed away in that big orange and blue Wheaties package, and here's one way to get the best out of it. Every night, just about bedtime, hike out into the kitchen and help yourself to a heaping big bowl of Wheaties and milk or cream. It's my bet you'll want to make that Wheaties evening lunch a regular event. Try it tonight, won't you?
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye till Monday for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the pipe for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand.
Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Listen, I'm willing to bet my old hand-painted mustache cup that you'd never buy a wagon with only 3 wheels or a rifle without a barrel. No, sir. You'd want that wagon complete with 4 wheels and that rifle complete with a barrel. And I wouldn't blame you a bit. When you stop to think about it, you feel the same way about the food you eat, don't you? When you have your choice between a really nourishing breakfast and one that's only half there, you'll pick the complete one every time, I know. That's one very good reason why I think you'll want to make Wheaties your year-round training breakfast. You see, some so-called whole wheat foods, and this includes some breakfast dishes, lose an important part of their nourishment when they're being manufactured. When you eat them, you're only getting a part of the nourishment that nature packed into the whole wheat berry. But that's not the case with Wheaties, no, sir. Wheaties give you every bit of the well-known essential nourishment of 100% choice whole wheat. You get all of the food energy, all of the minerals, and all of those very necessary vitamins B1 and G that are naturally present in whole wheat. And that's a mighty important thing to keep in mind if you're interested in making a name for yourself in sports. Eating the right kinds of nourishing food is a major part of every good training program. And you can be sure that you're getting the extra good nourishment of choice whole wheat every time you sit down to a bowl of Wheaties. So if you'd like to eat the same training breakfast that's eaten the year round by hundreds of famous athletes, if you want to be sure that you're getting all of the well-known essential nourishment of whole wheat, take my advice and ask Mother to serve you Wheaties, milk, and fruit, a real breakfast of champions every morning. It's a great breakfast dish. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Do you hear those monkeys chattering their heads off in the dark night? Well, they're not monkeys at all. They're Jack and Billy and Betty hiding in the thicket near their campsite in the wild Zamboanga Peninsula in Mindanao. A trail runs near that thicket, and Melua, disguised as Zulata, the old Moro peddler, has intercepted Yates and Makayo. Yates had just come from the cave with the smuggled rifles, which Jack and Uncle Jim are trying to locate. And if Yates discovers that Jack and Uncle Jim and the others are in that vicinity, he will certainly inform the hostile natives. Just listen to him. While Uncle Jim and Michelle are away in the darkness, trying to keep their pack horse quiet, Jack and Billy and Betty are hidden in this thicket to help Melua in case Yates sees through his disguise. But Yates has heard them in the thicket, and right now Jack and the others are imitating a pack of monkeys, trying to make Yates believe that there's no one in the thicket. But Yates is suspicious. Listen.
I tell you, Solana, that doesn't sound like monkeys to me. What's going on around here?
They sound very like monkeys to me, Senor Yates. Me go and see, huh?
Oh, no, you don't. How do I know you're not mixed up in some funny business yourself? It's mighty strange you happen to be here right now anyway.
Me tell you why me here, Senor Yates. The mighty chief, Karang send me to cave to see.
Yeah, that's your story. Come to think of it, you know quite a lot about these smuggled rifles.
Me just old moral peddler, Senor Yates.
You'd better be. If I ever found out that you were something else, you wouldn't do any more peddling or anything else.
Jack, Yates has already begun to suspect that Manny wasn't really just a peddler. Yeah, there's going to be trouble here in a minute, Billy. Keep on your toes and keep on imitating the monkey. We can't stop now.
Oh, Jack, he hasn't found us yet. Can't we slip away before he comes in here?
Not a chance, Betty. He's too close to us now, and he still has his flashlight.
I'm going to find out what's in that thicket. It may be monkeys, and then it may be some of your friends, Salada.
Me just old peddler, Senor Yates. Me got no friend.
I'm not so sure about that. Where's that man of mine? Where's Mikhail?
Mikhail right behind you, Senor Yates. Why you want him, huh?
Mikhail, I'm going into that thicket. We'll see what kind of monkeys we have in there.
Oh, me go and see, Senor Yates. Maybe him wild tamaro in bush. Maybe wild tamaro with sharp bones. When you get off, me go see.
Nothing doing, Salada. Keep an eye on you, Mikhail. All right, you monkeys in there. I'm going to see if you are monkeys. In just 3 seconds, I'm going to fire this pistol into those bushes. We'll see what happens then.
Jack, let's rush him. Let's rush him and take him by surprise.
One.
Got a gun in his hand, Bill. We've got Betty with us. We can't take a chance.
2.
Don't do anything you'll be sorry for, Yates.
Oh, so the monkeys can talk. All right, come on out. Let's take a look at you. Don't move, Salada. Stay where you are. I'm a bad man to fool with. Come on out, you talking monkey.
Well, Yates, here I am. What are you going to do about it?
Well, so it's you, Jack Armstrong. I might have guessed it. Always crossing my path. Always interfering in my business.
It's a pretty serious business, isn't it, Yates? Smuggling rifles into these hill tribes?
So, you know all about that, do you? Who else is in there with you?
Hello, Mr. Yates. You're a lot braver now than when we last saw you.
My, Yates. I bet you're surprised to see me, too.
So, the whole pack of you are together, huh? All right, keep in the light of this flashlight where I can see you. You too, Salada.
You look at me, Yates.
I'm looking at you, you old broken-down rascal.
Jack, look, now you were straightening up. He's wiping the paint from his face.
And look at Yates. Look at his portrait. He's recognizing Manuel. Why, he's trembling in his boots.
You look at me, Yates. Now you know me, huh?
So it's you, Manuel.
That's right, Yates. You know me now.
So you've been spying on me. You came up here, this country, to spy on me. Who are you working for? Are you in the pay of the government?
You're not very smart man yet. You work for Sultan Buloa. He very bad man, but he smart man. You're not very smart.
Well, I'm smart enough to keep you covered with this gun, Malua. And we'll see who's smart when I turn you over to Corral. Mikhail, tie him up. Then we'll tie up the others. And I'll stand guard on them until you get Corong and his men here.
Oh, Jack, we can't let Yates tie up Mario.
You don't get a chance, Betty. Do you see that shadow in the dark coming up behind Yates? Don't look, Jim. It's Uncle Jim. Shh, don't look in that direction. Don't let Yates suspect anything.
What's that I see hanging on your belt, Jack Armstrong?
I'll let you find out, Yates.
I know what it is. It's that pedometer the Army gave you. You've been using it to help locate that cave. Well, you won't use it anymore. I'll use it myself. Hand it over.
Sure, I'll hand it over. You can use it to see how far you have to walk to find Uncle Jim. Here, take it.
Mikhail, hold this light a minute. Keep it shining on everybody here. Now, Jack Armstrong, I'll take that pedometer. It's still working, is it? Yeah, let's see how far you've been walking today.
Don't look now, Betty, but Uncle Jim is creeping up behind you.
I've been watching him, Billy. No, I hope he's careful.
Don't worry. He'll grab that gun the first thing. Then I'll rush out to help him, and Jack will help Michelle get Mikhail.
What are you two whispering about? If you think that...
Now, there's Uncle Jim. I'll help Uncle Jim, Jack. You help Manuel. Okay, Billy. And a boy, Manuel. Dawn, watch out for him. He's back.
Pick up Jack's gun.
Oh, okay, Uncle Jim.
Look out there. Mikhail's coming after you with his knife. Oh, good.
Well, Manuel.
He not hurt anybody with barong, Betty.
All right, Yates. I've got you now. Are you going to behave, or do you want some more medicine?
So it's you, Captain Fairfield.
Yes, it is.
Mikhail, where are you? What are you doing?
He's not doing anything right now, Yates. Malu and Jack have him well in hand. Billy, hand me Yates' gun. I'll put it away where he can't do any harm with it.
Here it is, Uncle Jim. Look out, it's all loaded and cocked.
I'll fix that. There, you'll empty the magazine. And now, Yates, you come along with me to my tent. I've a few questions to ask you.
You won't get anything from me.
We'll see about that. Come along. Jack, you and Marty will bring that Mora with you. Keep an eye on him.
We'll watch him, Uncle Jim.
He not run away, Uncle Jim. He know me fix him right if he try.
What happened to that flashlight, Betty?
Here it is, Uncle Jim. Mikhail dropped it on the ground. Here, I'll shine it ahead so you can see.
Good. Billy, you stay close to Yates. If he tries to get away, we'll nab him before he goes very far.
Oh, he won't get very far, Uncle Jim.
What do you think you're going to do with me, Captain Fairfield?
We're going to find out a few things, Yates. As a matter of fact, we know most of what's going on.
You do you? Well, how much do you know?
I won't tell you all we know yet. I'll just tell you a few things. We know you're in the pay of Sultan Buloa.
Well, suppose I am.
The government will give you an answer to that. And we know you've been smuggling rifles into this country.
You can't prove it.
I'm just telling you a few of the things we know, Yates. We know that Buloa and Kaurang are planning a general uprising against the U.S. troops. And we know that you're working with Kaurang. Betty, flash your light on our tent.
Okay.
There it is. We go in that direction, Yates.
You think you know a lot about me, don't you?
Yes, we think we do. And we know that you and Kaurang have brought those rifles up from the coast and hidden them in a mountain cave.
And you'd like to know where that cave is, wouldn't you?
We'll know in good time. Malua's been there.
Just what do you plan to do with me? You've no right to hold me. You're not an officer of the government.
As far as I'm concerned, Yates, you're a highway robber who has held up Jack and Billy and Betty with a gun. I've got a perfect right to hold you until I turn you over to the authorities.
A fat chance you have, Captain Fairfield. Why, Kaurang and his men will be on your trail before you ever leave this country.
We've handled Kaurang and his men before, Yates, and they're not on our trail now.
Here's the tent, Uncle Jim.
Get inside, Yates. Malua, you hold Mikhail outside. We'll keep Yates in the tent for a little while and talk to him. Jack, you and Billy can come in, too. Give me that flashlight, Betty. Inside, Yates.
Not a very roomy tent. I see you've been making a map. You've been making a map of this stream, huh? You've been making a map to locate that cave. So that's what Jack Armstrong has been using that pedometer for.
Well, incidentally, you might give the pedometer back to Jack.
Here you are.
Thanks. You don't seem to like the idea of that cave appearing on a map, Yates.
You haven't got it on the map yet. You haven't found it yet. And you're not going to find it. Kaurang and his men will get you first.
We'll see about that later. Stop leaning on that tent pole, Yates.
Yeah, not much of a tent pole, is it?
What happened? And the light went out. Something terrible.
Uncle Jim! Oh, I've got Yates, Jeff. I'm holding on to him. He can't get out from under here. I got him.
You've got me.
Oh, golly.
Somewhere under this tent.
There. I got him. No, for sure.
You're wrong again, Billy. It's me you've got.
Oh, sorry, Uncle Jim.
Pretty soon he'll be gone.
Get out of this tent so I can see.
Which way you going? How you get out?
Here, Billy. I'll go be ahead this way.
No.
Here we are. Crawl out quick.
Crawling out. Here I am. Where's Yates? Did you see Yates, Betty?
There he goes, Billy, right down toward the creek.
I see him, Billy. He's just ahead of us. We'll get him at the creek. Hurry. Golly, he's gotten away. He's swimming across the creek. I'm going after him. Come on, Jack.
Don't go after him, Billy. Let him go.
But, Uncle Jim, if he gets away, he'll tell Kaurang. We'll have all of Kaurang's men after us.
I know it, Billy. Yates hasn't a flashlight now. He can't do anything except wait on the other side of the stream until daybreak. Then he'll have to walk to the village. It'll be a long time before Kaurang's men can get here. And by that time, if we're lucky, we'll have located the cave and be on our way to the coast. So come on, you two, and get some rest. We've got a busy time ahead of us.
Say, they will have a busy time tomorrow. And they'll have to work fast because Kaurang and his men will certainly be hot on their trail as soon as Yates reaches the village. If that cave is guarded by hostile tribesmen, then Jack Armstrong and Uncle Jim and the others will be... Why, they'll be practically surrounded. There's an exciting time coming up, so be on hand, all of you, at this same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode in the Zamboanga adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Now, I want to remind every friend of Jack Armstrong who is saving Wheaties Champ Stamps to keep his eyes open for new Champ Stamp sets. You know, there are 39 of these keen-looking stamps in all, and if you miss out on one or two sets, your Champ Stamp album won't be complete. So check up today and ask Mother to get you some more Wheaties. That's the one and only way to get those Champ Stamps that are making such a big hit with people like you all over the country.
Have you tried Wheaties?
with all the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand.
Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Look, there are millions of fellows and girls in this country who are all lined up for a super special treat tomorrow morning, and I'm just hoping that you are one of them. Yes, they're the lucky fellows and girls who are going to sit themselves down to a heaping big Breakfast of Champions tomorrow morning. Now, here's why I say they're all lined up for a super special treat. That championship combination of Wheaties, milk, and fruit is about the best-tasting breakfast dish I know. Why, say, there just aren't enough words in the English language to describe that extra satisfying flavor of this famous breakfast team. First, there's the keen, malty flavor of Wheaties that's absolutely different from anything else you've ever tasted. It's the kind of flavor that does a swell job of satisfying just about any appetite. But that isn't all, not by a long shot. Add to that keen Wheaties flavor the good flavors of milk and the fruit you like best, and you've got a breakfast dish that tops them all. But don't stop there. A Breakfast of Champions is jam-packed with a lot of mighty important nourishment. Nourishment that every athlete needs to make him a real winner. Just think of it. Wheaties give you all of the well-known essential nourishment of 100% choice whole wheat. Flavor and nourishment, two especially good reasons why there ought to be a big Breakfast of Champions parked at your place at the breakfast table every morning from now on. Remind Mother to get you 2 or 3 packages of those keen-flavored Wheaties flakes the very next time she buys groceries. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Dawn is breaking over the wild hill country of the Zamboanga Peninsula in Mindanao. Jack Armstrong, with Billy, Betty, and Uncle Jim, are following a rough mountain trail that leads to a hidden cave where the fierce tribesmen have stored a supply of smuggled rifles which they intend to use in an uprising against the U.S. Army troops. Meliua and Michelle have gone some distance ahead to make sure no hostile tribesmen are on the trail. But right now, as the trail approaches the summit of a hill, the pack horse which Jack is leading shows signs of alarm. Listen. Look ahead, Uncle Jim, down the trail. Isn't that someone coming this way? Someone running close to those bushes?
Certainly is, Jack. I wonder who it can be.
Uncle Jim, maybe it's one of the hostile natives.
Perhaps it is, Betty. Wait a minute. I think it's Michelle. He's the only Filipino around here who wears a camisa.
It is Michelle, Uncle Jim, and he's hurrying back to us.
Gee, Wilkins, that means bad news of some kind.
But why isn't Meliua with him? Oh, I hope nothing's happened to Meliua.
We'll wait here and find out, Betty. It's time we took a little rest.
Oh, I've been wondering when you'd give us a rest, Uncle Jim. We've been walking hours and hours along this dark, rocky trail.
Whenever I get tired, I just think of Karang and his men. They'll start after us just as soon as Yates gets to their village.
I wish Yates had never gotten away from us.
We'd have had to let him go anyway, Billy. Just as we let his native, Makayo, go. We can't go hiking through this country with a couple of prisoners tied to our belt.
Uncle Jim, while we're waiting for Michelle, we've got a good chance to bring our map up to date. We must be getting pretty close to that hidden cave now.
That's a good idea, Jack. Here, I'll get the map out of my pocket. Take a look at your pedometer and see how far we've come since we started out this morning.
Just a second. I'll unhook the pedometer from my belt. We've come, let's see, 6 1/4 miles.
I'd say we've come 12 good, honest miles.
That's where these hills will fool you, Billy. If we can trust that pedometer. Wait till I put this map on the saddle pack so I can sketch on this trail. 6 1/4 miles, you say, Jack. We've been coming almost due south. There. Right here on this map is where we are now.
Oh, I think it's wonderful, Uncle Jim. The way we can make a map as we go along.
It just takes a compass and the pedometer, Betty. As soon as we locate that cave on this map, we'll have something that the Army troops will find very useful. Oh, here comes Michelle. Let's see what's happened.
What's up, Michelle? And where's Manuel? Is he all right?
Si. Manuel all right. He down there.
He sent you back with a message, didn't he, Michelle?
That right, Captain Fairfield. We see 2 men down on trail.
2 men? You mean 2 tribesmen?
Si. They tribesmen. They belong to bad tribe.
But what were they doing, Michelle? Were they coming this way?
They not come, Captain Fairfield. They stay on trail for make look-see.
I get you, Michelle. There are a couple of sentries. They keep an eye on anyone who comes near the cave where the rifles are hid.
That's right, Senor Jack. They sentries.
Sentries? Holy smoke. If the tribes have sentries out this far from the cave, they must have a lot of men guarding the cave itself.
Did the sentry see you and Manuel, Michelle?
No, Captain Fairfield. They not see us. Malua send me back. Malua go ahead for talk with them.
But won't they capture Manuel when he goes to talk to them?
Don't forget, Betty. Manuel is still disguised as an old moral peddler. He's been here before. All the tribes know the old moral peddler.
That's right, Captain Fairfield. They think old moral peddler hate white people. Even men that cave no moral peddler.
But what are we going to do, Uncle Jim? If we go to the cave, we may get captured by one of those fierce tribes.
We won't actually go to the cave, Betty. But we've got to get close enough to it so I can put it on this map.
And don't forget, Betty, that we can't go back anyway. Karang and his men will start after us sometime today.
Jumping Jimmy Gee Whiz, we're practically surrounded.
Not quite, Billy. We may be able to detour around the cave. What does Manuel want us to do, Michelle? Does he want us to wait for him to come back to us?
No, Captain Fairfield. He say, leave trail here. Then cut cross hill. This way. Then go downhill till see trail again. Understand?
I understand, Michelle. We make a detour around the sentries.
That's right. Manuel will say, cut cross hill. He say it not very far. But he say, be careful. He'll very steep on the other side. He say, you be careful with horse. He say, he wait till you come.
Okay, Michelle. Shall we get started, Uncle Jim?
Yes, let's start right away, Jack. It's possible that those sentries won't be so friendly to Manuel. If anything's happening to him, I want to know it right away so we can help.
And we'll know there's something wrong if he isn't there waiting for us. Here, I'll see if I can persuade this pack horse to leave the trail and climb up over this little ridge.
Oh, he'll follow you anywhere, Jack. That horse just loves you.
Come on along, old Dobbin. Don't put those ears back at me. That's the way, right through these bushes and into the trees.
Watch out, Jack. These trees are so thick that one of them might brush the packs off the horse. Then we'd lose our supplies.
I'll keep an eye on the packs, Jack. They'll be all right until we get over this little rise and start down the steep slope.
But I don't see how we'll ever get back to the trail going this way, Uncle Jim. We're going at right angles to the trail.
That's right, Betty. But the trail curves as it goes downhill and winds back on itself. So if we can make our way down the steep hillside, we're bound to hit it.
But where are those sentries, Uncle Jim? I don't see...
They must be at the point where the trail bends back on itself, Billy.
Here's the very top of the hill now. Say, it is going to be a steep drop. We ought to have a mountain goat instead of a pack horse.
These Army pack horses are trained for this sort of work, Jack.
Oh, watch out for the packs. They're going to slip down over the horse's head.
No, the straps are holding them in place. Keep on, Jack. But watch out that the horse doesn't slide down on top of you.
Look, Uncle Jim. The sun is rising above the hills now, and we can see what's ahead of us.
Why, it's a great broad valley. And it's practically surrounded by mountains.
I shouldn't wonder if that cave is somewhere across that valley, Betty.
It's sure a dandy place to hide a supply of smuggled rifles. They can guard the mountain trails to the valley so they'll never be taken by surprise.
But how on earth would they ever get all those rifles into this valley?
There must be a trail that leads down to the ocean, Betty. Yates could unload his schooner there, and the natives could bring them in along that trail at night.
Oh, look, it's getting so steep here. Why, it's practically a cliff. How'll you ever get down there, Jack?
It looks pretty bad to me, Betty. Do you think the horse can make it with this load, Uncle Jim?
It's going to be tough going, Jack, but we've got to make it. We haven't very far to go. I can see the trail down there below us now.
Gosh, oh, Willikins, this is a regular takeoff place for a parachute jump.
It's not quite as bad as that, Billy. Here, Uncle Jim, I'm going to give you my radio pack to carry. If this horse starts rolling down on top of me, it'll smash the radio set for sure.
That's a good idea, Jack. Here, I'll take it.
But if the horse rolls down on you, Jack, it may hurt you something terrible.
I can get patched up, Betty, but we'll never patch up this walkie-talkie radio set. All right, let's see what kind of a mountain goat this horse will make. Come on, old Dobbin. There are no bushes to bother with, just a nice little cliff to slide down.
Be careful now, Jack. Don't let the horse follow directly in back of you. You won't have a chance if he starts rolling over.
I'm keeping one eye on him, Uncle Jim, and the other on my footing.
That's all I can do to slide down this steep slope. Oh, look out, Jack. The horse is going to roll down on top of us.
Careful, Jack.
They're both down. Jack is under the horse.
He must be crushed.
Oh, the horse is off him now, Betty. Look out. I'm going to slide down to him.
Are you hurt? hurt, Jack? Are you all right?
I'm all right, Uncle Jim. No broken bones. Knocked the breath out of me for a moment, that's all. I hope the horse didn't break a leg.
I think the horse is all right. He's struggling to his feet now. Seems all right.
Jack, the horse is loose. He's going on down the hill by himself.
Grab that rein, Jack.
The horse is frightened. It's gotten away.
Come on, Billy, let's catch him before he gets down to the trail. He may run away if he gets down there. Oh, look, Jack. There's Manu down at the trail waiting for us. Maybe he can catch the horse. He's going to try, see? He's heading him off. He's got him. He's got the rein. Hold on to him, Manu. Oh, boy, if that pack horse had run away from us, we would have been in a jam. Oh, where's Uncle Jim? Oh, here he comes. He and Betty. Watch it, Betty. Don't slide down this hillside too fast.
I can't help going down fast, Jack. There's nothing to hold on to.
Begin with your toes and heels, Betty. That's the way. Well, Jack, here we are. And here's Malua. He looks as though he had some important news for us.
There's something up. I can see it in his face. Did you learn anything from those two tribesmen who were guarding the trail, Malua?
We learned something, Jock. We talked with them long time. They tell me when Yates come up to cave yesterday, somebody follow him.
Somebody followed Yates to the cave. Who followed him, Malua?
Soldier follow him. His name Lieutenant Rawlings.
Lieutenant Rawlings?
You know him, huh?
I'll say we know him. Why, he gave me the speedometer. Why, he was trying to find out something about these smuggled rifles himself.
That was probably why he followed Yates, Jack. We tipped him off about Yates' schooner, and Rawlings followed him to find out where the smuggled rifles were hidden.
But, Malua, it isn't bad news just to learn that Lieutenant Rawlings followed Yates.
Wait, Billy. You not know all yet. Rawlings find cave. Rawlings steal in cave.
You mean that Rawlings is a prisoner in the cave, Malua?
That's right, Uncle Jim.
That's bad. And the troops can't come to rescue him because no one knows where he is.
The troops are soon going to know where he is, Jack. We're going to tell them exactly where that cave is.
Jump on Jiminy. We can send them that map that we've been making.
That's what we're going to do, Billy. Malua, can you tell me where that cave is from here?
Me tell you, Uncle Jim.
Wait a minute. Let me get my map out. Stand still, Billy. We're going to use your radio pack to finish this map run. All right, Malua. Point out the direction of the cave from here.
This way, Uncle Jim.
I've got a compass reading, Malua. All right. That's southeast. Now, about how far is it from here?
Maybe 4 miles, Uncle Jim.
4 miles. There. I'll put a cross on the map. That cave is pretty close to that cross. Now we'll get this map to the soldiers at Pet Barracks, and they'll know just where to come.
But how will we get it to the soldiers, Uncle Jim? Will we take it ourselves?
We're staying here, Betty. It may be that we can help Rawlings in some way. Michelle, can you find your way back to Zamboanga to Pet Barracks?
Me find way, Captain Pettifer.
Good. Take this map to the colonel at Pet Barracks just as fast as you can get there. Don't stop until you give this map to him. Tell him that the cave of the smuggled rifles is somewhere near this cross on the map. Tell him that Lieutenant Rawlings is being held prisoner by the tribesmen in this cave. And tell him that we're going to do what we can to help Rawlings until the troops get here. All right, Michelle. Go as fast as you can, and don't get captured yourself.
Michelle is on his way to get help. But he has a long and dangerous way to go, and there's no telling what those tribesmen may do to Lieutenant Rawlings if help doesn't come soon. No wonder Jack and Uncle Jim and the others are going to try to help the captured lieutenant. But that's going to be a risky business. And don't forget that Karang and his men will soon be in pursuit of Jack and the others, too. There's excitement ahead, and you won't want to miss it. So be on hand, all of you, at this same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Say, how would you like to have one of the swellest tasting afternoon lunches you've ever found? Well, here's a tip. About 3:30 or 4 o'clock, hike out into the kitchen and help yourself to a big bowl of Wheaties. Man, I don't know of anything else that tastes as good as those crisp, crackling whole wheat flakes in the afternoon. They've got a flavor that tops them all. So for a real treat, have yourself a heaping bowl of Wheaties every afternoon.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand.
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions.
to the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. You know, if you were to meet just about any great athlete or coach along about this time of year and ask him exactly when you should train, you'd probably get a very definite answer. Train the year around. Try to keep yourself in tip-top physical condition 365 days out of the year. And believe me, that's an A1 piece of advice. The fellows who follow it usually have a good head start on those who think they can get away with training just once in a while. So if you've got your mind made up to get someplace in sports, and if you've got natural ability, get yourself a regular training program right now and stick to it. Naturally, you want a training program that's easy to follow, don't you? Well, one of the best and at the same time one of the simplest training programs I know is Jack Armstrong's personal training system. That famous set of rules has been enthusiastically okayed by some of the greatest coaches in the country, men whose business is training great athletes. Now, here's what you ought to be doing every single day this winter. 1, get plenty of fresh air, sleep, and exercise. 2, use a lot of soap and water, because cleanliness is mighty important to an athlete's condition. 3, eat a breakfast of champions every morning. You see, eating good, nourishing food is a big part of any training program. And when you sit yourself down to a big bowl full of Wheaties with lots of milk and fruit, you can be absolutely certain that you're getting a lot of good bodybuilding nourishment, the kind of nourishment every athlete needs to help make him a real winner. In Wheaties, you get all of the well-known essential nourishment of real whole wheat, and all of the vitamins B1 and G, and all of the minerals, and all of the food energy that nature packed into the whole wheat berry. So ask Mother right away, before you do another thing, to get you a couple of packages of Wheaties. Then get set to enjoy an extra good, extra nourishing breakfast of champions every morning. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Jack Armstrong and Billy, Betty, and Uncle Jim are cautiously moving through some thick underbrush to reach a rock ledge which overlooks a mountain stream in the wild Zamboanga Peninsula of Mindanao in the Philippines. Some distance downstream from this ledge is a cave where hostile tribes have hidden a supply of smuggled rifles to use in an uprising against the U.S. Army troops. This cave is well guarded by hostile natives, and Jack Armstrong knows that Lieutenant Rawlings has been captured by the natives and is a prisoner inside the cave. Malua has gone ahead to look over the situation, and now, as Jack and the others approach the rocky ledge, they see Malua returning. Listen. Here comes Malua, Billy. We must be nearly inside of that cave.
Yeah, Jack, and that means we must be pretty close to those tribesmen, too.
But we can't be very close, Billy, or the pack horse would whinny. He always whinnies when a native comes close to him.
Someday he's going to get us into trouble that way, Betty. Well, Malua, what did you find out?
We now close to cave, Uncle Jim. We see cave.
Did you see any of the natives guarding the cave, Malua?
We see lots men front of cave, Billy. Soon you see too. Now, we tie horse, huh? We not take horse with us.
I'll tether the horse to this tree here, Uncle Jim. No one can see him from the trail.
Do that, Jack. Tie him well, but give him enough halter rope to move around a little. It may be quite some time before we can get back to him.
My, Uncle Jim, you talk as though we might be captured by the natives ourselves.
Not if I can help it, Betty. If we're going to help Lieutenant Rawlings, there's no telling what we'll have to do or when we'll get back.
There, Uncle Jim. The horse will stay here until we get back, unless some of the natives see him.
Fine, Jack. All right, Malua. How far do we have to go to get to that rocky ledge you spoke of?
We almost there now, Uncle Jim. Come, this way.
I'll be glad to get out of these thick bushes. The briars tear my clothes so, and just look at the scratches on my hands.
We're almost out, Betty. See, there's a clearing right ahead of us. It looks as if we're coming to the edge of some sort of a cliff, Jack. I think we are, Billy. Yep, I can see now. There's the rocky ledge Malua spoke of. And here's the last of the bushes and briars.
What? Why, we're about 50 feet straight above the creek.
Careful, everybody. Manuel's holding up his hand.
Look, Billy. Look down the creek on the right-hand side. There are a group of tribesmen standing and sitting in the bank, right where the creek turns.
Holy smoke. And they're armed, too. Look at those barongs and bolos in their sashes.
Well, they look terribly fierce, don't they? But where's the cave?
It can't be far away, Betty. Can we see the cave from here, Malua?
We see cave, Uncle Jim. You see men, huh?
I see those tribesmen, Manuel.
Cave right there. Cave go in hill.
But where's the entrance to the cave, Manuel?
You see big bush on side of hill, Jack?
Ah, I see lots of bushes. Wait a minute. You mean that large clump of bushes right behind the tribesmen?
That's right, Jack. That's where you go in cave.
Yeah, it's not where I go into the cave, Manuel. No, sirree. Not as long as those natives are standing out there.
Maybe we go in cave another way, Billy.
Another way? Is there another way into the cave, Manuel?
That's right, Uncle Jim. They're back way. Small back way.
Say, that's something to know. Is this back entrance guarded, Manuel?
We don't think so, Jack. Back way hard to find. Only small, all-in hill.
Oh, that's wonderful. If there's a back entrance to the cave, Uncle Jim, we may be able to help Lieutenant Rawlings.
It'll certainly help, Betty. If we have to go into the cave. Jack, take a look at your pedometer. How far have we come from that spot where Michelle left us?
Oh, just a second, Uncle Jim, and I'll see. We've come, let's see, just a trifle over 4 miles.
Oh, that's fine. Manuel said he thought it was 4 miles, so we did locate this cave correctly on the map.
Then the soldiers will know just where the cave is when Michelle takes them the map.
That's right, Betty. If Michelle doesn't fall into the hands of one of the hostile tribes. Now, the first thing to do is to find out if Lieutenant Rawlings is in any danger inside that cave.
We go there, find out, Uncle Jim.
But they'll capture you, Manuel.
No, they won't, Betty. Manuel is still disguised as an old Moro peddler. He's been there before in that disguise. These tribesmen think that he's all for them. No, they won't think he's one of them after Yates and Carl get here, Jack.
We come back for then, Billy.
All right, Manuel. You go down to the creek and talk with the tribesmen. Go inside the cave if you can and find out exactly what's happening to Lieutenant Rawlings. If you get a chance, talk to him and let him know we're here. Tell him we've sent a message to his regiment and that the soldiers will be here as fast as they can come.
Me do that, Uncle Jim. We go now.
Wait a minute, Manuel. Can you tell us how to get to the back entrance of the cave? It might be a good thing to know, just in case they get suspicious of you and make you a prisoner, too.
We tell you, Jack. You see where creek turn?
You mean that first sharp turn to the right, just a little beyond the cave?
That's right. You go up hill, above cave. You go downhill on other side where creek turn. You see small cliff. You see many tall bush. You go to very tallest bush by 2 tree. You find hole in cliff. That way you get in back of cave. You savvy, huh?
We understand perfectly, Manuel.
You be careful, Uncle Jim. You keep eyes front of head and back of head. Maybe Karang get here before you think. That very bad.
We'll keep a sharp lookout all around, Manuel. And you be careful, too. We don't want anything to happen to you.
Me no afraid, Uncle Jim. Everybody know old Moro peddler. We go now.
Oh, I hope they don't discover who Manuel really is, Uncle Jim.
I certainly hope they don't, Betty. If they knew that Manuel was really one of Sultan Natan's chieftains, it'd go pretty hard with him.
But, Uncle Jim, there isn't much chance of their finding out, is there? I mean, before Karang and Yates get here.
I don't know, Billy. If we don't keep our eyes open, Karang and his men may come up behind us and take us by surprise.
Well, they'll have to come up by the trail, Uncle Jim, and I've been watching the trail. There's not a sign. Hey, Jack, there's somebody coming down that trail now. Say, there is somebody. I wonder who he can be.
Oh, where, Jack? I don't see him.
I see him, Betty. See that little clearing halfway up the hillside just beyond the cliff? The trail goes through that clearing.
Oh, I see him. But is he by himself? Perhaps Karang and his men are behind us.
He seems to be by himself. I'll take a look at him through the binoculars and see what he looks like.
Suffering catfish. I hope that doesn't mean that Karang and his men are right behind him. Can you tell anything about him through the glasses, Uncle Jim?
Where till I get these glasses focused, Jack. There. Jack, take a look through these glasses. See if you see what I see.
Hand them here, Uncle Jim. I'll take a look. Who is he, Jack? Why are you so surprised? You know who he is, Billy? He's Mikhail. Mikhail? You mean the Moro who was with Yates when we stopped them? That's who it is. It's Mikhail himself.
But when we let him go, we saw him swim across that stream where we were camped. He went back to Karang's village.
I'm afraid he didn't go back, Betty. Evidently, he went a little ways back, then he turned around. He's coming to the cave to warn the tribesmen about Manuel.
Holy smoke. He'll tell them that we're hiding somewhere around. He'll do more than that, Billy. He'll tell them who Manuel really is.
Then they'll capture Manuel. What can we do?
We've got to prevent Mikhail from getting to the cave, Uncle Jim.
This would certainly have to stop him, Jack.
Look, Mikhail's left the trail. He's going right down to the creek.
But why is he doing that?
Now, but I know why. He knows that we're somewhere along the trail. He's probably guessed that we're hiding up here somewhere. He doesn't want us to see him, so he's going to wade through the creek and get to the cave that way. Jumpin' Jiminy. Then we've got to get down to the creek and stop him. I'll say we do. Let's look around for a place to get down, Billy.
But it's all cliff here, Jack. There's no place to get down.
Yes, there is. Uncle Jim has his coil of mountain rope with him. Will it reach to the bottom of the cliff, Uncle Jim?
I hope so, Jack. We've got to stop Micaiah from getting to that cave if we can. Here, I'll unsling it and see if it'll reach.
But it's so dangerous, Jack, sliding down that rope.
No, it's not, Betty. The rope is knotted all the way.
You try it over here, behind this outcrop of rock, Jack, where no one can see us from the cave.
Here's a tree we can make the rope fast to, Uncle Jim.
Watch yourself, Billy. Don't get out from the protection of these trees. We don't want any of those tribesmen to see us now. I'll make this rope fast here. Now, throw it over the ledge, Jack. See if it's long enough.
Look out, Betty. I'm going to drop this rope over. Yeah, it's not very far to the bottom. She's going to reach. No, not quite. But it's close enough, Uncle Jim. It comes to within a few feet of the bottom. We can drop that far, Uncle Jim, easily.
All right, Billy. Now, you and Jack listen to me. I want you to stop that Moro if you can. But remember this. Manuel and Rawlings are not in any danger yet, as far as we know. And the soldiers will soon be on their way here. So you're not to take any unnecessary chances.
We'll be careful, Uncle Jim.
You've got to be very careful. You're not to let him get close to you.
But gee Willikins, Uncle Jim, how are we going to stop him?
If you're smart, Billy, you can make him follow you. You can lure him back to the trail and then up towards me. When we get him up here, the three of us can handle him without anybody getting hurt. Do you think you can chase him up here, Jack?
Oh, we'll try, Uncle Jim. Is that rope all made fast?
It's made fast, Jack. Be careful as you go down.
You bet I'll be careful. I'll go down first, Billy. Here goes. Oh, the knots in this rope help a lot. I'll be down in half a jiffy.
Oh, it looks so dangerous, Uncle Jim. If that rope should break.
That rope will hold 1,000 pounds, Betty.
Shall I start now, Uncle Jim?
Not yet, Billy. Wait till Jack gets down to the bottom.
Oh, look at Micaiah, Uncle Jim. He's already down to the creek. Maybe he'll see Jack and Billy.
No, he's too far away, Betty. There. Jack's at the bottom of the rope. I hope he hasn't too far to jump.
He jumped, Uncle Jim. There, he's on his feet.
All right, Billy. Down you go. And remember, don't take any chances. That Moro may be a mighty dangerous hombre, but somehow or other, you and Jack have got to stop him.
Jack and Billy have a tough job ahead of them. But if that Moro ever gets to the cave, it's going to be too bad for Malua. When Jack and Billy start up that creek to stop Micaiah, well, it's anybody's guess what may happen. And don't forget that Karang and his men may soon arrive. If they get there before the soldiers do, then Jack and Uncle Jim and the others will be in a tight spot. There's lots of excitement ahead, so be sure to listen in at this same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Attention, fellows and girls. Tomorrow at this same time, over this same station, I'm going to make one of the most exciting and important announcements I've ever had the privilege of making. It's going to be a mighty pleasant surprise for you, so be sure to listen. I know you won't want to miss a single word of what I'm going to tell you. And say, will you do something for me the very first thing in the morning? Will you make it a point to tell 3 of your best friends to be sure to listen to Jack Armstrong tomorrow? Tell them that you're going to listen and that there's a big surprise in store for everyone. Boy, I can hardly wait to tell you about it.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the brand.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand.
Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Okay, Mr. Sound Effects Man, let her go! Say, did all that noise bring you to your feet? Man, I hope so, because I'm going to give you one of the hottest pieces of news you've ever heard. Yes, it's red hot. So listen with all your ears and don't miss a single word of what I'm going to say. All ready? Okay, here's the great news. General Mills, makers of Wheaties,
have decided to make it possible for you to own a genuine Jack Armstrong pedometer. Did you get that? Now you can actually own a genuine Jack Armstrong pedometer exactly like the one which is playing such an important part in Jack Armstrong's latest radio adventure. Think of it. A scientifically designed mechanical device that measures the distance you walk. You see, the Jack Armstrong pedometer is not a toy. It operates on exactly the same principle, and actual tests have proved that mile for mile it's just as accurate as many expensive pedometers used by sportsmen and travelers. Shaped like a large pocket watch, the Jack Armstrong pedometer has a special clip on its back which allows you to fasten the pedometer to your belt or pocket. As you walk, a dial on the face of the pedometer revolves, and the distance you travel is automatically registered in fractions of a mile. It's just what you need for measuring the distance from home to school or the total distance you walk every day. Now, here's all you have to do to make this amazing mechanical instrument your very own. It's so easy, I know you want to order yours tonight and be one of the very first in your neighborhood to own and use a Jack Armstrong pedometer. Now, just tear the top off one Wheaties package and send it together with your name and address and only 10 cents in cash to Jack Armstrong, Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's absolutely all there is to it. But if you want to get in on the ground floor, I advise you to get busy right now. Remember, all you have to do is tear off the top of one Wheaties package and send it together with your name and address and 10 cents in cash to Jack Armstrong, Minneapolis, Minnesota. But don't wait. Get your order for a Jack Armstrong pedometer in the mail tonight. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Jack Armstrong had just climbed down a rope to get from a rocky ledge to a mountain stream in a wild hill country of the Zamboanga Peninsula in Mindanao. Jack and Billy are trying to intercept a Moro named Macayo, who is on his way to a cave where hostile tribes have smuggled a supply of rifles to use in an uprising. Uncle Jim and Betty are hidden on that rocky ledge high above the stream, waiting for the return of Malua, who has gone to the cave in disguise to find out what the hostile tribesmen are doing to the prisoner, Lieutenant Rawlings. Right now, Jack is steadying the knotted rope against the face of the cliff to assist Billy to climb down. Listen.
I'll hold the rope steady, Billy. That'll keep it from swinging so much against the cliff. There. Does that help any?
I'll see it does, Jack. Boy, for a moment I felt like the pendulum of a clock.
You're almost down. There's a knot in the rope just under your foot. That's the idea. You can almost drop from there.
I'm going to drop down, Jack. How deep is the creek there?
Just about a foot deep, Billy. All right. Drop. You hurt yourself, Billy?
No, that was nothing. Where's Macayo, Jack? I can't see him.
He's way upstream, Billy. I think he must be walking along the shore, just past that place where the stream comes through a little gorge. We'll be able to see him soon.
I hope he hasn't seen us yet, Jack. We've got to keep him from getting to that cave.
That's our job, Billy. If he gets to the cave, he'll tell the natives that the Moro peddler is really Malua in disguise. Then he'll make Malua a prisoner along with Lieutenant Rawlings.
Well, let's get going, Jack. Oh, what are you going to do with that pedometer?
I'm setting it back to zero, Billy.
But why do we need the pedometer now, Jack? Why do you want to know how far we're going to walk?
We may have to lead Macayo a merry chase through the hills, Billy. We can't risk getting lost. If we know how far we've gone, we'll know about where we are, even if we don't find the trail. There. It reads zero now. Let's get going to meet Macayo.
Jack, I wish Uncle Jim would really let us try to capture Macayo. You and I could do it by ourselves.
I think we could too, Billy. But there's a chance that he'd get the better of us. We've got to let him see us, and then we've got to let him chase us up the hill and back to the trail.
And then the chase just begins, Jack. We've got to let him chase us along the trail until we lead him to where Uncle Jim is.
So you see, Billy, if he can run faster or longer than you and I, we may have to do something about it.
Jumping Jiminy, Jack, I just had a thought. Carl Rye and his tribe will be along that trail pretty soon, trying to capture Uncle Jim and Betty and us. What'll we do if we see them?
I know what I'll do, Billy. I'll keep out of their way. If we ever fall into Karang's hands, it'll be just too bad.
Yeah, I'd rather be a prisoner in the cave than a prisoner of Karang's.
Look, Billy, it isn't so bad here. We can find a place to walk along the shore now. Let's get out of this stream.
It suits me, Jack. There are some bushes along the bank, too. It'll be easier to hide from Macayo when he does come in sight.
Here, we can walk along the bank now. We ought to be able to see Macayo any minute.
Holy smoke, these bushes are thick. I'd rather be waiting in the stream.
Yeah, so would I.
except for the chance that Micaiah would see us too soon. Look, Billy. There he comes now.
Where, Jack? I don't see him coming down the stream anywhere.
Look where the stream comes down through the gorge, Billy. He's on the left-hand side, right next to the cliff.
Oh, I see him. Why, he's not far away, Jack. Do you suppose that he can see us?
I don't think so, Billy. We're pretty well camouflaged as long as we stick in these bushes close to the cliff. Don't stop. Let's keep going.
But, Jack, how are we going to get him to chase us up to the trail? Crickets, I don't even see how we can get to the trail from here.
Wait, I think I see a pretty good place now. There's a sort of gully that comes down the hillside. I'll bet we can use that to get back to the top.
Sulfur and catfish, I hope we can. If we can't, we will have to try to capture him.
We'll have to move along faster, Billy. We've got to get to that gully before he does. And he's almost through that gorge now. Let's try running. But watch those bushes. Don't let him trip you. Come on.
He's going to see us in just a second, Jack.
That's all right, Billy. We want him to see us as soon as we get to that gully.
He sees us now, Jack. Look at him. He doesn't know what to think.
He thinks we're running to attack him. Look at him pull out his bolo.
Maybe he won't charge us, Jack. Maybe he'll be glad to see us go up the hill.
He'll chase us all right as soon as he sees that we're running away from him. Say, he's actually coming to meet us. He's not afraid.
Oh, I'm glad we don't have to try to capture him. He looks awfully fierce with that bolo shining in the sun.
Here's that gully, Billy. There are lots of loose stones in it. Watch it.
I'll watch it. He won't have any trouble keeping us in sight, Jack. There's not a bush in this gully.
Hurry, Billy. You go first. I'll come right behind you.
Okay. Holy mackerel. This is almost as steep as the cliff. Watch out for these stones I'm kicking loose, Jack.
I'll watch him, Billy. Oh, that one almost got me. But keep on, Billy. Here comes Micaiah. Hurry.
I'm hurrying. This is one steep gully to climb. Maybe we could kick some stones loose in Micaiah's face.
Listen to Micaiah. I think a couple of stones got him. Boy, is he mad. He's brandishing his bolo at it.
It's all right with me, Jack. He can't climb fast with that bolo in his hand. This gully is a two-handed job.
He's putting the bolo back in his sash, Billy. He means business. Now we'll see how fast the Moro can climb a gully.
I don't think he likes us one bit, Jack.
Neither do I. We'd better not let him catch us.
I'm almost to the top. We'll get there before he can catch up with us, Jack. He's no eagle.
But we've got to get a good lead on him when we get to the trail, Billy. He may be able to run faster than we can.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to do some running then, Jack. Here. Pull myself up to the sledge. We'll be on top.
I'll give you a boost, Billy.
Okay.
There you go. Put your foot in this little crevice.
Okay.
There, boy. That's making it.
Here now, Jack. Grab my hand and I'll help pull you up.
Okay, Billy. Wait. There's a thick root I can use to pull myself up. Now, where's Micaiah?
There he is. He's not wasting any time. I wish I had a boulder to push down on top of him.
Well, we've got to find that trail now, Billy. I think it's somewhere in this direction, right through these bushes. Come on.
I hope we can find that trail. We'll stand a fine chance of getting lost if we don't.
Micaiah's at the top of the cliff, Billy. He's looking around for us.
We see this now, Jack. He's starting to run after us.
Step on it, Billy. We can't let him catch us before we get back to Uncle Jim.
But Jimmy, these bushes are getting thick. Gotta break our way through them. I can hardly run at all.
We've got to run, Billy, or else we've got to stop and fight Micaiah. Say, what's this ahead? It can't be the trail.
Oh, it's a path, Jack. It's an old native footpath.
And it goes parallel to the creek, Billy.
Oh,
it goes right to Uncle Jim and Betty. We'll take it. Now we can really run.
Oh, this is swell, Jack. It's a regular shortcut to Uncle Jim. We'll be there in no time.
Micaiah won't be far behind us either. I hope Uncle Jim and Betty keep out of sight until we get there.
Uncle Jim won't be expecting us to come from this direction, Jack. I wish there was some way that we could let him know.
He'll hear us running, Billy. Don't look back. Keep your eyes ahead, Billy. You'll stumble if you're not careful.
I want to see if Micaiah has a bolo in his hand. He has, Jack. He's drawn his bolo again. Boy, oh boy, that's all I want to know. Watch me run.
I'm keeping up with you, Billy. Look, I just caught a glimpse of Uncle Jim ahead.
Where? I don't see him.
You can't see him now. He's up behind some bushes, so Micaiah won't see him. But he's preparing a welcome for Micaiah.
Oh, Micaiah's leading on us, Jack. He's getting closer and closer.
We're almost there, Billy. Micaiah can't possibly catch up with us before we get there. Look, Uncle Jim is signaling us from those bushes. He wants us to run in there with him.
I don't see him, Jack.
He wants us to turn in right by that large tree, Billy. You go in first. I'll follow you. And in a few seconds, we'll have Micaiah in there trying to find us. There, you can see Uncle Jim now.
This way, Billy. Turn in here.
Oh, okay, Uncle Jim.
You follow right behind Billy, Jack. Right behind those trees.
Hadn't I better stay here to help you, Uncle Jim?
You can help me after I lasso Micaiah with this rope, Jack. Be quiet. I'll break on.
What's Uncle Jim going to do, Jack?
He's going to lasso Micaiah, Billy. See? He has a lasso all made up.
But he may miss him, Jack.
He won't miss him. Micaiah has to slow up when he comes into these bushes. Now, look sharp, Billy. Just as soon as Uncle Jim lassos him, you and I will jump out and help. But watch out for that bolo.
Jiminy, you just bet that I'll watch out for that bolo.
Here he comes.
Tight and have him.
He doesn't like this either, Jack. Holy smoke, do you see that look he's giving us? Oh, there's a dagger in every glance.
Take another turn around his wrist, Jack. Oh, that's the way. Now make it fast and I'll get off it.
Yeah, that'll hold him for a while. He won't get to the cave to get Malua away.
We leave him here for the present, Jack. I want to step over to the edge of the cliff where Betty is and see if Malua has reached the cave yet. You and Billy come with me.
As long as we keep Macayo tied up, Malua should be pretty safe. Macayo's the only one who knows that Malua isn't really an old Moro peddler.
Well, don't forget that Gates and Karang know it, Jack. And it won't be long before Karang and his men will be here.
We'll hope that the soldiers get here first, Billy. Watch it now as you come out on this rocky ledge. Keep those trees between you and the cave. We don't want those tribesmen to see us.
Uncle Jim, look upstream. Way upstream where the trail comes down to the creek. Holy smoke, there's a whole tribe of natives on the trail. They're coming this way, Uncle Jim.
Those are Karang's men, Billy. They'll be here in a little while. They'll track us right to this ledge. That means we've got to get to the other side of the cave and try to throw them off our scent. We'll pick up Betty and get started right away. Come on. We haven't a moment to lose.
So Karang and his men are going to reach the cave before help comes from the soldiers at Zamboanga. That certainly puts Jack and Uncle Jim and the others in a dangerous position. They won't leave the cave as long as Lieutenant Rawlings is a prisoner inside. And if they do remain, Karang will certainly try to track them down. There's just one place where Jack and the others can hide, and that's a mighty dangerous place, too. Can you guess where it is? Well, you'll find out tomorrow. So listen in, all of you, at this same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Listen, if you want to have some real fun, I want you to do this for me right now. Tear off the top of a Wheaties package and send it, together with 1 dime, 10 cents in coin, and your name and address to Jack Armstrong, Minneapolis, Minnesota. In just a few days, you'll receive in the mail a genuine Jack Armstrong pedometer. Yes, you'll actually own a scientifically designed mechanical instrument for measuring the distance you walk. So don't wait. Send a Wheaties box top, together with 10 cents in coin, and your name and address to Jack Armstrong, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Do it tonight.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with Olive Bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions down throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Look, here are a couple of questions I'll bet will stump you. Ready for them? Okay, here they are. Can you tell me within a fraction of a mile just how far it is from your house to school? And can you tell me just how far you walk from the time you get out of bed in the morning until you go back to bed at night? Now, those are pretty hard questions to answer, but not if you own a Jack Armstrong pedometer. No, sir. If you own one of these amazing instruments, you can answer those questions and a lot more. You see, the Jack Armstrong pedometer is a scientifically designed instrument that records to within a fraction of a mile the distance you walk. It's not a toy. No, sir. Actual tests prove that the Jack Armstrong pedometer is just as accurate mile for mile as expensive professional pedometers for sale in many sporting goods stores. Shaped like a watch and finished in gleaming nickel, the Jack Armstrong pedometer actually counts the number of steps you take, totals them up, and automatically gives you the distance you travel in fractions of a mile. Why, I'm willing to bet you've never seen anything like it before. Now remember this.
The genuine Jack Armstrong pedometer is for Jack Armstrong's friends and Jack Armstrong's friends alone. It's not for sale in any store in the United States. So if you're going to get in on all the fun this pedometer is handing out, this is your absolutely only and one opportunity. Why, once you've carried a Jack Armstrong pedometer on a hike or a camping trip, I'm willing to bet you wouldn't be without it again for anything. Now, just because the Jack Armstrong pedometer is so amazingly accurate, and just because it looks much like an expensive instrument, don't think it's hard to get one. Why, it's so simple that I'll bet you'll want to put your order in the mail this very night. Now, here's all you have to do to make a genuine Jack Armstrong pedometer your very own. Just tear the top off one Wheaties package and send it together with your name and address and 10 cents in coin to Jack Armstrong, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Talk about easy, why, there's just nothing to it. But if you want to be the first in your crowd to own a Jack Armstrong pedometer, you've got to act fast. So right now, before you do another thing, get your pedometer order ready to mail tonight. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Jack Armstrong and Billy, Betty, and Uncle Jim are making their way down a steep hillside through trees and thick bushes. They're in the wild hill country, the Zamboanga Peninsula in Mindanao, and they're being pursued by a native chieftain, Karang, and his tribe. Below them is a mountain stream which curves around the hill like a horseshoe. On the other side of the hill is a cave where hostile tribes have smuggled rifles and ammunition to use in an uprising against the U.S. Army troops. This cave is guarded by fierce tribesmen who are holding Lieutenant Rawlings prisoner. Malua, disguised as a Moro peddler, has gone to the cave to get information about Lieutenant Rawlings. Jack and the others were waiting for Malua when Karang and his men appeared, and right now they're trying to throw Karang off their tracks. Listen.
Hey, Billy, why do you keep looking back up the hill so often?
Jumping crickets, Jack. You haven't forgotten that Karang and his men will soon be coming over the top of that hill.
Oh, not quite this soon, Billy. They haven't yet reached the place where we tied up Mikhail.
Well, they'll find Mikhail, won't they, Jack? They won't leave him to be chewed up by wild animals or something.
Oh, I wish they wouldn't find him. I wish he'd stay tied up until the soldiers came. Karang and Yates will find him all right, Betty. They'll track us right to the place where we had that little scuffle. Here, we're down to the creek bottom. Give me your hand, Betty. I'll help you step down this little ledge.
Thanks, Jack. I'm down now. Why, but I'm glad we're not going through any more bushes. Oh, what are you looking for, Uncle Jim?
I'm just looking around to get the lay of the land, Betty. Jack, take a look at your pedometer and see how far we've come since we left Mikhail tied up.
Just a second, Uncle Jim. We've come, let's see, just a little over half a mile.
I figure right. We're a short distance downstream from that secret back entrance to the cave that Malua told us about.
Oh, what's your plan, Uncle Jim? How are we going to get away from Karang and his men?
I'm going to try and lose our trail in this creek, Betty. And then if things work out right, we'll just disappear.
Disappear?
That's right, disappear.
I think I know what you mean, Uncle Jim. We're going to walk in the creek until we get to the secret entrance to the cave. Then we'll hide in the cave.
But jumping Jiminy gee whiz, we can't do that, Jack. The smuggled rifles are in that cave, and they're guarded by tribesmen.
And we know there must be some of the tribesmen in the cave, Uncle Jim. We know that Lieutenant Rawlings is a prisoner in the cave. They're sure to be guarding him.
That's right, Betty. But from what Malua told me, this secret back entrance to the cave is just a small hole in the cliff on this side of the hill. There's a kind of small natural tunnel that winds under the hill and finally leads to the big cave. Only a few people know of the secret entrance.
Uncle Jim, that's a corking plan of yours. We lose our tracks in this stream, and we hide in the rear part of the cave until we see if we can help Lieutenant Rawlings. If Karang doesn't know the secret entrance, he'll never find us.
That's what I'm hoping, Jack. There's another thing to consider, too. Karang isn't going to lose any time in telling the natives guarding the cave that the old Moro peddler is really Malua. We've got to warn Malua of his danger if we possibly can.
Oh, yes, we must warn Malua, Uncle Jim. It'd be too terrible if anything should happen to him.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get out in the creek and wade up to the secret entrance to the cave.
Not so fast, Billy. That entrance may be guarded by a sentry, and we don't know for sure that Karang will follow us down the creek. He may go directly to the cave as soon as he discovers Mikhail.
Uncle Jim, why don't Billy and I scout ahead and see if the secret entrance is guarded?
That's what I want you to do, Jack. Betty and I'll stay here and see if we're being followed. You and Billy go ahead and see if the back entrance to that cave is guarded.
But suppose it is guarded, Uncle Jim.
If it is guarded, Betty, then we may have to find some way to get rid of the sentry. Jack, You've got your walkie-talkie radio set strapped to your back. Billy, leave your set with me. And Jack and I can talk with each other after you get out of sight.
Oh, okay. Here's my radio, Uncle Jim. I'll help you sling it on your back.
You will be careful, won't you, Jack? You won't let them take you and Billy prisoner or anything?
You bet I'll be careful, Betty. And if anything goes wrong, I'll tell Uncle Jim right away with the walkie-talkie set. There you are, Uncle Jim. Your walkie-talkie set is all strapped on you now. Don't forget to turn on the switch. Come on, Jack. Let's get going.
You know how to find the back entrance to the cave, don't you, Jack?
Yeah, Manuel told me, Uncle Jim. Come on, Billy. We're going to wade up the stream so we won't leave any tracks. Can we see the back entrance of the cave from here, Jack? I don't think so, Billy. It's in a small cliff hidden by thick bushes. But jumping Jupiter, Jack, there's nothing but small cliffs and thick bushes all along this side of the stream. Manuel said there were 2 trees right in front of it, Billy. It must be just around that slight bend in the stream. We'll see it in a minute. What do we do if there's a native there, Jack? I'll broadcast to Uncle Jim, Billy. Then we'll hide in the bushes somewhere until Uncle Jim comes. I sure hope the sentry doesn't see us first. Boy, if he does, he'll hide somewhere until he has us cut off. Then he'll come at us with his bolo or something. We'll have to watch out for that. Let's keep a little closer to shore, Billy. Okay, Jack. Say, I think I see 2 trees just beginning to show up around the bend. And we'd better stick close to the bushes. Here, we'll walk along the very edge of the creek. Just enough so we don't leave any tracks. Those are 2 trees, Jack. They're close together. See? Those must be the 2 trees that guard the entrance, all right. See the clump of bushes behind them? Say, I don't see any sentry there. Do you, Jack? No, I don't see a sign of anybody, Billy. I guess they didn't think it was any use to place a sentry there. They never think that the soldiers or any other white man would know of that secret entrance. But there may be somebody inside that entrance, Jack. Maybe he's posted in there where we can't see him. We'll have to go there and find out, Billy. Jack, I don't see Uncle Jim and Betty anymore. What happened to them? We've come around the bend a little, Billy. They're still where we left them. Oh, I guess I shouldn't be so nervous. I can't help thinking about Karang and his men. We'd better think about this back entrance to the cave, Billy. We're almost to it.
Calling Jack Armstrong. Calling Jack Armstrong.
There's Uncle Jim speaking. I wonder what's up. Jack speaking. Has anything happened, Uncle Jim?
Karang and his men have reached the top of the hill, Jack. They'll be coming down to the creek as soon as they pick up our trail again. Is there a sentry posted at the back entrance of the cave?
Not as far as I can tell, Uncle Jim. We're almost to the entrance now. There's not a sign of anybody.
Good. Then Betty and I'll come along right away.
All right. And say, Uncle Jim, why don't we both keep our switches on? I'll hang the mic around my neck. Then if anything happens, you'll hear all about it through the walkie-talkie.
That's a good idea, Jack. We'll do it. Signing off now.
Uncle Jim will hear every word I say from now on. Oh, I guess that's a smart idea, all right. There doesn't seem to be anybody in those bushes. We're going to find out right away, Billy. Here's where we leave the creek and climb up to the entrance. Come on. I'm glad it's not very far up. This cliff is steep. Just think of Karang and his men coming down the hill to the creek, Billy. This little cliff wouldn't stop you if you saw them. Holy mackerel, I'll say it wouldn't. I hope Uncle Jim and Betty have plenty of time to get here before Karang gets down to the creek. Uncle Jim and Betty will be here in a couple of minutes, Billy. Who's there? The tribesman, Billy. See? Behind us. He just stepped out of those bushes. The friend catfish, he's got a bolo in his hand. He's coming towards us, Jack. Can't we get into the cave? That wouldn't do any good, Billy. We've got to get rid of him. Jumpin' Jiminy. I'd like to get rid of that bolo first. I'm going back to meet him, Billy. I'll offer him a present or something. I'll try to keep his attention on me until Uncle Jim gets here. Come on. I'm with you, Jack. But how'll Uncle Jim ever know? He's heard every word I've said, Billy. He'll come up through the bushes. We've got to keep this sentry interested in us until Uncle Jim gets here.
I heard, Jack. Be careful. Stall him off. I'm coming as fast as I can.
I wish I knew what he was saying. He looks awfully fierce. He's probably asking us what we're doing here. Do you speak English? I guess that means he doesn't speak English, Jack. I'll offer him something, Billy. I've got it. I'll offer him the pedometer. He'll think it's a watch of some kind at first. Here, let me get it off my belt. Hurry, Jack. He thinks you're getting out a pistol or something. I don't like the way he's waving that bolo around. He won't attack us yet, Billy. You'll want to see what I'm offering him first. Here, you. Wouldn't you like to have this pedometer? See, it's round and bright like a watch. It tells how far you walk. Every Zamboanga tribesman should have one. He doesn't understand a word you say, Jack. Of course he doesn't, Billy, but he's interested in the pedometer just the same. See? He's lowered his bolo. I wish he took it away in his sash. People get hurt playing around with those things. I knew you'd like to look at it. Here, listen to it click when I move it up and down. He wants to play with it himself, Jack. You better give it to him. There you are. Look at him play with it, Billy. Did you see any sign of Uncle Jim? Shh, Jack. Our friend can't understand English, Billy. See? He thinks I'm talking to him because I'm looking at him. You look around for Uncle Jim. Oh, I see him, Jack. He's almost here. Good. Here, let me show you how to wear that pedometer. You stick it in your sash. This way, see?
Now, every time you take a step, it goes tick-tock. And you read how far you walk on the dial.
Keep on talking to him, Jack. Uncle Jim is just about here.
Well, what do you think of it? Do you like it?
Watch it, Jack. Watch it. Uncle Jim is about to grab him.
Dear! Good. Now, get him, Uncle Jim. Here, you got his back up on it. I'll take it down now. Oh, we've really tried.
Now, the sentry's taken care of. Let's go in the secret entrance of the cave and see if we can find Malua.
Well, they've taken care of that sentry all right. He's tied up and gagged, and they won't have to worry about him for a while. But where is Karang and his men? They must be about done at the creek by this time, then they'll try to pick up the trail again. By that time, Jack and Uncle Jim and the others will be somewhere in the cave of the smuggled rifles. And I don't have to tell you that that cave isn't the safest place in the world for them. There's an especially exciting time ahead, and you can bet you'll want to be there. So listen in, all of you, at this same time next Monday for another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Listen, there isn't a minute to lose. Not if you're going to get in on all the fun that's going around. Yes, I'm urging you to send for your Jack Armstrong pedometer tonight. So do this right now. Remind Mother to get you a couple of packages of Wheaties in a hurry. Then tear off the top of one Wheaties package and mail it together with 10 cents in coin and your name and address to Jack Armstrong, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Get your order for a Jack Armstrong pedometer in the mail right now.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the brand.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Say, have you been getting as excited and steamed up as I have about the remarkable instrument Jack Armstrong is carrying on his adventures? Well, I mean the mechanical pedometer Jack uses to measure the mile he travels through the Philippine jungles. I'll bet you'd like to own a pedometer like Jack's, too. And golly, I don't blame you. It's just about the handiest instrument a fellow or girl could want. Just think of it. Here's a small metal case, not much bigger than a pocket watch, fitted out with a special mechanism that registers every single step you take, adds up the steps into miles and fractions of miles, and shows you the distance you walk any place you want to go. Now, maybe you've seen pedometers for sale in stores. You wanted to carry one on hikes and camping trips, but they cost a lot of money, and so you couldn't buy one. Well, what do you say to this? I'm going to arrange for you to own a genuine automatic pedometer like the one Jack Armstrong carries. A pedometer that is just as accurate, just as reliable, mile for mile, as other more expensive pedometers you may have seen. And you're going to get this fine Jack Armstrong pedometer for only 10 cents in cash and the top from a package of Wheaties. Boy, I wish you could see the Jack Armstrong pedometer. See what a handsome, well-made, sturdy instrument it really is. Why, all you've got to do is look at it just once, then give it a careful test on your next hike or walking expedition, and I know you'll agree that Jack Armstrong pedometer is great stuff. This Jack Armstrong model is made entirely of metal, finished in gleaming nickel plate with a 3-color instrument dial. As you walk, the dial slowly turns, checking off the miles you travel, very much like the speedometer on an automobile. The pedometer, which is fitted with a special clip that attaches to your pocket or belt, gives mileage readings adjusted to your own individual stride. What's more, the case is embossed with a nameplate where you can print your own name. Now, I don't need to tell you that our supply of these dandy pedometers will be snapped up in a hurry. Thousands of fellows and girls will want them, and if you're going to be among the first in your crowd to carry a genuine automatic pedometer on hiking and camping trips, you've got to act fast, and I mean fast. Now remember, the Jack Armstrong pedometer
is yours for only 10 cents in cash and a Wheaties box top. Here's how to send your order. Get a package of Wheaties, those extra good flakes of real whole wheat, and cut the top off the Wheaties package. Put this Wheaties box top in a stamped envelope with a 10-cent piece and your name and address. Then mail to Jack Armstrong, Minneapolis, Minnesota. If you got that, 1 Wheaties box top and 1 dime, 10 cents in cash with your name and address. Send to Jack Armstrong, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Now, don't wait until the supply is all gone. Get your pedometer now while the getting's good. And now, Jack Armstrong, the all-American boy.
Jack and Billy and Uncle Jim have just surprised the Filipino tribesmen who guarded the rear entrance to a large cave in the hill country, the Zamboanga Peninsula in Mindanao. In this cave are hidden a large supply of smuggled rifles, which the hostile tribes of Zamboanga had planned to use in an uprising against the U.S. Army troops. The main entrance to this cave is on the other side of the hill and is guarded by one of the hostile tribes. Meliua, disguised as a Moro peddler, is somewhere in the cave, as is also Lieutenant Rawlings, who is held prisoner. Right now, as Jack and Uncle Jim tie and gag the sentry, they're keeping a sharp lookout downstream for signs of another hostile tribe led by Karang, who is pursuing them. Listen.
There, Uncle Jim. This tribesman won't bother us. I've got his wrist tied behind his back.
That should hold him, Jack. How about that gag, Billy? You got it fixed so he can't shout for help?
He won't shout for anything, Uncle Jim. He'll be as quiet as a mouse as long as we keep that gag in his mouth.
Fine. Now, where's Betty? I told her to stay in those bushes until we took care of the sentry.
Here I am, Uncle Jim.
You can join us now, Betty. Pick up that bolo we took from the sentry and throw away. Be careful with it. It's a mighty sharp weapon.
What do we do now, Uncle Jim? Karang and his men will be in sight in just a minute or two.
We're going to carry out our original plan, Billy. We're going to hide in the back entrance to the cave until the soldiers come to rescue Lieutenant Rawlings.
But maybe Karang will know about this secret entrance to the cave, Uncle Jim.
We'll have to take a chance on that, Betty. Let's see now. That little back end should be hidden behind those bushes just above us.
That's where it is, Uncle Jim. Billy and I saw it just before this sentry appeared.
Good. We'll get up there and into the back of the cave right away. Give me that bolo, Betty. I want to look as fierce as possible so our prisoner won't give us any trouble.
Well, here's the bolo, Uncle Jim. My, but I'd hate to fight anybody who had one of these things in his hand.
So would I, Betty. Now we'll see if this native understands the sign language of the bolo. Come along, you. We're going up into that cave.
He sees what you're pointing at, Uncle Jim. See how surprised he looks.
Jumpin' Jiminy, I'll bet he's surprised. He wouldn't expect us to be going into the cave where the rifles are hidden and where Lieutenant Rawlings is prisoner and where all of the other tribesmen are.
But then he doesn't know what we know, Billy. He doesn't know that in just about 1 minute, Karang and his men are going to come up that creek looking for us.
He gets the idea. He's standing up now. I'll stay in front of him, Jack, to make sure he doesn't make a break when we get inside the cave. You and Billy stay behind him to keep him from making a break back to the creek. You stay with me, Betty. Come on.
Jack, I hope Manuel was right when he said the back entrance to this cave was a natural tunnel. It'd be just too bad if we popped inside the entrance and found ourselves right in a big cave.
That would be a bad break, Billy. But this entrance is so small that it must be just a small tunnel.
Look, Jack. Uncle Jim is giving Betty a hand up that steep slope. We'd better keep an eye on this native and see that he doesn't try any tricks.
I'm watching him. He can't do much with his hands tied behind his back. There, Betty's up. They're going through the bushes that hide the entrance.
Be careful with these bushes when you come through, Jack. We don't want to break them or disturb their natural appearance.
Well, be careful, Uncle Jim. Say, Billy, where's my pedometer? It isn't on my belt.
Well, don't you remember? You gave it to the sentry to look at, Jack, when we were trying to distract his attention.
That's right, Billy. He had it when Uncle Jim surprised him from behind. He must have dropped it at the same spot. I've got to go back and get it.
But holy smoke, Jack. Karang and his men will be in sight almost any moment.
We can't afford to lose that pedometer, Billy. Uncle Jim.
What is it, Jack?
I think that sentry dropped my pedometer during that scuffle. Don't you think I'd better go back and look for it?
Perhaps you had, Jack. That pedometer's going to be very useful when we get into the interior. I'll wait here and keep an eye on our prisoner. Make it fast.
I'll be back in a minute, Billy.
I'll come with you, Jack.
You'd better hurry. If Karang gets here before we get in this cave, it's going to be too bad for us.
Come on, Billy. We'll slide down there in half a jiffy. Watch this loose stone.
I don't see any sign of Karang and his men down the creek yet, Jack.
Neither do I, Billy. Look, there's the pedometer right below us. I hope it didn't get broken when he dropped it on that rock.
That's a pretty tough instrument to break, Jack. Just think what it's been through since we got it.
Here we are. Let's see if it's still working. Yep, still registers when I move. Listen, Billy, I'm going to wait out in the creek a little and find out if I can see around the bend. Maybe Karang and his men have reached the creek and are coming here now.
Okay, Jack, but hurry.
It won't take a second, Billy.
What's Jack doing, Billy?
He's going out in the creek to see if Karang is coming, Uncle
Jim. Do you see anything, Jack?
That's it, Billy. Wait a minute. There are a couple of men coming this way. They're looking along the edge of the bank to pick up our tracks.
Suffering catfish, come on back, Jack. We've got to get into the cave before they get here.
You bet I'm coming back.
You start back up, Billy. I'll be right behind you.
Okay, Jack.
I'll tell Uncle Jim.
Jack see anyone, Billy?
He saw two men, Uncle Jim. They were looking along the edge of the creek for our tracks.
They won't find any there, but hurry up. Jack's climbing up behind you.
Billy, will they get inside before Jack gets back up here?
Oh, I don't know, Betty. I didn't see them. I don't know how far away they are.
Come on through these bushes, Billy. Here's the entrance to the cave right here. It's just a hole in the cliff. Don't break off any bushes.
I wish Jack would hurry. If Colorado sees us, there won't be anything we can do.
Look out, Betty. I can't get through this hole while you stand there. Jimmy, but it's dark in here. Where's Uncle Jim and the sentry?
Here I am, Billy, standing by our prisoner. Is Jack almost up?
I'll be up in half a jiffy, Uncle Jim. Here, Jack. Crawl through the bushes right here. Watch your step. This is small, isn't it? These bushes keep out so much light I can't see much. Oh, there you are, Uncle Jim.
Move over a little, Jack. I want to be able to see out from these bushes. How many men did you say there were?
I just saw two men, Uncle Jim. I think one of them was Yates. I couldn't be sure. I didn't want to give them a chance to see me.
Were they coming right here, Jack? Do they know where we are?
They haven't even picked up our tracks yet, Betty.
Caron lost our tracks as soon as we hit the creek. He knew that we waded along the creek, either upstream or downstream. So he probably has men searching in both directions until they pick up our tracks again.
Gosh, you'll hemlock, Uncle Jim. Do you think they'll pick up our tracks right below us here?
I hope not, Billy. The shore's all rocky there, and we wouldn't leave any tracks. But if they hunt around all day, they'll find something to tell them where we've gone.
But maybe the soldiers will find the cave first, Uncle Jim. They must be on the way by this time.
It may take them a little while to find this cave, Betty. And in the meanwhile, we've got to make sure that no harm comes to Lieutenant Rawlings.
We've got to find Manuel, too, Uncle Jim. We've got to tell him that Caron and Yates have come. It won't be safe for Manuel when they discover his disguise. No, but how on earth will we ever find Manuel so we can warn him? Look, Uncle Jim, there are those two men coming up the creek now. You can see them through the bush that hides this hole in the cliff.
One of them is Yates. The other's some tribesman.
They're coming pretty fast, Uncle Jim. They'll be in front of this cave in just a minute.
The faster, the better, Betty. They won't pick up any tracks at the rate they're moving. They probably think we're still waiting in the stream somewhere.
There's some more men coming up the creek. And look, there's some men coming into view on the far side of the creek.
They're spreading out, Jack. They don't know whether we crossed the creek or not.
But what do we do if they find our tracks, Uncle Jim?
We'll just back up into this tunnel and try to hide from them, Betty.
Jumping crickets, it's a pretty small tunnel to hide in. It's only about 8 feet high and a couple of feet wide. Oh, but it may spread out when it gets under the hill further, Billy. There may be all sorts of side tunnels in this cave.
We know that it must go into the big cave where the smuggled rifles are hidden. And that's probably where Lieutenant Rawlings is held prisoner.
Maybe Manuel is in the big cave now, Uncle Jim.
I suspect he is, Betty. You'll find a chance to talk to Rawlings if he can.
But how far is the big cave from this back entrance? Oh, it must be quite a distance, Billy. It's on the other side of the hill, you know.
Quiet now. Don't speak above a whisper. Yates and that tribesman are getting close to us.
We'll soon find out if they know about this secret entrance to the cave.
I think we'd better explore this tunnel a little and see what we've got under this hill.
Let Billy and me do it, Uncle Jim. We'll go into it just as quietly as we can. And you can stay here and guard this sentry. Yeah, that's a swell idea, Uncle Jim. You let us, won't you?
All right, Jack. You and Billy go as far as you safely can into this tunnel and see what you can find out. If Caron and his men discover our tracks, we'll need some place to hide.
What are we waiting for, Jack? Come on.
Just a minute, Billy. You and Jack have to be as careful as you've ever been in your lives. Remember that somewhere under the hill, this tunnel opens into the big cave. There's sure to be some fierce tribesmen in that cave. And if they ever suspect that somebody's come in through the secret entrance, then it's all up.
We'll be careful, Uncle Jim. I won't use this flashlight except when I have to. And I'll keep it shielded with my hand then. If we can get to where we can see inside the big cave without being seen, we'll take a look and then come back.
All right, Jack. I'll be right here with Betty and my prisoner.
Come on, Billy. Be careful now. Pick up your feet so you won't stumble over any loose rock. Jack, you'd think I was always stumbling over something. No, Billy, but this is one time when we just can't stumble over anything. Especially when we get close to the big cave. It's getting pitch dark, Jack. Jiminy crickets, part of the wall got my knee. Can't you use your light very carefully? I'll flash it out just a second at a time, Billy. There. Does that help any? It'll help more if you didn't keep your hand over the light, Jack. I have to do that, Billy. We don't know how close we are to the big cave. If we're too close and I flash the light full, someone may see it. Watch it. This tunnel's turning. Ouch! Oh, I got the other knee this time. I guess I'd better turn with the tunnel, Jack. It's turning quite a bit. I can't even see the spot of light through the bushes where Uncle Jim is. Hey, Billy. What's that? What, Jack? I don't see anything. But don't you hear something, Billy? Don't you hear some footsteps way ahead of us? coming this way. What are we going to do? We're going to stay right here and wait for him, Billy. And when he comes, then we're going to jump him. Quiet now. Don't make a sound. We'll take him by surprise.
Say, who is that person coming along the dark tunnel under the hill? Why has he left the big cave to come to the secret entrance in the back? I don't have to tell you that there are going to be exciting things happening in that cave very soon. And don't forget that Karang and his men are still trying to pick up the tracks of Jack and the others. If they do, well, that cave is going to be too small for everybody concerned. So be on hand at this same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Now, don't miss this big chance to get yourself a genuine automatic pedometer like Jack Armstrong's. Send a dime, 10 cents in cash, with one Wheaties box top, and your name and address to Jack Armstrong, Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'll promise you some of the best fun you've ever had when you get your pedometer. Ask for Wheaties and send today.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of our brand.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Go on, it is too. Guess I ought to know.
Listen, I've walked down there hundreds of times, and I'm telling you it's 3.5 miles even.
Hey, what's the trouble here, you fellas?
Oh, he says it's 3.5 miles to the Hill Street Firehouse across town, and I say it's 5 miles.
Well, now, you're not going to get any place by arguing. Why not let me help you? I've got the answer right here in my hand. Listen.
Hey, what's making that clicking noise? Open your hand, let's see. Hey, it's some kind of metal instrument with a dial on it. I know, it's a pedometer.
Pedometer? Oh, yeah, I've seen those things in the stores. They measure the number of miles you walk. And golly, they're awful expensive.
Cheapers. Isn't that a honey, though? What makes it work, anyhow?
Well, you can see for yourself. That dial on the front is graduated into miles and fractions of miles. You fasten the pedometer to your belt or pocket. See, here's a special clip. And you start walking. The mechanism inside begins to work, and the dial turns slowly like this. Now, just by looking at the dial, you can read your own mileage and tell how far you've walked. A quarter mile, a mile, 2, 3, 4, and so on, up to 5 miles.
Boy, what I'd give to own one of those pedometers.
Yeah, think of the fun we'd have if we both had one. Why, we could measure how far we walk on hikes and to school and back, and maybe we could be official mile recorders for the rest of the gang and keep track of how far we travel on camping trips. You know, I'm going to start saving my money for one now.
Listen, fella, have you got a dime in your pocket?
Yeah, I've got a dime, all right.
Do you have a package of Wheaties at home?
You bet I have. Well, I eat Wheaties every morning.
Well, then you can get yourself a Jack Armstrong pedometer like the one I have here, and all it's going to cost you is 10 cents in cash and one Wheaties box top. Not only that, but I'll promise you that this Jack Armstrong pedometer is just as accurate for measuring miles as some of the most expensive pedometers you could buy.
Well, what do you know? The swellest pedometer I've seen yet, and all it costs is a dime and a Wheaties box top. Where can I get one?
Well, just send your 10 cents and the Wheaties box top to Jack Armstrong, Minneapolis, Minnesota. You'll get your pedometer in a hurry.
Where's that we send to?
Jack Armstrong, Minneapolis, Minnesota. And don't forget to include your own name and address with your order. And another thing, you've got to act fast. These pedometers won't last long when all the fellas and girls hear about them.
Well, what are we waiting for? I'm going to send for my pedometer right away. That's the dandiest offer I've heard of in a blue moon.
You bet it is. And I'm advising everybody to get on the job and order now. They're going fast.
And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Mysterious footsteps are approaching Jack Armstrong and Billy as they wait in the darkness of a hillside tunnel in the wild Zamboanga Peninsula. Behind them, Uncle Jim and Betty are watching a native sentinel they captured as he guarded the secret entrance to the tunnel. Ahead of them, somewhere in the darkness, is the cave where hostile tribesmen have hidden the smuggled rifles they hope to use in an uprising against the U.S. Army troops. Also in this cave, Lieutenant Rawlings is held prisoner. Jack and Billy had hoped to explore this cave before the pursuing Karang tracks them down. But now, listen.
Jumping chimney, gee whiz, Jack. Who do you suppose is coming toward us?
Billy, not so loud. We don't want him to even guess that we're here until he gets here.
Maybe it's one of the tribesmen coming to relieve the sentry, Jack.
I'm afraid that's who he is, Billy.
I wish it weren't so dark in here, Jack. If we could only see who it is and how he's armed, we'd know what to do.
I can guess how he's armed, Billy, and I know what we're going to do. He's probably armed with a bolo in his sash. And we're going to jump him and get that bolo away from him the very first thing.
Well, what'll we do then, Jack? We haven't anything to tie him with, and we can't take him along with us. We couldn't even take him back to Uncle Jim.
We won't take him anywhere, Billy. We'll hold him here. Uncle Jim will hear the scuffle, and he'll come here to help us.
He's getting awfully close, Jack.
You stay on this side of the tunnel, Billy. I'll get on the other side. When I give the word, we'll jump him. You dive for his legs, and I'll try to get that bolo from him in the dark. All right, I'm in place now. Tackle him when I give the word.
You bet I'll tackle him, Jack. But don't you forget to get that bolo from him.
Watch it now, Billy. He's almost here.
Okay, Billy, jump it.
Watch that. He's swallowed. Hold it, Billy. It's Manuel.
Manuel? Suffering catfish. Is it really you, Manuel?
It's me, Billy. Why are you here, huh?
Well, it's quite a story, Manuel. Why are you here? We thought you'd be in the big cave.
We been in cave, Jack. We find out many things.
But why are you coming here, Manuel? You didn't know that we'd been here.
That's right, Billy. Me not know. Me come here for see if this place guarded. Me think maybe me get Lieutenant Rawlings out this way if not guarded.
Well, it was guarded, Manuel. It was guarded by one sentry. But we captured him, and now he's tied up at the back entrance to this tunnel.
That's good, Jack. That's very good. Where Uncle Jim, huh? Where Betty?
Uncle Jim and Betty are at the end of the tunnel guarding the sentry.
And they're keeping an eye on Karang and his men, too, Manuel.
What that be? Karang and his men come here?
No, you darn tootin' they've come here. They picked up our tracks and followed us down to the creek. They're looking for us now.
That bad, Billy. That very bad. Maybe they find out where you are. What you do then, huh?
But what'll you do, Manuel, when they tell the other tribesmen here that you really aren't an old Moro peddler?
That bad too, Jack. When they find out me not peddler, when they find out me Mayowa, then they try hard get me.
Jiminy, I'll bet they'll try to get you. If they know that you're really a chieftain and a friend of Sultan Natang.
Everybody in Mindanao know name of Mayowa, Billy. But not everybody see Mayowa. We go now to Uncle Jim and Betty, huh?
We'll take you to them, Manuel. It's only a little ways back along this tunnel. But how far are we from the big cave? Is it safe to use the flashlight here?
We long way from big cave, Jack. It's all right for shine light.
Good. Yeah, that helps a lot. You can see where we're walking now. Come on, Billy. We're going back to Uncle Jim.
But what about Lieutenant Rawlings, Manuel? Is he alive? Is he all right? How many tribesmen are there in that cave? And did you see the rifles they've smuggled in?
You tongue too big, Billy. Ask too many questions all one time. You wait till see Uncle Jim. Then we tell everything.
We'll be there in a jiffy, Manuel. Here's the last turn in the tunnel. See? There's daylight ahead of us, seeping through the bushes that hide the entrance to the tunnel.
And here's Uncle Jim and Betty. Hold your light on, Jack. Uncle Jim was wondering why we'd come back so soon.
Is that you, Jack? Who's that you got with you? We've got Manuel with us, Uncle Jim. Manuel? Where'd you find him? He was coming this way. He wanted to see if the tunnel was guarded.
Well, Manuel, glad to see you. I suppose Jack has told you why we're here in this little tunnel.
Jack, tell me, Uncle Jim.
And here's the sentry we had to capture. He's gagged, and I've tied him hand and foot.
And I'm here too, Manuel. We're all here except the pack horse.
Me not glad see you, Betty. Me wish you long way from here. You not safe here.
But, Manuel, I don't want to be one bit safer than Jack and Billy and Uncle Jim are. And we're a lot safer than Lieutenant Rawlings. At least we haven't been captured yet.
Now you can tell us all that you found out, Manuel, about Lieutenant Rawlings and the rifles and the rest of it.
Lieutenant Rawlings prisoner, Jack. He tied up tight in back of big cave.
But golly, Manuel, are they going to do anything to him?
Me not know, Billy. But me think maybe yes. He know too much.
We all know too much when it comes to that. We know they've smuggled in those rifles to revolt against the government.
Did you see the rifles, Manuel?
Oh, me see them, Jack. They got many rifles. That very bad. Me glad you sent message to soldier, Uncle Jim.
Oh, I hope the soldiers got our message. I hope they're on the way.
Let's take a look through these bushes outside and see how Karang's men are coming along. Be careful. Don't expose yourself to view. Billy, you and Betty wait there.
Look, Uncle Jim. There are dozens of Karang's men on this side of the creek.
Yes, and they're all examining every foot of the bank. What do you think, Manuel? You think they can pick up our tracks on that rocky shore?
Me think yes, Uncle Jim. They'd find us soon.
Then we'd better start looking for a hiding place somewhere in this cave, Uncle Jim. If we can hide for a while longer, the soldiers may get here.
Soldier not get here in time, Jack. Me know that.
I'm afraid Manuel's right about that, Jack.
Maybe me fool Karang for a little while, Uncle Jim.
How, Manuel? How can you hold off Karang for a little while?
Me take off all peddler clothes. Me put on sentry clothes. Maybe they think me sentry.
But they'll know your face, Manuel. At least Yates will. He's here with Karang. He'll be able to recognize you.
Maybe no, Jack. Me got face paint. Me fix up face all different. Maybe Yates not know me.
That's a good plan, Manuel. If you can make them believe that you're the regular sentry, they may not come into the tunnel.
Me tell them me no see you. Me tell them they all fool. Then maybe they go somewhere else and look for a little while.
All right, Manuel, we'll try it. Come on, Jack. We'll get back and let Manuel switch clothes with that sentry.
It won't take long for him to switch clothes, Uncle Jim. All the sentry's wearing is a pair of pants and a sash for his bolo.
I hope Manuel can change his face so Yates can't recognize him.
Yates didn't recognize him when he looked like an old Moro peddler. Well, Manuel, here's your sentry. Do you need any help?
Me no need help, Jack. Me change clothes very soon.
But what is Mario going to do? Why is he taking off his turban?
Come over here with me, Betty. I'll tell you about it.
Jumping Jiminy Gee Whiz, Betty. I've got it. Manny was going to pretend to be the sentry. Is that right, Jack? That's right, Billy. If he fools him, we may keep Karang and his men out of here until the soldiers arrive.
Oh, I think it's a wonderful idea. But if Yates sees him...
Manuel thinks he can change his face with paint so Yates can't recognize him, Betty. Then what do we do, Uncle Jim? Do we just wait here for the soldiers to arrive?
Not in your life, Billy. I think that Lieutenant Rawlings is in real danger. It may prove risky, but we've got to save him if we possibly can. There. I think Manuel has changed his clothes now. Flash your light over there, Jack.
There we are. Say, look at the sentry. He's all dressed up like a Moro peddler. And Manuel's all dressed up like a sentry. But he still has the face of an old Moro peddler.
He's wiping off the paint, Billy. Look, now he has his regular face again. We'll have to do something about that.
He's doing it, Betty. See? He's working with lids for some kind of paint. Watch how he's changing the lines of his cheeks.
Hold your light on him, Jack. Holy mackerel, he's a different man now. Manuel's a genius when it comes to makeup. And I'll bet that's why he's still alive, Billy. Are you all set, Manuel?
Me all finished, Jack. You like, huh?
It's perfect, Manuel. Here's that bolo I took from the sentry. Stick that in your sash.
Not very good, Uncle Jim. Come, we look outside. See if they find track yet.
You look just like any of the other tribesmen, Manuel, and no one will ever recognize you.
Maybe yes, maybe no. Only one man know what Manuel looks like.
You mean Yates, don't you, Manuel?
That's right, Jack. If we fool Yates, we fool everybody.
Don't crowd in, Billy. There's just room for three of us to look out. Careful now, Jack.
I'll be careful, Uncle Jim. Look, two of Karang's men have spotted our tracks at the edge of the creek. They're calling to the others.
They've seen something, all right. And there's Karang and Yates coming up on the run.
They're looking up here, Uncle Jim. They're looking at these bushes that hide the entrance to the tunnel.
They'll be up this way in just a minute. Well, Manuel, it's up to you.
Me not afraid, Uncle Jim.
They've started up now, Uncle Jim. We'd better draw back in the tunnel a little so they can't possibly see us.
All right, Jack. Here, I can see from here.
Me go now. Me go ask why they come here. Me be very mad. Me tell them they fool.
Okay, Manuel, lay it on thick. Good luck to you.
Yates is the only man I'm worried about, Jack. He may recognize Manuel.
And Yates is going to be the very first man up here, too, Uncle Jim. No, Karang is with him. Look, they see Manuel coming down to meet them.
You see Manuel. He's laying down the law to them, and they're taking him, too.
They don't suspect a thing yet.
Yates and Karang are close enough to see Manuel now, but not even Yates suspects that he's Manuel.
I think Manuel's making them believe that we didn't come this way, Uncle Jim. Look, Yates and Karang are going back down again. They're going back to the creek. It worked, Uncle Jim. It worked like a charm.
It looks that way, Jack. As long as Manuel stays here, we're safe for a while. And now, come on. We've got a real job ahead of us.
You mean?
I mean, we're going to make our way through this tunnel to the big cave and see what we can do to help Lieutenant Rawlings. Come on.
Well, Karang and his men have been held off for a little while. But that doesn't mean they won't come back. And say,
Jack and Billy and Betty and Uncle Jim have a tough job ahead of them if they're going to help Lieutenant Rawlings. They're going through that long, dark tunnel now to the other side of the hill where it opens into the big cave. And that's just where you'll want to be when they get there, because exciting things are going to happen. So listen in, all of you, at this same time tomorrow to another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Now, get yourself a package of Wheaties right away. You'll need the top from that Wheaties package and 1 dime, 10 cents in cash to get yourself a real automatic pedometer that measures the distance you travel every time you take a walk. Send the dime and a Wheaties box top with your name and address to Jack Armstrong, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and we'll see that you get your pedometer in a hurry.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them. Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. You know, once in a while you get a piece of news that sounds almost too good to be true. And I'll bet that's the way you feel about this sensational offer we're making right now to all good friends of Jack Armstrong. Just imagine, we're giving you this special opportunity, a chance you may never have again, to own a genuine mechanical pedometer like the one Jack Armstrong carries on his adventures. A precision-made instrument that tells you in miles and fractions of miles the distance you travel on hikes, camping expeditions, and every walking trip you take, whether it's 5 miles or around a few blocks. Now, if you were to go into a downtown store and price the expensive pedometers they have for sale, you'd find you'd have to pay a good deal of money for them. Yes, fine pedometers can cost a lot. That's why you can get really excited about the news I have for you. Listen, I've arranged for you to get a Jack Armstrong pedometer, a handsome, sturdy instrument that's been tested against some of the best-known and most expensive pedometers on the market and found to be just as accurate in measuring miles as the high-price models. And here's the big surprise. This Jack Armstrong pedometer is yours for only 10 cents in cash and the top from 1 package of Wheaties. The pedometer case is made of sheet steel, brightly nickel-plated, with a mechanism of steel and solid brass. The revolving dial on the front of the instrument is lithographed in 3 colors and gives mileage readings adjusted to your individual stride. Also built into the pedometer, you'll find a strong clip for attaching the instrument to your belt or pocket while walking, and an embossed nameplate where you can print your own name. Now, I don't need to tell you what a lot of fun you can have carrying a real pedometer with you everywhere you go. Why, you can probably think of dozens of ways that this handy little device will be mighty useful to you. But listen, thousands and thousands of fellows and girls will be sending for these pedometers, and unless you make up your mind to order now, you may miss this chance of a lifetime. So here's what to do. Rush right over to the grocery store and get yourself a package of those extra good Wheaties flakes. Send the top from the Wheaties package with 1 dime, 10 cents in cash, and your name and address to Jack Armstrong, Minneapolis, Minnesota. But don't wait. Supplies of these dandy pedometers are strictly limited, and it's first come, first served. You must get your order in right away. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Jack Armstrong, Billy, Betty, and Uncle Jim are cautiously feeling their way along a dark tunnel in the wild Zamboanga hill country. Behind them, at the secret entrance to the tunnel, their faithful friend Malua, disguised as a native sentry, is standing guard to prevent Karang and his tribesmen from following Jack and the others into the tunnel. Ahead of them,
lies the cave where scores of fierce tribesmen are guarding the rifles they've smuggled in to use in an uprising against the government. In this cave, Lieutenant Rawlings is held prisoner by the tribesmen, and Uncle Jim fears that he needs help immediately. Now, Jack and Uncle Jim are carefully leading the way through the narrow tunnel with Billy and Eddie close behind them. Listen.
Jack, it's dark in here. Can't you use your flashlight for just a little bit? I'm afraid to shine a flashlight now, Billy. I think we're getting pretty close to the big cave. Some of the tribesmen in there might see the light if we used it.
After all, Billy, it's Jack and Uncle Jim who are leading the way. They'll be the first to stumble over anything, if there's anything to stumble over.
There's not much to stumble over in this tunnel, Betty. Once in a while, we bark our elbows against the side of the tunnel. But that's better than letting the tribesmen know we're here.
If we're going to help Lieutenant Rawlings, we can't let anybody know we're here. Look out. The tunnel makes a turn here. Don't smack into the sides, Billy. I'm keeping right in your footsteps, Jack. Jiminy, it isn't so dark ahead now.
We must be getting very close to the big cave, Billy.
But I thought the big cave would be dark and all that, Betty. Except maybe for a torch or two.
There's evidently some daylight getting into it, Billy.
What we see is probably just reflected daylight, Uncle Jim. I hope the cave isn't lighted up too well.
Oh, yes, I hope it's all sort of dim. Then maybe we can get a chance to talk to Lieutenant Rawlings without anybody seeing us.
Say, Betty, you don't want very much. We'll be lucky if we can even see him without being seen ourselves.
But we've got to be able to talk to him, Billy, if we're going to help him at all. And he's probably tied up, and we'll have to untie him and all that.
It seems to me that we're crossing a lot of bridges before we get to them. We'll try to take a look around after we get to the big cave and see how things are.
Gosh, oh, Willikins, I wonder what's happening at the back end of the tunnel. If Carlon ever discovers that the sentries guarding that secret entrance is really valuable, he'll be here in a jiffy. And then we'll have Carlon and his men in back of us and those tribesmen in front of us. Well, they haven't discovered it yet, Billy. Maybe the soldiers from Pet Barracks will find this cave before Carlon discovers it. Say, Uncle Jim, that light ahead of us is getting a little stronger.
We're getting close to the big cave, Jack. Suppose you walk close to your side of the tunnel, close enough to feel it with your hands. I'll do the same on my side. If there are any deep niches on either side, we want to know about them. We may have to find a good hiding place before we're through.
That's a good idea, Uncle Jim. Here, I can touch the side of the tunnel now. I'll keep on touching it as I walk along and see if I can find anything. Boy, oh boy, a good hiding place would be swell damn handy if those tribesmen ever suspected we're inside here.
You wouldn't stay hidden very long, Billy, but every moment helps. Those soldiers should be well on their way by this time, if Michelle got our message to them.
But they would never find this cave if it weren't for that map you made, Uncle Jim.
We can thank Jack's speedometer for that map. If we hadn't kept track of exactly how far we walked, I could never have made that map.
Look at your pedometer and see how far we've walked in this tunnel, will you, Jack? I bet you it's been half a mile. Nothing doing, Billy. I'd have to flash a light to read it. And if we flashed a light now and any tribesmen happened to be looking down this tunnel, our goose would be cooked.
Have you found any good place to hide yet, Jack?
Not yet, Betty. This tunnel is solid rock on this side, anyway.
And it's just as solid on this side, Jack.
Wait a minute. There's no side to the tunnel here.
What is there, Jack? Can you make it out in the dark?
It seems to be another small tunnel leading off from this one, Uncle Jim. Here, I'll step inside it and see if it goes in very far. Jumping crickets, Jack. I sure hope it's another tunnel.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. We could hide in there if we had to.
I think I'll flash my light for an instant, Uncle Jim.
All right, Jack. They can't see it as long as you're in there.
We'll see what it is. There. Oh, it isn't a tunnel at all. It's just a kind of a niche in the wall. Yeah, that's all it is, Billy. But it's plenty large enough for all of us to hide in for a moment or two.
Well, it's better than nothing. Put out your light, Jack, and we'll keep on. Perhaps we'll find a better place before we get to the big cave.
I'll keep on feeling as we walk along, Uncle Jim. But it's nice to know that that place is there anyway. Yeah, I guess it is. But I was hoping for a lonely side tunnel that went on and on under the hill.
Keep your voices down now. We're getting pretty close to the end of this tunnel. I think I can see the beginning of the big cave.
Look, Uncle Jim. There's a spot of bright sunlight way ahead of us.
I think that's the main entrance to the cave, Jack. That means that the cave is between us and that spot of light.
Secret catfish. I see something moving across the light. That's probably one of the tribesmen, Billy. He must be close to the entrance.
Easy now. We're getting very close to the main cave.
Oh, I can see part of the cave. I never thought it would be so big. It's like a great big church hollowed out of the rock.
And it is sort of dark inside. All the light it gets is from that one entrance. That's a break for us, Billy. It's going to be pretty hard to see much of anything inside there unless you're pretty close to the entrance. The back part of the cave will be quite dark.
Watch it. Here's where the tunnel comes into the cave.
Jumping Jiminy, it is something like a big church. And we're right in the very back of it. I'm beginning to see things in the cave now, Uncle Jim. Look in the front part. I can see a lot of tribesmen standing around the entrance. Hey, look over there, Jack. Over to the right. There's a whole stack of... Yes, sirree, they're rifles.
They're the smuggled rifles. Holy mackerel. There must be enough rifles there to arm a dozen tribes.
And there's a pile of boxes near the rifles, Uncle Jim.
That must be the ammunition, Betty. Somebody has certainly gone to a lot of expense to arm these tribes.
It must be Sultan Balloa who did that, Uncle Jim. He's the one who's organizing the rebellion.
But where can Lieutenant Rawlings be? I don't see a sign of him.
He's probably tied up somewhere in this cave, Billy.
But maybe he's in the front of the cave, Uncle Jim. Maybe he's in the front where those tribesmen are. We'll never be able to help him if he's there.
I have a hunch he's somewhere in the back of the cave, Betty. If I were tying up a prisoner in this cave, I'd keep him near the back where it'd be harder to find him.
Look, Jack. 2 of those tribesmen are coming back this way.
Say, they are. I wonder what they're after.
Perhaps they've seen us.
I don't think they've seen us, Betty. They're not coming directly toward us. They're coming to another part of the cave.
But I wish they wouldn't come to the back part of the cave at all.
Uncle Jim, perhaps they're going to where Lieutenant Rawlings is tied up.
You may be right, Jack. You keep an eye on them and see what they do.
I just know they've seen us, Uncle Jim. I bet they're looking at us right now.
They'd have to have eyes of an owl to see us now, Betty. We're in the mouth of this dark tunnel. From where they are, they can't see a thing.
But they're coming pretty close to us, Uncle Jim, if they keep on coming this way.
We're all right as long as they don't actually come into the tunnel, Billy. If we see they're going to come here, we can go back and hide in that niche we found.
I don't like their looks at all, Jack. They look terribly fierce.
Now you're using your imagination, Betty. You can't see their faces in this dim light.
But I just know they look fierce anyway. All of these tribesmen look fierce, and they act fierce, too.
Jumping chimney, they're getting close. Look, they're coming all the way to the back of the cave.
But they're not coming to this tunnel, Billy. They're heading for a point about 50 feet to the left of us.
I think I see where they're going, Jack. There's some dark object on the floor of the cave there. Can you see it?
I can see it, Uncle Jim, now that you've pointed it out. Why, it looks as though it might be a man lying on the floor of the cave.
Holy smoke, maybe it's Lieutenant Rawlings.
Do you think it might be Lieutenant Rawlings, Uncle Jim?
I'm beginning to think it is Rawlings, Betty.
Look, Uncle Jim, the 2 men are there now. They're bending over him.
Jumping crickets, if they do
Keep your head, Billy. I think they're just making sure that he's still tied up tightly. Yes, that's it. See, they're going back to the front of the cave now.
Uncle Jim, can't you and I go to Lieutenant Rawlings without being seen?
I think we can, Jack. It's pretty dark here in the back of the cave. Billy, I want you and Betty to stay here. If anything happens, you're to get back to that niche in the tunnel wall. Understand?
But, Uncle Jim, can't I...
No, Billy, you can't. I want you to stay with Betty. Jack and I'll make our way to Rawlings and see what we can do.
But, Uncle Jim, those 2 men aren't going very far away. They're keeping guard on Lieutenant Rawlings.
We can get there without them seeing us, Betty. Come on, Jack. Keep close to the very back wall of the cave. No one can see us from there. Let's go.
It's a good thing it's so dark back here, Uncle Jim. Otherwise, we'd be sure to be seen by those 2 tribesmen.
We're all right as long as we stick close to this wall, Jack. But we'll have to be very careful when we leave if they get to Rawlings.
They certainly must have him tied up. He can't even sit upright the way he's fixed.
They won't take any chance of his escaping, Jack. He knows too much about their plans. That's why we've got to try to get him out of here. And it's going to be a tough job with those 2 tribesmen watching him.
This is as far as we can go along this wall, Uncle Jim. We can almost talk to him from here.
You'd have to talk too loud, Jack. You've got to get closer to him. Get down on all 4s now. If we crawl along the floor of the cave, I don't think those tribesmen will see us. Keep right against the ground now.
We can talk to him pretty soon, Uncle Jim. We can tell him that the soldiers will soon be here.
You may have to get him away before the soldiers arrive, Jack. There. I think he can hear us now. Rawlings.
Who's that?
Who called me? This is Captain Fairfield, Rawlings. And Jack Armstrong is here with me. You remember us?
Captain Fairfield, Jack Armstrong. What on earth are you doing here?
We want to help you if we can, Lieutenant Rawlings.
But they'll get you. They'll make you prisoners the way they did me. You won't have a chance.
We'll have a try at it anyway, Rawlings. Are you in any immediate danger?
Of course I'm in danger. I've discovered all their plans. I know too much to suit them. But you mustn't stay here. Go back before they get you. Go back the same way you came, whatever way that was.
Uncle Jim, look. Those 2 tribesmen have heard us. They're moving over this way.
Crawl back to that wall, Jack. Quick. They mustn't see us. We'll wait until they go. Then we'll come back again.
Hurry, get back. I hear them coming. They won't have any mercy on you if they find you here.
Keep close to the ground, Jack. That's the way. Careful now. Here they come.
It's going to be nip and tuck whether Jack and Uncle Jim get back in time. Those 2 tribesmen suspect that something is up and they're coming to investigate. But Jack and Uncle Jim won't go far away. And as soon as they get another chance, they'll get back to Rawlings. And then, well, there's an especially exciting time coming up, and you certainly won't want to miss it.
So listen in, all of you, at this same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Now, time is going fast, and if you're going to be one of the first in your crowd to own a Jack Armstrong pedometer, you've got to get busy now, and I mean right away. Send one Wheaties box top and a dime, 10 cents in cash, with your name and address to Jack Armstrong, Minneapolis, Minnesota. This offer is strictly limited, so be sure to order your pedometer today.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the fight for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand.
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the fight for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Hi, Eddie. What you doing looking in Pearson's store window? Golly, every time I come home from school, I see you studying something in that window.
I'm looking at that pedometer Mr. Pearson's got for sale. Gee, isn't it a honey?
Yeah, it's pretty swell, all right. And they're pretty expensive, too.
I know it is, but golly, think of the fun you could have owning a real pedometer like that. It's fastened to your belt that counts off the miles you travel, every place you walk to. I'm going to buy it when I save up enough.
Listen, Eddie, have you got a dime?
Sure, lots more than that.
Well, you just put your dough away. All except that one thin dime. I can show you how to get a swell pedometer for only a dime and the top from a package of Wheaties. Look here.
Say, where'd you get that?
That's a Jack Armstrong pedometer I just got in the mail this morning. Haven't you heard the news? They're offering this special pedometer on the Jack Armstrong radio show. It's been tested over a measured mile, and they say it's just as accurate as the expensive pedometers like the one in the show window.
Hey, that sounds like a deal. Let's see that pedometer of yours a minute.
See? It's made of metal all the way through. The case is nickel-plated, too. And that clip on the back, that's how you fasten the pedometer to your belt when you're walking.
Say, this Jack Armstrong pedometer is just what I've been looking for. Golly, it looks like $1 million. If it works as good as you say it does, I'm going to forget about that high-priced one and get one of these right away.
Sure, you can do that easy. But you better hurry, though. When the rest of the gang hears about these Jack Armstrong pedometers, I'll bet everybody will send for one. And the first thing you know, they'll be all gone.
You go send for one, huh? How do you do that?
Listen.
You can get yourself one of these precision-made automatic pedometers by sending only 10 cents and the top from a package of Wheaties to Jack Armstrong, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Have you got that? Put one Wheaties box top in a stamped envelope with a dime, 10 cents in cash, and your own name and address. Mail it to Jack Armstrong, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and we'll see that you get your pedometer in a hurry. Remember, this big, exciting offer is strictly limited. Unless you hurry and send right away, you may be left out. So ask for Wheaties and put your order in the mail today. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
While Billy and Betty wait in a tunnel that leads from a secret entrance to the cave of the smuggled rifles, Jack and Uncle Jim have managed to reach Lieutenant Rawlings, who is a tightly bound prisoner in the cave. The wild tribesmen who are guarding him are gathered around the entrance to the cave, and in the dim light, Jack and Uncle Jim were able to talk to Lieutenant Rawlings. However, two of the tribesmen suddenly became suspicious and are coming towards them. Listen. Hurry, for heaven's sake. You mustn't let those two men see you.
We'll come back, Rawlings, as soon as they leave you. Come on, Jack.
Keep close to the ground as we crawl back.
I'm practically flat on the ground now, Uncle Jim. I don't believe they can see us.
We don't have to go back very far, Jack. There's a hump in the floor of the cave right behind us. We can hide behind that.
Oh, what luck it's so dark here. I'm glad that Lieutenant Rawlings isn't tied up near the front of the cave.
Here, Jack. Come over this way a little. There's that hump I spoke of. We can plant flat behind it. They'll never spot us.
They'll find us if they start looking for us. But I don't believe they suspect that we're here.
Over this way a little more, Jack. There. Now get as flat as you can. That's the idea. We'll stay here and see what they're going to do to Lieutenant Rawlings.
They'd better not try to do anything to him.
We've got to keep our heads, Jack, no matter what happens. We won't help Rawlings by doing anything rash.
They're standing over Lieutenant Rawlings now. Say, they look like mean hombres even in this dim light.
What you do, huh?
Listen to
what do you think I'm doing? Why don't you untie me and let me show you what I can do?
You talk big. You talk too big. Soon we show you. We show you what we do. How you like that, huh?
How'd you like it when the soldiers come to get you? You'll sing a different tune then. You and your whole tribe.
You talk big. Soldiers never come here. No white man never find this place.
I found it, didn't I?
Yeah, you found cave. Now you tied up. Soon too bad for you. You never tell where cave is. How you like that, huh?
He kicked him, Uncle Jimmy. Kicked Rawlings. Quiet, Jack.
Don't lose your head. We can't help Rawlings if they discovered us.
All right, Uncle Jim, but that did something to me. There, he's going back now. And that other tribesman's going back with him. We'll soon be able to talk to Lieutenant Rawlings again.
We'll have to be more careful this time. If they get suspicious again, they'll start looking around.
I hope Betty and Billy don't get careless. They're not very far from us.
They're still at the little tunnel, Jack. They'll be all right if Karang and his men don't come in that tunnel.
Manuel warned us if Karang and his men come in that way. Unless Yates sees through his disguise.
We can get back to Rawlings now, Jack. Those two tribesmen are going to the front of the cave with the rest of the tribe. Come on. Be careful. Stick close to the ground.
I will, Uncle Jim.
Move over toward me a little. We'll crawl right up behind Rawlings. That way he'll help hide us.
Oh, that's a good idea, Uncle Jim. There. They'll never be able to see us now.
Don't try to move, Rawlings. They're coming up right behind you.
Still, and here we are. You got it. And where are Betty and Billy? Billy and Betty aren't far away, Lieutenant Rawlings. They're in a tunnel that comes in from a back entrance to the cave. A back entrance? I didn't know there was one. Who told you about it? That old Moro peddler. He's really a Moro chieftain in disguise and an old friend of ours. He came up in this country for the same reason that you did, to get information about these rebellious tribes. He can't be Manuel.
That's just who he is. So, you know him.
I've never seen him in my life. He's almost a mythical character. But I've heard of him. Whenever a tribe goes on a rampage and murders and robs the other tribes... But Manuel doesn't have anything to do with that sort of thing. No, of course not. But when a rampaging tribe suddenly settles down and behaves itself, we always hear that Manuel is the man who restored order. But I'm talking too much. We're wasting valuable time. If you can untie me, we'll slip out through that tunnel.
We'll untie you, Rawlings, but we can't slip out through that tunnel. Not now, at any rate.
Why not? What's to prevent it? Karang and his tribe followed us here. Karang? Why, he's the man they're waiting for before they dispose of me. That villainous white trader named Yates went to get him.
Yates got Karang and his whole tribe. They followed us to the secret entrance of the cave.
Then why didn't they come in?
Manuel disguised himself as one of these tribesmen and pretended he was the sentry. He told Karang that we didn't come in, so the natives are hunting for us outside.
But he won't be able to fool Karang for long. Right now, all of Karang's men are milling around outside that tunnel. So you see why we can't escape that way. Then we are lost. Billy and Betty are lost, too. You shouldn't have risked coming here to save me.
Perhaps it isn't quite as bad as that, Rawlings. I sent a message to your regiment telling Colonel Brewster where you were and what had happened to you. They should be on their way here now to rescue us.
But they'll never find this place, Captain Fairfield. There's not a white man in the country who knows where this cave is except Yates and us.
I made a map, Rawlings. I made a map of this country and showed where the cave is.
Map? How on earth could you make a map without instruments? Remember that pedometer you gave me, Lieutenant Rawlings? Well, we used that. We made the map with the pedometer and a compass. You mean you used the pedometer to record your distance and the compass to keep that track of direction?
That's how we did it, Rawlings. While it may not be a perfect map, it'll give them the general location of the cave.
But I'm afraid even that won't do. This cave is so deucedly cleverly hidden that the soldiers may hunt around here for days without finding it. Let's untie him, Uncle Jim, and take him back in the tunnel with us.
You'd better cut him loose, Jack. He's tied up with raw hemp, and no man yet ever untied a knot in raw hemp.
Here, I've got my knife. I'll get your wrist first, Lieutenant Rawlings. Yeah, hold still now. I won't cut you. Oh. Hey, this hemp must be cutting your wrists in two. Yeah, they tied me up pretty tight. That Uncle Jim. There's that niche in the side wall we can all hide in for a while if we have to. If the tribesmen don't know about that place, and if they haven't got a light, we may be able to hide there for quite a while.
That's a good idea, Jack. Wait until those tribesmen stop looking this way. There. It's safe to move back now.
Wait a minute, Uncle Jim. There's somebody coming this way from the tunnel.
I see him, Jack.
But who can it be? I think it's Billy, but I don't see Betty with him. Something must have happened.
It is Billy. Here we are, Billy, over this way.
Where, Uncle Jim? Where are you?
Just keep coming straight ahead, Billy.
Oh, I see you. You're all flat on the ground.
You'd better get flat, too, Billy.
What's the trouble? Someone is coming through the tunnel, Uncle Jim.
Someone's coming through the tunnel, Billy. Perhaps it's Manuel.
It's not just one person, Uncle Jim. It sounds like a lot of men. I think it must be Karang and his tribe. But Manuel would warn us, Billy. He wouldn't let himself be taken by surprise.
He hasn't warned us, Jack.
And I know that there are a lot of men coming in through that tunnel. They're not even trying to be quiet. They're making lots of noise.
Then it must be Karang and his men. Billy, what did you do with Betty?
I made her hide in that niche that we discovered, Uncle Jim. I told her to stay there and not to come out in the tunnel.
Good. We'd all better get there before Karang and his men arrive. Come on.
I don't think we have time to get there, Uncle Jim. They're almost here. Listen. I bet you can hear them now. They do sound awfully close, Uncle Jim.
We'll try it anyway, Jack. They're sure to find us if we stay here. Don't stop. Keep moving. We'll try to reach that niche in the tunnel before Karang gets there. Oh, what happened to your foot, Rollins? You're limping.
My feet were tied up too long, I guess, but I'll keep up with you. We've got to get to that hiding place before Karang gets there. I don't know whether we'll make it or not. They sound terribly close. They are close, Jack. Jumping Jiminy, you can hear them coming. There's the tunnel just ahead of us, Billy. But we'll never get in there and back where Betty is before Karang gets here, Jack.
Here they come. Flattened out against this wall at the back of the cave.
Look at them pour out of that tunnel, Jack. And there's Yates and Karang leading them. Where's Manuel? Can't understand what happened to him. If Yates ever saw through his disguise, I can guess what happened to him.
I don't think that Manuel's disguise was penetrated, Rollins. If then Yates would know that Jack and Billy and I were in here somewhere. In that case, they wouldn't have come so fast through the tunnel. They'd have come slowly and searched out all the hiding places.
Perhaps you're right, Captain Fairfield. Right now, Yates and Karang and their men are going to the front of the cave to join forces with the other tribesmen. Maybe when they all leave the tunnel, we can get back in and make our escape. I hope so. I don't want that bunch to find us in here.
Look sharp now. As soon as the last man leaves the tunnel, we'll slip in.
It's a good plan, but I'm afraid it won't work. See, 4 of the tribesmen have stopped. They've been told to stay there and watch that tunnel. But if they don't know that we're in here...
Perhaps they're afraid of somebody from the outside, Jack.
But I don't understand, Uncle Jim. Why should they be afraid of anybody on the outside?
I don't know, Billy. There are 2 things that puzzle me. First, why didn't Manuel come in and warn us? Second, why was Karang in such a hurry?
Yeah, that's something to think about. We've got something else to think about right now. Yates and Karang are talking to the chief in front of the cave. Jump on Jiminy, they're coming over this way. Yeah, and that means they're coming over to get me, Billy. They don't know that the rest of you are here. I'd give a lot if we could all get back in that tunnel and hide in that niche with Betty.
Well, we can't, Jack. There are 4 tribesmen guarding that tunnel now.
Jumping crickets, they're looking around for you now, Lieutenant Rawlings. Yes, and they've discovered that I've gone. Look, they're running back to the front of the cave. They're going to give the alarm. Something. Catfish, look at all those tribesmen spring into action. Right, it's good and dark here in the back of the cave. Maybe it'll take them a long time to find us. And every moment brings the soldiers nearer and nearer. It won't take long for Karang to find us, Jack. See that dark pile in the middle of the cave? Yeah, I see it. What is it? It's a pile of firewood. Every night they light up the inside of the cave with a large bonfire. You see? 2 men are going to it now. They're going to light a huge fire, and when they do, they'll spot us right away. Things are rapidly coming to a head in that hidden cave in the Zamboanga Peninsula. As soon as that bonfire is lit, Jack Armstrong and the others are certainly going to be discovered. But say, where is Manuel? And why was Karang in such a hurry to get into the cave? Something important is happening outside the cave. You don't suppose, do you, that the advance guard of the soldiers has reached the creek? Oh, boy, if the soldiers are getting there, what a surprise Karang and Yates will have. I don't need to tell you that things are going to happen when you listen in tomorrow, so don't forget to be here at the same time for a bang-up episode of the Zamboanga Adventure with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Now, you're not going to let the other fellows and girls get ahead of you and order a Jack Armstrong pedometer before you do. Send a Wheaties box top with 1 dime, 10 cents in cash, and your name and address to Jack Armstrong, Minneapolis, Minnesota.
we'll see that you get your pedometer right away.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.